Just after 8:30 on Thursday, May the 7th, we're getting ready for day 8 of testimony in the Aurora Theater shooting trial. I'm Marshall Zellinger inside the 7 newsroom. Today we expect to hear more about the defendant's time at the University of Colorado Anschutz neuroscience program, more professors perhaps, or more mentors that had dealt with him, supervisors along the way, that could talk to the type of student he was and the time leading up to that June 11th date when he withdrew from school. Yesterday, the day started with a crash course in neuroscience, and we heard from 2 more members of the neuroscience program describing their interactions and seeing presentations by the defendant. Both times, the jurors asked questions to these professors, and there was one question that was asked both times to these professors, and the question was, at any time did you believe the defendant was disconnected from reality? And both times the professor said no. The first professor was very adamant, saying certainly no. As the day progressed, we also heard from more people inside the theater during the shooting. We also heard from bomb squad technicians who dealt with the vehicle behind the theater. But one of the moments where we finally got back to the emotional testimony was Caitlin Petticord, who was inside the theater, and she described in the afternoon session her encounter inside the theater.
I remember more gunshots every few seconds. The projector room glass shattered, and I remember thinking I might get glass in my hands by being on the floor. And then I heard a very loud crack, which sounded almost like a seat had exploded upon impact. And then at that time, I heard Amanda scream Alex's name.
What do you remember after that?
There was a period of more gunfire. I stayed on the ground as long as I could. I didn't want to make myself a target. I didn't know if people were coming up the stairs on either side.
Now, after you heard Amanda scream Alex's name, did you look over and see Amanda and Alex?
I couldn't turn my body at that point in time without making myself known.
So you weren't able to see what was going on with Craig, Amanda, or Alex at that point in time?
No.
Okay. What do you remember after that?
There was a period of a lack of gunfire, and at that time I counted slowly to 5 Mississippi to give myself enough realization that time had passed, and then I slowly went into a crawl, and then when I continued to not hear gunfire, into a run towards the end of the aisle.
What happened when you got into that run?
I saw more people coming up the left side of the theater towards the emergency exit, joined the crowd up into the emergency exit and back down a series of stairs and directly out the front doors of the theater.
At any point in time, did you realize if you had been injured?
I wasn't feeling much of anything physically at that point.
Was there at any point in time after the shooting, did you realize if you had been injured?
In the days after, I realized that I had bruises on my legs, on my thighs, on my knees, some scratches on my hands, but nothing that would necessitate having gone to an emergency room.
What happened when you got outside the theater?
As I got through the front glass doors, I realized that I was no longer with my group, but I ran to directly left out of the doors, through the parking lot, about halfway down the parking lot, ducked behind a car, and waited.
Were you able to meet up with your friends Craig, Amanda, and Alex?
I waited for several minutes behind a car. There were groups of people that passed me that were getting into their cars and leaving, but everyone looked calmer than I felt. So I looked over the top of one of the cars, saw that people were gathering outside of the theater, and approached. And at that time, I began calling out my friends' names one by one until I was approached by Craig.
What did you observe when you saw Craig?
When I saw him, he was wearing a light colored shirt and it was splattered red with blood. He looked very dazed. And I saw a couple paces behind him was Amanda. She also looked dazed. I asked him where Alex was, and he shook his head.
Shook his head yes, shook his head no?
Shook his head no, and then looked at the ground.
What did you take that to mean at the time?
I took it to mean he was either seriously injured or dead.
Caitlin Petticord, one of the survivors of the theater shooting, describing her encounter inside the theater. That's recorded testimony that we're playing you from yesterday. We're just a few minutes away from the start of day 8 of the theater shooting trial, and we'll get you to the courtroom live when the feed pops up. Until then, we want to go back a little bit more to yesterday. Late in the afternoon, we heard from Officer Robert Wong. He's an Aurora police officer who arrived on scene and was one of the first ones to get toward the back of the theater and look at some of the evidence that was back there, not knowing it was evidence. Here is an interesting account of how he came across a helmet that he thought, or I'm sorry, the gas mask and helmet that he thought might have been someone from Aurora Police, and found out that it was evidence in this crime.
When you went back to the theater, did you have your gas mask with you?
I did.
Were you still wearing it, or what were you doing with it?
Yeah, it was still on top of my head.
Just sort of perched on the top of your head?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you set it down?
Yes.
Where did you set it down?
Directly outside of Theater 9, there's a set of trash can, like a dumpster area. I set it down right outside of there.
Do you recall seeing any other items around there when you set it down?
I don't.
Did you walk away from your gas mask?
Yes.
Did you come back later to retrieve it?
Yes.
How long after you'd left it was that?
Not that long, maybe a minute or two.
In the period of time after you left it, where did you go?
I went and cleared that dumpster area because it was locked, and that's just when they got it open. So it was probably 10 by 10 square.
Did you, when you came out of that dumpster area, did you pick up a gas mask?
I did.
Where did you pick up the gas mask from?
The same area I'd placed mine.
At some point, did you realize anything about that gas mask?
I realized it wasn't mine.
How did you realize that?
I put it back on top of my head, and there was a wire hanging down. And then when I removed it, I noticed it wasn't an Aurora police gas mask that we were
We're
issued.
going to come out of Officer Robert Wong and get you into the courtroom because Judge Carla Samore has just
So,
taken the bench,
what did you
and
do
we're
with the
going to
gas?
start day 8 of the theater shooting trial.
And Ms. Spengler. The people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Tish McGuire, and Mr. Edson. And we are outside the presence of the jury. I have a few housekeeping matters. Tomorrow, Friday, we're gonna stop at 4:30 because juror number 872 has an appointment with her dentist. So if we stop at 4:30, she's able to make her appointment on time. Yesterday, we had juror number 737 a couple of times, or maybe a few times in here by himself. And I questioned him by himself. After Mr. Espinosa testified, the impression I got from him was that the testimony from Mr. Espinosa was not emotional at all for him, or that it was not what he had anticipated that it would be. And it occurred to me that perhaps I should have followed up on that and confirmed that. I don't know that I need to do that, but I bring it up in case either side wants me to inquire about that. That was the impression I got, that when he came back, he was like, oh, that was, I think he said that was nothing, or that was brief, or something along those lines, but his demeanor and body language led me to believe that it was not what he had anticipated it would be in terms of potentially emotional testimony. And frankly, of all the victims' testimony, it was perhaps the least emotional. He was not seriously injured in the shooting, and his testimony was brief and unemotional, if you will, or lacking in emotion. So, do the people want me to follow up at all, Ms. Tish McGuire?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you, Ms. Brady?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. And if either one of you disagrees with my impression, you can make a record of that. But I suspect that that was your impression as well. The other thing that I wanted to tell you about was at some point yesterday at a bench conference, I told Ms. Higgs, I think it was, that in terms of the emails, if the defense wants a limiting instruction or some kind of instruction to inform the jury that any content in the emails that refers to statements or questions by the professors, that those are being admitted to put the defendant's statements in the email in context. I'm happy to provide that instruction. I only mention this so that you know that that offer stands. I don't think there is a concern with the emails because, frankly, the questions and are not do not contain any substantive statements for the most part, and witnesses have talked about the emails both on direct and cross-examination, but the offer stands. I made the offer to Ms. Higgs, I think it was while Professor Klug was testifying, but I'm not sure. And I don't know if I made the same offer with respect to other emails that may have been offered, but the offer stands. Is there anything on behalf of the people that we need to take up at this time before I bring the jury in? Ms. Stitch McGuire.
Your Honor, just briefly, the court had rejected one of the people's exhibits, and pursuant to the court's case management order, I've marked that as CTR 10. If I could just add that to the court's record.
Okay, that's no problem. Yes, I think the case management order indicates that you have to ask for that. So if you're requesting it, I will grant the request. And I denied the people's request to admit that photograph into evidence because it is a photograph that shows Mr. Nolan in the hospital with his arm bandaged, and it has little probative value given the other photographs that have been admitted and given the testimony that has been admitted. And under 403, there's a potential for prejudice in terms of the cumulative nature of the photograph. And so I found that it was inadmissible. And I think I found that pursuant to Mr. King's objection. It may have been somebody else's objection, I can't remember, but whoever objected, I sustained the objection. And I stand by that. I think the people's response was that this photograph shows Mr. Nolan's face, which the other photographs of his injuries do not. But Mr. Nolan testified, and he testified while the pictures of his injuries were introduced, and this picture doesn't show his injury anyway. It just shows his arm bandaged up, and he's in the hospital, and I think he's asleep in a hospital bed with his arm propped up on a pillow. So that's why I rejected that photograph. All right, anything else on behalf of the people before we bring the jury in? No. Mr. Edson, maybe?
I was just closest to the microphone, so I'll say no.
All right, thank you. All right, anything on behalf of the defense?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us. Again, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Good, good. Thank you for coming back, and thank you for being on time again today. Mr. Orman, you may call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to recall Detective Apple for a limited purpose.
Okay. Detective, you're still under oath, okay?
Right. Detective, did I ask you to take some measurements in the courtroom so that when people point out various locations, the jury can actually know how far that is?
Yes, you did.
And how did you take those measurements?
I had a 100-foot metal tape measure. Myself and Special Agent Jeremy Phelps, we measured it 2 days ago after court.
So if I ask you a few questions about the lengths, do you think you remember what they are?
Yes.
Okay, so from the witness stand to a wooden partition in front of the jury box, how far is that?
Approximately 18 feet, 6 inches.
And from the witness stand to that pillar right there, how far is that?
Approximately 31 feet.
And from the witness stand to the clock, how far is that?
Approximately 35 feet.
And then lastly, from the witness stand to the corner in the back of the room over there, how far is that?
Approximately 50 feet.
Thank you. I have a couple other questions for you relating to a subject that we heard from yesterday. Were you present when Officer Wong testified about dropping his gas mask?
Yes.
And from your understanding as the lead investigator in the case, was another police gas mask actually recovered?
Yes, there was.
So in addition to Officer Wong, what was the name of the police officer that also had left his gas mask there?
Officer Paul Jaroth.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
How do you spell that last name?
Believe it's at Jeroth.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Okay. And the jury does not appear to have any questions. All right, thank you, sir. Is he subject to recall, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the people call Tony Payne.
Good morning. Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
Tony Payne, Tony, T-O-N-I, last Tony, T-O-N-I, last name Payne, P-A-Y-N-E.
Please make sure the microphone is right in front of your mouth. You can move the microphone and you can also move the chair a little bit. Make sure you speak right into the microphone so that everyone can hear you, okay? All right. Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Ms. Payne, who do you work for?
FBI.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
Since approximately 2005.
What do you do for them?
I'm an intelligence analyst and a member of the evidence response team.
What does the evidence response team do?
And they're actually the FBI's arm crime scene investigation team.
What is your position generally on the evidence response team?
I'm a crime scene photographer.
Did the evidence response team respond to the Century 16 Theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And did you respond as part of that team?
Yes, I did.
What was your job in relationship to the response to the theater that night?
I was the crime scene photographer.
Did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
In what general areas did you take photographs?
I took photographs in the rear, the back rear parking lot outside theater number 9.
What were you asked to photograph back there?
The suspect's vehicle and all items of evidence within that area in the back parking lot, all the way through the northeast corner of the parking lot.
I'm going to hand you some photographs marked as People's Exhibits 38, 38-33, 38-38, 38-39, 38-44. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I actually took them.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 3833, 3838, 3839, 3844.
Is there any objection to exhibits P-TR-3833, 3838, 3839, and 3844?
No.
All right, without objection, they're all admitted and may be published.
Could I have first Exhibit 3833? Could you explain to us what we are seeing in this photograph?
This is the rear parking lot of Century 16 outside Theater Number 9. In the photograph as well is the suspect's vehicle, the white vehicle.
There should be a wireless microphone next to you there, which will need to be turned on, and then there is a pointer that is behind you on the ledge there. If you could point out where the defendant's vehicle is.
Actually, so this is the suspect's vehicle.
Right there, okay. Could I have 3838, please? And what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the northeast corner of Century 16. Appears to be blood spatter on the pavement and various gloves and clothing.
3839.
Close up of the same.
3844.
Also a close up, just a different vantage point, blood spatter, gloves, and various items of clothing.
Now, as you head towards the top of that photograph, does that go towards Theater 9?
Yes, it goes towards Theater 9, towards the suspect's vehicle.
Next, I'm going to, and you can put that back down up there so you don't have to hold that. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I did take them.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibits 3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136.
Any objection, Ms. Spangler?
No objection.
Without objection, exhibits P-TR-3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136 are admitted.
Could I have People's Exhibit 3853 first, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the rear of the parking lot. The white vehicle is the suspect's vehicle, and then various blood spatter on the pavement.
3856, please.
Just a different vantage point, same suspect's vehicle and blood spatter.
3858.
and another vantage point. This is blood spatter coming from Theater 9. The suspect's vehicle is the white vehicle, and a sun shield on the pavement.
2136, please.
A close-up of the sun shield, and behind the sun shield is a can of law enforcement grade clear out,
What is clear out?
also referred to as tear gas.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 3857, 2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Could you repeat those, please? 3857?
3857, 2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took the photographs.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of People's Exhibits 3857, 2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection?
Object to 3857 is cumulative to the other photographs we've seen this morning.
Can I see those, please? Could counsel please approach? All right, the objection to P-TR-3857 is sustained under Rule 403. Exhibits P-TR-2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192 are admitted without objection.
Could I have 2188, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the rear exit of theater number 9.
Could I have 2191?
Also, the rear exit of theater number 9, a rifle and 2 pink flip-flops and a metal clip on the door with light bluish green tape.
2190, please.
A close-up of the rifle, flip-flops, and blood spatter outside theater number 9.
Is there a magazine in the rifle?
Yes.
2192, please.
Also a close-up of the rifle, magazine, pink flip-flop outside theater number 9.
You can take that down, thank you. I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280. Do you recognize what is depicted in People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, exhibits P-TR-2198, 2279, and 2280 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2198, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
A rifle outside theater number 9 and the entryway into that exit.
2279, please.
A different vantage point, but the outside door, the exit door to theater number 9, the rifle, 2 pink flip-flops, and also the metal bracket with bluish green tape on it on the door.
Could I have 2280, please?
This is a close-up of the metal clip with covered in greenish blue tape.
Thank you. You can take that down. Now, did you also take photographs of items of evidence that were laying on the ground outside in the back parking lot of Theater 9?
Yes, we did.
I'm first going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2170. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I took the photograph.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 2170.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-2170 is admitted and may be published.
May I have 2170, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
On the ground, there is a air tank and mask. To the left is a suspect's vehicle. In the background are various items of clothing, shoes, and other various items.
You can take that down. I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 2199, 2201, 2213, and 2202. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took the photographs.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2199, 2201, 2213, and 2202.
Any objection?
Objection to those photos?
Without objection, P-TR-2199, 2201, 2213, and 2202 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2199, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is actually, so in the very far area is an orange, what appears to be an orange blanket, and then 2 rifle cases, various duffel bags, clothing items, a red 10-gallon gas container, and other various, I believe what's possibly a belt of some sort.
Is there a shirt on the right side of the photograph?
Yes, there
The
is.
light-colored item?
Yes, there is.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2201, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
Close-up of 2 rifle cases, duffel bag, 10-gallon gas container. I believe the shirt's in the very foreground there.
2213, please.
Close-up of the rifle, 2 rifle cases and duffel bag, and in the background is the 10-gallon gas container.
And 2202?
From another vantage point, the shirt on the left side, duffel bags, towel, 10-gallon gas can container, duffel bag in the foreground, batteries in front of the duffel bag, and then to the right, rifle cases.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2203, 2204, 2205, and 2206. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are those photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2203, 2204, 2205, and 2206.
Any objection? Without objection, Exhibits P-TR-2203, 2204, 2205, and 2206 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2203, please? And are we again seeing the items that were behind the theater, including the orange blanket?
Yes.
2204? What are we seeing in this photograph?
So this is a close-up of what appears to be a tactical belt with 2 shotgun shells, also a flashlight, possibly even a pair of chaps or tactical type belt, and then a duffel bag in the background.
2205.
This is a close-up in the belt of 2 shotgun shells.
Could I have 2206, please?
Also another close-up of the 12-gauge Winchester shotgun shell.
Is this the same part of the belt or a different part of the belt than 2205?
It's a different part of the belt.
So there were 5 shotgun shells that you observed then on this belt?
Yes.
I'm going to now hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2212. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that one you took?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you observed on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 2212.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2212 is admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2212, please? What are these?
Batteries of different sizes, Energizer. One was 357, one's a lithium photo, one's regular ultimate lithium, and then a smaller 2025 batteries. All.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2225, 2229, 2231, and 2232. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2225, 2229, 2231, and 2232.
Any objection? Without objection, P-TR-2225, 2229, 2231, and 2232 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have first People's Exhibit 2225? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the exit of theater number 9 in front of the dumpster. You have various items of clothing to include pants, body armor, helmet, what appears to be other parts of body armor. In the foreground, you've got an IV case.
Could I have 2223, please, or 2231, please? What is this a photograph of?
Personal body armor.
And could I have 2232, please? Is this the label that is on the body armor?
Yes, it is. It's the label with the date of manufacture of July 9th of 2012.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2229, please?
Also a photograph of the pants, a belt, and the body armor in the background.
I am now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2230, 2276, 2277, and 2278.
Judge, I have no objection to these exhibits.
Are you moving their admission?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, P-TR-2230, 2276, 2277, and 2278 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2230, please? And what are we looking at here?
Pants and a belt, size medium.
2276?
Their pants, a belt, in the back, what appears to be the back right pocket. There's an iPod, and then in the background, the body armor.
2277, please?
A close-up of the iPod in the back pocket.
2278?
Another close-up of the 8 gig iPod.
Thank you. Let me take those down. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2220, 2221, 2258, and 2257. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2220, 2221, 2258, and 2257.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection to these other.
All right, thank you. Without objection, P-TR-2220, 2221, 2258, and 2257 are admitted and may be published.
May I have 2220, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
A boot, a metal clip covered in light blue or bluish green tape, and a guard dog taser.
2221, please?
A close-up of the boot, the guard dog taser, and the metal clip with covered in blue tape.
2258?
A close-up of the guard dog taser.
And although it looks like a cell phone, it is not a cell phone?
Correct.
2257?
A metal clip covered by light blue or bluish greenish tape.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2229, 2240, 2241, 2242, 2243, and 2244.
I don't object to these exhibits.
You don't object? I don't. Okay, thank you. You're moving their admission, right, Ms. Pearson?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, P-TR-2229, 2240, 2241, 2242, 2243, and 2244 are admitted and may be published.
May I have 2239, please? Uh, 2239. What do we see in this photograph?
A knife.
2240.
A close-up photograph of a knife.
Could I have 2244, please?
Also a close-up photograph of the knife.
Is that a different knife than we saw in 2240?
No, it seems to be the same knife.
Could you look again, please, at 2244 and 2240?
You are correct. It is a different knife.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2241, please? What do we see depicted in that photograph?
On the left is a loaded magazine. In the middle, body armor, upper arm protection, and to the right is one of the knives.
2243.
This is the inside tag for the body protection or upper arm protection.
Thank you. You can take that down.
Can I see that last set of pictures, please? Thank you. Ms. Pearson, I think when you asked to approach, you referred to 2229. It's 2239. And so I want the record to be clear that what was admitted was 2239 just now, not 2229. It's P-DR-2239.
I apologize.
That's all right.
I am now going to approach with what is marked as People's Exhibits 2249, 2250, 2234, 2247, and 2248. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2249, 2250, 2234, 2247, and 2248.
Any objection?
Your Honor.
It is 2234, not 2244, right, Ms. Pearson?
It is 2234.
34, okay. Without objection, P-TR-2249, 2250, 2234, 2247, and 2248 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2249, please? What is that a photograph of?
Appears to be a black puffy jacket and a size 11 boot.
2250?
A close-up of the boot.
2234?
Appears to be a black tactical vest.
2247?
A black tactical helmet.
2248?
The inside tag to the tactical helmet.
Now, you had said previously you were also asked to take photographs of the suspect's car behind the theater.
Yes, I was.
I'm going to hand you first of all, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 2179. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
And does it fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I publish this photograph?
Are you moving its admission?
I am, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Sorry.
Okay, without objection, it is admitted and may be published. That's P-TR-2179.
Could I have 2179, please? Let me take that down. And now could I have up 2176, which was a photograph that was previously admitted? And if we could, within this photograph, although we can't see it very well here, the photograph we just saw, 2179, are the handcuffs in this photograph?
Yes, they are.
Can we zoom into this photograph in the area between the magazine in the foreground and the one? Not yet. Are they in there? Are they in there now?
Yes, they are.
Okay. They're very hard to see. Can you take the pointer and point them out? Okay. Thank you. I am now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2145, 2162, 2164, and 2163.
Thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2145, 2162, 2164, and 2163.
Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2145, 2162, 2164, and 2163 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2145, please? And what do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is a suspect's vehicle outside theater number 9, as we found it when we arrived on scene. Outside the vehicle are several magazines.
2162, please.
The interior driver's side of the vehicle. In the driver's side, there are what appear to be metal spikes. In the center console, there is a magazine and what appears to be a cassette tape in the center console, as well as is covering an iPhone.
Could I have 2164, please?
This is a close-up of the center console. The magazine is in the center console, and also the iPhone with what appears to be a cassette cover for the iPhone.
So what looks like a cassette tape is actually a phone?
Correct.
And could you point out where the magazine is in this photograph?
Yes.
Thank you. And 2163, please.
This is what appears to be metal spikes and also a pair of sunglasses.
And where are these sitting?
These are in the driver's seat of the suspect's vehicle.
Could I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2146, 2147, 2153, and 2154. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took on the morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2146, 2147, 2153, and 2154.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to 2147, if we may approach briefly.
Yes. Can I see those photographs, please? Thank you. All right, the objection to, what number is that one?
It's 2147, Your Honor.
The objection to P-TR-2147 is overruled, and so that exhibit is admitted. And then P-TR-2146, 2153, and 2154 are admitted without objection. All of them may be published. Here you go.
May I have People's Exhibit 2146, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is the front of the suspect's vehicle.
2147, please.
This is the front passenger side vehicle. In the seat is broken glass, what appears to be a tactical glove, a vehicle registration card.
2153, please.
A close-up of the vehicle registration card, the tactical glove, and the vehicle registration card is for James Eagan Holmes.
And is there a shotgun shell in the, on the side, the right side of the passenger seat?
Yes, there is.
2154, please.
Also a close-up of the vehicle registration card for James Eagan Holmes.
Thank you. I am now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2148 and 2149. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I move to admit People's Exhibit 2148 and 2149?
You may move to admit. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, they're admitted and they may be published. That's P-TR-2148 and 2149.
May I first have 2148, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the front passenger side door. On the left side, you'll see the shotgun shell next to the seat, and in the passenger door pocket is a handgun.
2149, please.
This is a close-up photograph of the handgun inside the pocket on the passenger front side door.
I am next, you can take that down, thank you. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2143, 2155, and 2156. Are these photographs that you took on July 20th, 2012?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2143, 2155, and 2156.
Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2143, 2155, and 2156 are admitted and may be published.
May I have 2143, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the passenger side suspect's vehicle. On the ground in front of the vehicle, or I'm sorry, on the side of the vehicle, is a gas mask, a piece of body armor, what appears to be some sort of bag.
Could I have 2155, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
A handgun on top of the suspect's vehicle.
And 2156, please?
A close-up of the handgun.
Thank you. We'll take that down. I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2139, 2140, 2141, and 2142. Do you recognize these photographs as ones that you took on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2139, 2140, 2141, and 2142.
Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2139, 2140, 2141, and 2142 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2139, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the suspect's vehicle, the passenger side. Next to the passenger side rear tire is a gas mask. In front of that is body armor. And then beside that is what appears to be a gun cleaning kit or a kit of some sort.
Could I have 2140, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is a close-up of the gas mask, the body armor in front of that, and also there's a tactical glove next to what appears to be a cleaning kit.
2141, please.
This is a close-up of the gun cleaning kit and a tactical glove.
2142, please.
This is a close-up of the graphite lubricant that was found in the gun cleaning kit.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2137, 2138, 2144, and 2160. Are these photographs that you took on the morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2139. Wait a minute, sorry. I would strike that. I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2137, 2138, 2144, and 2160.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objections?
No objection to those exhibits.
All right, without objection, P-TR-2137, 2138, 2144, and 2160 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2137, please? What do we see in this photograph?
It's the passenger side of the suspect's vehicle. On the ground is a law enforcement grade can of aerosol clear out, and in front of that is a sun shield.
2138, please.
This is an up-close photograph of the law enforcement grade clear out.
Now, do you know, is this a spent can of clear out or a full can of clear out?
It appears to be a full can of clear out.
2144, please.
This is a photograph of the rear of the suspect's vehicle. To the right of the vehicle is the gas mask, body armor. Underneath the vehicle appears to be a backboard, and to the left of the vehicle are magazines.
And 2160, please.
This is the driver's side rear of the suspect's vehicle. There's one black tactical glove.
Thank you. You can take that down. Now, were you asked at some point to retrieve an item from the car?
Yes, I was.
And what was the item that you were asked to retrieve?
The iPhone.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 538. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is an iPhone with a cover that appears to look like a cassette tape.
Did you retrieve that from the car on the afternoon of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And did you put it in wrapping that has your signature or your information on it?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 538.
Any additional objection? No. All right, based on my previous ruling, P-TR-538 is admitted without further objection and may be published.
And this, I don't think. Your Honor, I'm not going to ask to publish it at this time.
All right.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions for you.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any cross-examination? Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We could see People's 2146, please. Thank you. This was a photograph that you took of Mr. Holmes' car?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see the license plate clearly visible on the car, and that license plate registers back to Mr. Holmes. Is that right?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. There was no effort made to disguise that license plate. That was how you found that license plate when you photographed it, correct?
Yes.
And same thing with the back license plate.
Yes.
If we could please see People's 2163. These spikes in the front seat, you weren't asked to photograph any other spikes. No other spikes were found in the car, correct?
I wasn't asked to search the vehicle, only to photograph what was in plain view.
And you were never asked to photograph any other spikes?
No.
And People's 2199, please. It's your understanding that this pile of clothing or bags, one piece of clothing, came from the car?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't asked to photograph, and there's no tent or camping gear contained within that pile of belongings?
Could you say that?
Sure. You weren't asked to photograph, and there's no tent in that pile of belongings?
No.
No sleeping bag?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Besides that orange blanket in the back, no additional blankets?
I didn't search the vehicle, so I'm not aware of any other blankets.
And you didn't photograph any other blankets? No. Okay. Same thing, you didn't photograph any cash, a passport coming out of that car?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that shirt is the only piece of clothing that you were asked to photograph that came out of that vehicle, correct?
There were other items of clothing from the suspect that I also photographed.
The ones we saw earlier by the dumpster?
Yes.
Okay, but in terms of coming out of the vehicle, that's the only shirt that you photographed?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
The jury may have some questions for you, ma'am, so if you would give us just a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Agent, the jury has submitted some questions, and I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, that they are appropriate, and so I'm going to ask them now. The first question is, in your experience, what is a guard dog taser, if you know?
I'm not familiar with the guard dog taser.
The next question is, approximately what time did you take these photographs? Time range?
The time range that I took all of the photographs?
Yes.
We started at approximately 8:30 a.m. and I sealed the vehicle at 12:10 p.m.
And the last question is, regarding the handcuffs that were photographed, did they appear to be new? And I don't want you to speculate. This is just asking for your observations, if you know.
I am not an expert in when the handcuffs were actually developed or manufactured.
All right. Any follow-up questions from the people, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from the defense, Ms. Spengler?
Just one. When you say you started photographing at 8:30, do you mean on July 20th?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Call your next witness, please.
The people call Agent Nick Vanicelli.
Good morning.
Morning.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Why don't you hand me these photographs and that item of evidence there? Actually, just put them back here somewhere. There you go. Thank you. All right. Please be seated. Tell us your full name, please, and spell your first and last names.
Nick Vanicelli, Nickvannicelli.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Agent Vanicelli, where are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation here in Denver, Colorado.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
I've been an agent for 18 and a half years.
Are you on the evidence response team?
I am. I'm one of the team leaders.
What does that mean that you do?
We respond to crime scenes and collect and package evidence.
Does the FBI also assist other police agencies?
Yes, we do.
On July 20th of 2012, was the FBI evidence response team asked to respond to the Century 16 Theater in Aurora?
That's correct.
Were you asked to assist the Aurora Police Department?
Yes, we were.
Do you recall what time you arrived on scene?
Approximately 4 a.m.
On the team, just in general, how many people are part of the ERT team? Is that what the evidence response team is called, is ERT?
It is ERT. There's approximately 24 members, and we're divided into teams. At that time, we had 4 teams of 6 members each.
Did more than one team of 6 respond to the theater?
That's correct.
You said you got there at about 4 a.m.
Yes.
What was going on outside the theater at that time?
There was a large number of police and fire vehicles. It was a little bit of a confusing scene. They'd begun to secure the area, kind of just generally establishing what was going to take place.
What were you asked to do when at the theater?
Initially, I made contact with Lieutenant DeFore from Aurora Police Department, and he asked us to start processing the back parking lot behind the theater.
What does that mean, to process the parking lot?
To locate and mark items of evidence, and then to collect and package them to be taken to the evidence control room.
Was Tony Payne one of the members of the ERT team?
She was the photographer.
And did she photograph the evidence behind the theater that you later collected?
That's correct.
In general, what kinds of things did you collect from behind the theater?
We collected weapons and ammunition. We collected clothing. We collected personal items, a host of different types of items in general. Tactical items. There was some used medical equipment. There was a large amount of stuff in the parking lot.
All right. I'm going to start to retrieve some evidence. Could I have 652 and 653? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes. And did you say you have P-TR-652 and 653?
Yes. I'm just going to hand you both of these right now. All right.
Okay.
Turning first to item 652, do you recognize that item?
I'm trying to find the number on here. Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
That's correct.
Is it in the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 652.
Any objection to P-TR-652?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted.
Can you tell us what that exhibit is?
It's kind of a tactical bag. It's got some lubricant for weapons. It's got an AR-15 user manual, and it's got a plastic container. I'm not sure what would go in here. Might be ammunition. It's hard to say without taking it out.
And People's Exhibit 653. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
It's an orangish colored blanket.
Is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 653.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-653 is admitted.
Your Honor, with regard to publishing these, would it be all right, once we've collected a number of items, to have the court staff allow the jury to pass them around, some that are smaller?
Yes, let's do that all at the same time.
Could I next have People's Exhibit 654, 655, and 656? Speak when I get back to the phone here. I've handed you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 654 and 656. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Are those items that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance, and 654 is which of the two items?
654 is the black hard-sighted rifle case.
And 656 is the green gun case?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 654 and 656.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, P-TR-654 and 656 are admitted.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 655. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 655.
Any objection?
No.
All right, without objection, P-TR-655 is admitted.
And what is People's Exhibit 655?
It's a black tactical canvas bag.
Could I have People's Exhibit 657 and 658? I have handed you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 657 and 658, and turning first to Exhibit 657, which you have in your hand. Do you recognize that as an item you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 657.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, P-TR-657 is admitted.
What is it?
It's an orange canvas bag with the name Google on the outside of it.
And could I have People's Exhibit 658? Would you look at that, please? Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 658.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-658 is admitted.
And if you could hold that up, please, and tell us what that is.
It's a green long sleeve shirt.
Thank you. Could I have People's Exhibit 659 660 and 661. I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 659, 660, and 661. Turning first to People's Exhibit 659, what is that item?
It's a black tactical neck protector.
Is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 659.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-659 is admitted.
And 660, is that an item that you collected behind the theater in July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 660.
Any objection? Without objection, P-TR-660 is admitted.
And what is 660?
It's a blue colored backpack.
And People's Exhibit 661?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a black tactical canvas bag.
Is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 661.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-661 is admitted.
Great. Could I have People's Exhibit 663, 664, and 666? I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 663, 664, and 666. Are all three of those items that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 663, 664, and 666.
Any objection? Without objection, Exhibits P-TR-663, 664, and 666 are admitted.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 663, if you could hold that up, and what is that item?
It's a black and blue colored black tactical canvas bag.
What is 664?
664 is three packages of batteries.
And People's Exhibit 666.
A pair of handcuffs.
Do the handcuffs indicate the brand on the handcuffs that you can read?
It looks to be a company HWC are the initials.
Thank you.
Ms. Pearson, when you come to a point where it makes sense to take a break, let me know. I don't know how much longer you have with this witness.
It'll be a while, so whatever is good for the court.
All right, let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time. Members of the jury, it's 10:15. Let's take our 20-minute morning break. Please keep all my admonitions in mind during the break. Enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 20. The record should reflect that the jury has now exited the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. Is there anything we need to talk about before the break on behalf of the people, Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, can I tender the photograph that was rejected, 3857, simply for the record?
Mark it as a court trial exhibit. So I think it's 11, I think would be the next. Is that right? Yes. Anything from the defense? No. Okay, thank you. The court will be in recess.
The morning session of the theater shooting trial, day number 8, involves showing photographs of the crime scene behind the theater and then actually presenting those actual items in front of the jury. So far, 2 people from the FBI, the photographer, crime scene photographer from the FBI, who showed dozens of photos identifying what she photographed. And then the second witness is also from the FBI. He is physically handling these items and describing them to the jury. Right here on a slideshow that you can see right now on the denverchannel.com, we've got some of the images cropped of what we saw on screen. Right now I'm going to go through about 11 of these photos, but there were dozens shown, and we'll also get to some more video of this. This is the tactical helmet that was found near the car, and we heard early this morning before court started when we showed you Officer Robert Wong's testimony from the Aurora Police Department that when he went to the backside of the theater and was going back into the theater, he put on a helmet and gas mask but realized it wasn't the correct one, and this is it. And we've heard multiple testimony that this is not the same kind of helmet you would see from a police officer, and that's one of the things that gave away the fact that they were dealing with a suspect and not another officer. This is one of the boots that the defendant was wearing that was taken off of him behind the car. Again, this is photographs from FBI crime scene photographer Tony Payne, who we heard from back in October 2013, and I'll get to that testimony after we go through some of these photos. This is one of 2 knives that was found behind the vehicle, a folding knife found outside the theater, and then she testified to a second knife also being found. What this is a metal clip that was covered in what's been described as greenish blue or bluish green tape. And they've referenced the tape color multiple times, and I know from sitting in court throughout the years so far in previous testimony, why we're hearing about this clip and the tape color is because we're going to hear future testimony from what was found inside the apartment besides the explosives. And one of the things I've heard in a previous hearing is that there was greenish blue or bluish green tape found inside the apartment. So they're trying to link evidence from the apartment to evidence found behind the theater, which is why it's relevant to keep referencing the color tape here. This is something that we had not seen before. This is the 8-gig iPod that was found in a back pants pocket of the defendant that was photographed after these pants were taken off the defendant when he was stripped down and searched and then taken in for questioning. The FBI photographer took this picture. And what we know from the district attorney's opening statements that we had not heard before is that during the shooting, the defendant was wearing his helmet and gas mask and had 2 Bluetooth headphones that apparently, according to George Brockler, those headphones were blaring loud techno music, and this is likely the source of that music, this iPod that was found in the back pocket of the defendant's pants. This photograph, difficult to see, probably the most difficult one based on everything that we've cropped. This has been shown twice. Once it was shown to Tony Payne by the direct examination of Karen Pearson. Then it was brought back on the screen by Catherine Spangler in cross-examination, and I'll get to why that's why she brought it up and why that's important in just a second. But you see a pile of items taken from the vehicle. It's duffel bags, it's rifle cases, an orange blanket is in there, and also a red gas can. When it was brought back up by cross-examination by Catherine Spangler, we're going to play some sound in a little bit, but she was asking, is this all you found in the back? Did you find anything else, like a sleeping bag or a tent? And we've heard her hint to that 2 days ago, the idea that the defendant didn't have anything that meant he was going somewhere after the shooting. Was he going to go sleep somewhere? She asked, was there a passport inside? She hasn't been blatant and hit the jury over the head by saying he was geared up and ready to not be shot, but looking through his car, he had no escape plan. She's kind of laying the foundation, and we talked with David Beller about that a couple days ago. We'll probably revisit that again today. Some more of the photographs that were shown. This is a side view of the vehicle. The theater is right here. The emergency exit where he got into the theater and people were running out of is in this area. Oop, I'm touching stuff. So the door, the left side, driver's side door open. This is the hatchback of the vehicle that was opened that we saw yesterday. It was supposed to be opened by the bomb squad robot, but it was unable to. So 2 bomb techs put the suits on, or 1 bomb tech put a suit on, put the key in the back of the car, left. Then the bomb squad robot was supposed to lift that hatchback, was unable to, so then 2 bomb squad techs had to go open the hatchback, get out of the way, and then the bomb squad robot went through the items in the vehicle. Photo number 8 here. This looks like a cell phone. It looks like the digital readout of a cell phone and possibly the keypad, but this was described as a stun gun. It was a specific brand, a guard dog taser, meant to look like a cell phone, but this is a taser that was purchased by the defendant. Another photo that's a bit difficult shows the tactical belt that was found outside the theater. Photo number 10 of 11 shows 2 shotgun shells here within that tactical belt. There's one and there is the second. And the final photo here that we've put on a slideshow on the denverchannel.com and that's something you can access on the 7 News app, some body armor and the tactical belt in a pile behind the theater. And what was interesting about this is the body armor that the defendant wore had a manufacture date. They showed the label real close up on the screen, and they described that the manufacture date of that was July 9th, 2012. So that body armor was made 11 days prior to the shooting. So we've walked you through some of the photos. Let's play some video of the testimony, and I'll try to talk you through some of this. Again, you've seen some of these photos based on what I just described, but on the witness stand is the FBI photographer, Tony Payne, and on screen right now is that taser that's meant to look like a cell phone. And again, back to this clip that was there. It's one of those picnic table style clips that was used in the emergency exit doorway, and it's covered in this bluish green or greenish blue tape, which is important because they're going to link that tape back to the defendant's apartment where they also found that tape. There's images of 2 knives. This was the first knife shown, and it was found behind the theater, and then a second knife was shown, and the prosecuting attorney, Karen Pearson, asked Tony Payne if this was the same knife from a different angle, and at first the FBI agent said yes, and then Karen Pearson asked her, could you look at the 2 photos again and double check? And on second thought, the FBI agent realized these were 2 different knives. So 2 knives along with 2 weapons found behind the theater. One of those weapons was inside the vehicle, which you see a photo of there. The other weapon was a rifle found near the emergency exit, which would be just to the left of what is being shown on screen right now. I'm sorry, there's also the gun on top of the vehicle, so 3 weapons found outside the theater, 2 associated with the car. The second gun that was found is going to be way on the back side of this photo in the passenger side map pocket. What this shows is the driver's side console area, and the cell phone that was eventually found, the iPhone that was found in possession of the defendant in his car, was found in between the driver's side and the passenger side, kind of in that middle console area. And apparently it was difficult to know that it was an iPhone because it had a cassette case, a cassette-looking like case, so that was not necessarily known to be an iPhone. There you can see the steering wheel and the emergency brake, and it's below where the emergency brake is that I believe is where they found the iPhone. I know there's also a manual gear shift there, so it's in between the gear shift and the emergency brake where that iPhone was found. And I remember back in October 2013, as she points out where the phone was, she testified that she had taken photographs of the vehicle, then sealed it with FBI seal tape, saying this is a sealed vehicle now. Then Aurora police asked her to break that FBI seal so they could go in and get the iPhone. And I'm assuming based on the fact that it was a cassette-like case, they didn't realize before the car was sealed that it was an iPhone. This is a view from the passenger side looking at what was found on the passenger seat. Just a quick footnote to breaking the seal of the vehicle. This was a contentious debate back in October 2013. The defense wanted everything that was found as a result of the iPhone thrown out, saying it was fruit of the poisonous tree, that if you hadn't obtained the iPhone, you wouldn't have gotten search warrants for other things. But the judge found that it was legitimate use. More photos being shown here. Here is where the gun was found inside the vehicle. You're looking at a photograph of the right passenger side map pocket area, that side console area, and there's going to be a close-up photo. You can kind of see a black image on the bottom, and that is going to be this tight photo of a handgun found in that map pocket area. Again, we have FBI agent, she's a crime scene photographer, Tony Payne, describing the dozens of photos upon dozens that she took outside the theater. This was a photo from the passenger side, showcasing where the car was in relation to the theater, and this is trying to capture an image of the gun that was on top of the vehicle. This is the vantage point from the passenger front side, and then a close-up photo of the gun that was found on top of the car. And again, when the suspect was arrested, his hands were up on the roof of the car near that gun. This is that clear out gas can, and we've heard from previous testimony that he had 2. One that was thrown in the theater that we've heard from multiple survivors, and one that apparently fell out of one of his pockets and rolled underneath his vehicle, and that's what was found outside. And again, this is the vehicle as they had it wide open with both doors open, the hatchback open, and this is the crime scene photograph, but it's the same vantage point that we saw from yesterday when the bomb squad robot was starting to go through the process of opening up that vehicle. Now, earlier I mentioned that Catherine Spangler, the defense attorney, has hit on a point twice now about what was not found in the vehicle. So we've shown you what was found inside the vehicle, but Spangler on cross-examination asked the FBI agent if she had photographed anything besides what was already shown. And here is, we'll play you the sound, and then we'll get to the point that she's probably trying to make right after you listen to this soundbite.
You weren't asked to photograph, and there's no tent or camping gear contained within that pile of belongings.
Could you say that?
Sure. You weren't asked to photograph, and there's no tent in that pile of belongings.
No.
No sleeping bag.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Besides that orange blanket in the back, no additional blankets.
I didn't search the vehicles, so I'm not aware of any other blankets.
And you didn't photograph any other blankets? No. Okay. Same thing, you didn't photograph any cash, a passport coming out of that car?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that shirt is the only piece of clothing that you were asked to photograph that came out of that vehicle, correct?
There were other items of clothing from the suspect that I also photographed.
The ones we saw earlier by the dumpster?
Yes.
Okay, but in terms of coming out of the vehicle, that's the only shirt that you photographed?
Yes.
I had asked David Beller, 7 News legal analyst, 2 days ago about this because there was another moment that Catherine Spangler was making this point of what was not found in the vehicle. So on Tuesday, on day 6 of the trial, talking to the FBI special agent who was near the vehicle, here is more questioning along the same lines of what you just heard.
You had the opportunity to look inside the car to see some of the contents of the car while you were working on the car in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And you didn't see any sleeping bags or tents in that car, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't see a big quantity of food or any coolers in that car?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't see a passport in that car?
No,
You didn't see any cash in that car?
not to my recollection.
That was FBI Special Agent Garrett Gumbinner, who is a bomb squad technician for the FBI. Same questioning that was just asked a little bit ago of the FBI crime scene photographer. The defense trying to ask, essentially asking, did you see any escape plan? There was no sleeping bag, no tent, no passport, no cash. Without blatantly saying it, she's laying the foundation to the jury that he is geared up, hoping to not get shot, or if he's in a gun battle, he's not going to get hurt, but then he had no escape plan. And when we asked David Beller that, I asked, why wasn't it blatant? Why don't you just say that? Look, he didn't have an escape. And David essentially said, well, she's probably laying the foundation to bring that evidence up at a later time and have someone else get to that point. We heard I can't remember if it was preliminary hearing or other testimony, but we haven't heard it yet, I don't believe, that there were 2 passports found inside the apartment. So I can bet that Catherine Spangler will touch on that as well, that not only did you not find any tent, sleeping bag, passport, anything like that in the vehicle, but the apartment that was supposed to catch on fire or explode had 2 passports. That may not make sense, and I'm sure that the defense is going to pinpoint that. So 2 days ago, there was that audio recording of an interview between the FBI Special Agent Garrett Gumbinner and the defendant talking about the explosives inside his apartment. And yesterday, we got the transcript of that because it was hard to listen to audio. So part of that transcript, which we were going through yesterday, it's about 19 pages. You can see it on the denverchannel.com and on the 7 News app. It just details the interview between, you'll see GG, Garrett Gumbinner, CA is Craig Apple, and he is the Aurora police detective, and JH is the defendant. I thought the most interesting part is page number 2, which we actually have synced up this transcript in audio for. And so here's a short clip of what the audio sounds like. And again, it's difficult, but you'll be able to read on the screen what is being said.
Did you have the transmitter? Where's the transmitter at? Garbage bag.
And then here's later on in that transcript, and this is the top part where you'll be able to see my mouse moving around. This is Special Agent Garrett Gumbinner saying, okay, all right, what am I missing? What I haven't, like I said, I haven't been in the apartment. I've only seen pictures and little video. What else is in there that could hurt people? The response from the defendant, well, I'm not in there anymore, so Gumbinner continues, yeah, but how much stuff that you've put together? Like if I put bomb techs or I go into your apartment, based off what you told me right now, what else do I need to be concerned about? Do you have any pressure plates or anything hidden under the rugs or anything like that? His response was no, and then something inaudible. Then they continue to go on about what is on the floor itself, and they talk about that it's covered in gasoline. And the special agent asked him if he had ever stepped on that before, and he said yes, and it didn't ignite or blow up or anything. They talk about the chemicals that are involved that he used inside, And he's really, the special agent from the FBI is just trying to make sure that, one, that his crew, if they go in to start dismantling things, will not get hurt. And two, is there anything else that they don't know about that could go off? And he asked a few times about a timer. I'm trying to scroll. I think I'm not sure if I've passed that part or not. There's 4 more pages to this, so bear with me as I scroll through to see. This is the part where they talk about it could still be there. We didn't do a search. We didn't find it. Hey, real quick, the gasoline and the ammonium chloride, is that what you sprinkled on the ground? And I'm going to interrupt myself because court is now back in session for the second part of the morning.
This is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you folks ready for the jury?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Let's bring him in. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Right before the morning break, the prosecution was in the middle of its direct examination of Special Agent Banicelli. And so, Ms. Pearson, you may proceed with the rest of your direct examination. And Special Agent, I will remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Would you like some water? Okay, Ms. Pearson.
Agent Vanicelli, I'm going to approach you with what have been marked as People's Exhibits 669 and 671. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Are those items that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Turning first to, and Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibits 669 and 671.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-669 and 671 are admitted.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 669. And what is that item?
It's a black gas mask.
And could I have photo 2132 that was previously admitted? Is the gas mask that you have in your hand match what we see in this photograph?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And People's Exhibit 671. What is that item?
It's a pair of black tactical gloves.
Could I have People's Exhibit 672? Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 672.
Any objection?
No objection to 672.
Without objection, P-TR-672 is admitted.
What is that item?
Navy, dark navy tactical pants.
Is there a brand name on there?
There is. It's called Silence.
Thank you. Could I have People's Exhibit 673 and 674? Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Are those items that you collected outside of the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 673 and 674.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-673 and 674 are admitted.
And if I could have you bring those down so that we could show them a little better. There should be a wireless microphone. If you could explain what these are.
They're look to be black body armor panels.
What we would call ballistic chaps,
That's correct.
one for each leg.
Yes.
Are they heavy?
Yes, they are.
Could I have
Ricker, which exhibit was that?
673 and 674?
Okay, thank you.
Each leg had its own number.
Gotcha, thank you.
Could I have People's Exhibit 675, please? I'm handing you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 675. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this an item you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 675.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-675 is admitted.
If you could hold it up so that the jury could see and tell us what that is.
It's a black tactical vest, kind of a military style. It has pouches for magazines and other gear that you can put in there.
I would ask for People's Exhibit 676. Do you recognize item 676?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a military style ballistic helmet.
Is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 676.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-676 is admitted.
Now, have you had an opportunity to look at this exhibit before?
Yes, I have.
And is there anything located inside of the helmet?
In the webbing of the helmet, there was some orange-colored hairs.
Your Honor, I would ask that he be allowed to open this exhibit up.
Okay.
Can you see the orange hairs inside of the helmet?
Yes, I can.
Can you tell how many there are?
2 or 3?
Your Honor, I'm going to try to put this under the elmo, if that works.
Okay, right.
With a higher lumen flashlight. Thank you. Agent Demoselli, can you see the red hairs in here?
Yes, I'd call them orange, but yes.
Okay, could you point them out for the jury using the pointer?
That pointer doesn't work. You have to use the
Oh,
it's the old school pointer.
appears that there's 2 or 3 orange-colored hairs right here stuck in the helmet.
Thank you. Put this back in there. Could I have People's Exhibit 677 and 678. Stickers right here. 677. Do you recognize item 677?
Yes, I do.
Is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 677.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-677 is admitted.
And what is that, if you could hold it up for the jury to see?
It's a heavier style outer black tactical jacket with body armor panels.
And People's Exhibit 678. Is that an item that you collected behind the theater July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
What is, and Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 678.
Any objection? No. Without objection, P-TR-678 is admitted.
And what is that?
A pair of black tactical boots.
Okay. And could I get 679 and 680, please? I'm going to approach what have been marked as People's Exhibits 679 and 680. Do you recognize both of these items?
Yes, I do.
Are these items that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 679 and 680.
Any objection? No. Without objection, P-TR-679 and 680 are admitted.
And could you tell us, please, what People's Exhibit 679 is?
It's a Smith & Wesson folding knife.
Does it have a name beyond that on it?
It does. It's an Extreme Ops folding knife.
And 680?
It's a black gas mask.
Could I have People's Exhibits 681, 682, and 683? I've handed you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 681, 682, and 683. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Are those items that you collected outside of the theater or behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 681, 682, and 683.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-681, 682, and 683 are admitted.
Could you please tell us what these are?
They are.
Starting with 681, please.
.681 is a tactical groin protector. 682 is also a groin protector. And 683, it's hard to say exactly. It's a body armor, upper body armor, maybe arm protection it looks like.
The 683 arm protection?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Could I have People's Exhibit 684, please? Do you recognize item 684?
Yes, I do.
Is that an item that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 684.
Any objection? No. Without objection, P-TR-684 is admitted.
And is that the third gas mask?
Yes, it is.
Could I have People's Exhibit 685? And actually, I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 685 and 686. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Were these magazines that you collected outside of the theater by the defendant's car on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 685 and 686.
Any objection?
No.
Without objections, P-TR-685 and 686 are admitted.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2180, previously admitted photograph, please? While we're waiting on that, can you tell us what is in this exhibit?
This is 685 you're asking about?
Yes.
9 handgun magazines with ammunition and 1 magazine for An AR-15 with ammunition also.
Are these depicted in this photograph we have up currently?
Yes, they are.
Now, 685 is the 9 magazines, the 40 caliber magazines.
Correct.
How much ammo is in each one of those magazines?
They're different sizes, I think. Do you want me to go through individually?
Yes, do they each have 22 rounds in them?
I would have to check my report to see if each one did. It appears that way, but without counting them right here, it's hard to say.
And People's Exhibit 686, which is the rifle magazine?
Yes.
And is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell, with regard to the rifle magazine, how many rounds were in the rifle magazine?
I would have to count them individually or refer back to my report.
Okay, do you have your report there that
I do.
reflects that information? If you could refer to that, please, for both of those.
There was 30 rounds in the rifle magazine.
And how many rounds were in the 40 caliber magazines?
I do not have that number on my report. Oh, my mistake. 22 rounds each.
In each one?
In each one.
And there's 9 magazines in there?
That's correct.
Thank you. Could I have People's Exhibit 687 and 688? Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
And are those items that you collected on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 687 and 688.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-687 and 688 are admitted.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 687. Can you tell us what that item is?
It's a single unexpended 5.56 millimeter round.
Do you know where that round is from?
It was found near the exit door at the rear of the theater.
People's Exhibit 688. What is People's Exhibit 688? What is 688?
I'm sorry. It's a 15-round Glock magazine loaded with 15 40 caliber rounds.
Thank you. Could I have People's Exhibit 691 and 692? Do you recognize People's Exhibits 691 and 692?
Yes, I do.
Are those items that you collected on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 691 and 692.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-691 and 692 are admitted.
Could you tell us, please, what People's Exhibit 691 is, and if you could hold it up, please?
691 is 6 unexpended 12-gauge shotgun rounds.
And 692?
.692 is a Glock magazine loaded with 15 .40 caliber rounds.
Thank you. Could I have People's Exhibit 695 and 696 and 697? Do you recognize items 695, 696, and 697?
Yes, I do.
Are those items that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 695, 696, and 697.
Any objection? Without objection, P-TR-695, 696, and 697 are admitted.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 695, what is that?
It's called a guard dog taser.
If you could hold that up, please. Does it look like a cell phone?
It does to me.
Does it have buttons on the front?
Yes, it does.
Can you push them?
No,
Are
I
they-
don't think
they're-
you can. Well,
Are they just decorative?
it feels decorative through the plastic.
And on the end of it, are there electrodes?
Yes, there are.
Turning to 696 and 697, what are those two items?
They are what we thought was pieces of metal covered in a blue tape.
Now, did you find two of those on scene?
Yes, we did.
Was there one on the back door from the exit that comes out of Theater 9?
Yes, item 697 was on the back door holding the door open.
And where was item 696?
Was found near the trash receptacle on the ground outside the exit door.
Was it near other items of the defendants?
Yes, it was.
May I have 698 and 699? I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 698 and 699. Do you recognize People's Exhibits 698 and 699?
Yes, I do.
Are those items that you collected on July 20th of 2012 behind the theater?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 698 and 699.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-698 and 699 are admitted.
What is 698?
698 is a Black Hawk folding knife.
Now, is this the second knife that we've seen?
That's correct.
People's Exhibit 699?
It's a Glock holster for a handgun.
Could I have next People's Exhibits 702 and 703?
Do you recognize items 702 and 703?
Yes, I do.
Are these items that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 702 and 703.
Any objection? No. Without objection, P-TR-702 and 703 are admitted.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 702, what is that?
It's a silver-colored sunshade for the windshield of a car.
Was that near the defendant's car outside the back of the theater?
Yes, it was.
And turning to People's Exhibit 703, what is that?
A pair of pink-colored flip-flops.
Do you know where those were?
They were in the back parking lot.
Were they near the back door?
Yes.
Could I have photo 2190 that's been previously admitted up? Are the pink sandals that you have as People's Exhibit 703 depicted in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can take that down. If I could have People's Exhibit 704 and 689. Handing you what have been marked. I've handed you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 704 and 689. Turning first to People's Exhibit 704, what is that?
It's a Glock Model 22 handgun.
Has it been made safe?
Yes, it has. It's the slide is to the rear, and there's a lock through the chamber so that it can't be fired.
And is it unloaded?
It is unloaded.
Do you know where that gun was located?
It was located on the roof of the Hyundai parked at the rear of the theater.
Does that have a serial number associated with it?
Yes, it does.
What is the serial number?
Serial number is SWS224.
Now, I've also, in Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 704.
Any objection? Without objection, P-TR-704 is admitted.
And turning to People's Exhibit 689, what is that?
It's a loaded magazine, Glock magazine, with 16 40 caliber rounds.
Do you know where that magazine came from?
It came from the handgun that we just discussed.
Was it in the handgun at the time the handgun was seized?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 689.
Any objection? Without objection, P-TR-689 is admitted.
How many rounds were in 689 in that magazine?
16.
Thank you. Could I next have People's Exhibit 705 and 690? Do you recognize People's Exhibits 705 and 690?
Yes, I do.
Are these items that you seized on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 705 and 690.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-705 and 690 are admitted.
Could you tell us what People's Exhibit 705 is?
705 is a Glock Model 23 handgun.
Has it been made safe?
Yes, it has.
Does it have a gun lock in it?
It slides to the rear. The gun lock is through the chamber, and it's unloaded and not able to be fired.
Where was this gun located?
In the passenger side door of the vehicle, parked behind the theater, in the kind of the pocket of the door.
Does it have a serial number?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell us what that serial number is?
TFP 695.
And People's Exhibit 690, can you tell us what that is?
It's a fully loaded magazine, a Glock magazine loaded with 40 caliber rounds.
Do you know how many rounds are in it?
13
Where was that magazine located?
in the handgun we just discussed.
The one that was found in the passenger door?
Correct.
Could I have People's Exhibit 706 and 693? I've handed you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 706 and 693. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, I do.
And are they items that you collected behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for admittance of People's Exhibit 706 and 693.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-706 and P-TR-693 are admitted.
Could you tell us first what People's Exhibit 706 is?
It's a military-style rifle. It has a scope on it and a sling. It's got the slide to the rear with a gun lock through the chambers. It's unloaded and it's safe.
So it's safe. Does it have a serial number that you could read on it?
Yes, there is.
What is the serial number?
SP43179.
What brand of firearm is that?
It's a Smith & Wesson.
Do you know beyond that what it's called? Is it an M&P 15?
Yes, it is.
Turning to People's Exhibit 693, what is that?
It's a magazine and ammunition for the Smith & Wesson M&P 15.
Where was that collected from?
It was in the rifle.
How many rounds are in that magazine?
31.
Could I have People's Exhibit 386 and 387? Do you recognize those items?
The box appears to be empty.
Yes. Do you recognize the boxes?
Okay. Yes, I do.
And are those boxes that you used originally to package the Glock handguns that we've seen in this case?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 386 and 387.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-386 and 387 are admitted.
And let me ask you a question. With regard to the two Glock handguns that we saw, did one of them have a laser sight on it?
Yes, it did. It was attached to the rails.
And which handgun was that?
I believe it was the Glock 22.
The one that was on top of the car?
Yes,
The other Glock was a Glock Model 23?
yes.
What do those numbers represent?
The different models are both 40 caliber handguns. The Glock 22 has a slightly larger frame for larger hands, which then allows the magazine to have more rounds inserted in it because it's just physically bigger.
And with regard to the Smith & Wesson MP15, what caliber of ammo does that firearm fire?
.223 caliber or 5.56 millimeter.
Have a moment, please.
Yes.
Now, this was all evidence that was collected behind the theater?
That's correct.
Is there other evidence that was collected inside of the theater?
Yes, there was.
Did you assist in any of that evidence collection?
Most of the items collected from inside the theater were collected by the Aurora Police Department. We did assist them with some of the other personal items from the other theaters and the surrounding area.
And were you in the theater on the days, theaters 8 or 9 on days subsequent to July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Do you have any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
I don't, thank you.
All right, it looks like the jury may have questions for you, so give us a moment, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Will counsel please approach? Special Agent, the jury has submitted some questions that I have found based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law are appropriate. The first question is, did you collect the Bluetooth earpiece that Officer Wong told us was attached to the gas mask that he accidentally put on?
I don't recall a Bluetooth earpiece in particular.
The second question is, was a bullet chambered in the Glock handgun found on the roof? How about the one in the door? And you should only answer if you know. Do you know?
I do know. The Glock on the roof of the car had a round in the chamber. The Glock that was found in the passenger side door in the pocket did not have a round in the chamber.
The next question is, can the tactical gear, i.e. neck protector, vest, chaps, helmet, body armor, gas mask, etc., and law enforcement grade clear out be purchased at any local store, or would a person have to order from a specialty store / provider, if you know?
I don't know. I know you can purchase those items from some police equipment stores, but I don't know what the exact regulations are.
The next question is, based on your knowledge and experience, do the magazines that hold rounds and or ammo come loaded, or does each magazine have to be loaded one bullet at a time, one magazine at a time, and is that a lengthy process? Again, if you know.
Magazines do not come preloaded. You have to load them one bullet at a time. These two Glocks are actually the Glocks that FBI agents carry, so I'm familiar with them, and it is a relatively lengthy process to load them individually.
And then the next question is, did you happen to look at the car gas gauge to determine the amount of gas in the tank? And if so, what did it show, if you know?
I don't recall a gas gauge.
All right, any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Pearson?
Yes, Your Honor. To have a round chambered, what does that mean?
When you fully load the magazine and insert it into the handle of the handgun, you pull the slide to the rear and a round gets chambered, which means it's ready to get fired, which then allows you to take the magazine out and put one more additional round in there, which was the case of the Glock 22. It was fully loaded at that point.
So you have a round in the chamber, and then you can take the magazine out and add that additional round back into the magazine and reinsert the magazine.
That's correct.
Do you know if the Smith & Wesson MP15 had a round chambered in it?
I don't recall specific.
Excuse me, objection to being outside the scope of the questions asked by the jury.
Hold on. Is this a follow-up to the question about the bullet being chambered in the Glock handgun found on the roof and the Glock handgun found in the door, the passenger door?
It's a follow-up question with regard to the other firearm that he collected.
Well, if it's a follow-up to that question, the objection is sustained, because that question only asked about the two handguns.
And to explain this further with regard to the magazines, do you buy an empty magazine?
That's correct.
And then do you buy a box of ammo?
Yes.
And then you physically load the ammo into the magazines?
One at a time. That's correct.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Spengler?
No, thank you.
All right, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
He may.
Any objection? No objection. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, please.
The people call Kyle Burdett.
Morning. Hello. Can I have you raise your right hand so I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Kyle Burdette. KYLEBURDETTE.
I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone so that everyone can hear you. So get closer to the microphone, and also feel free to pull the microphone closer to you. Have it face your mouth, please. All right. Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what is your occupation?
I am an executive for Action Target.
Are you familiar with a company called Law Enforcement Targets?
Yes, Law Enforcement Targets is a subsidiary of Action Target.
Are you familiar with the business practices, specifically some of the record-keeping practices for Law Enforcement Targets?
Yes.
In general, describe for the jury, what is Law Enforcement Targets? What type of business is that?
Law Enforcement Targets is a company that sells shooting supplies, targets, safety equipment, eye and ear protection, lead cleaning, things that are associated with the shooting sports.
The items that can be purchased through Law Enforcement Targets, are they something that the general public can purchase?
Yes, Law Enforcement Targets has an online website that is open to the public.
No specialty law enforcement clearance or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I'm going to be directing your attention to one specific invoice from 2012. Back during 2012, were you also employed with Action Targets and or Law Enforcement Targets?
I was employed by Action Target, yes.
Okay. Better question is, was Law Enforcement Targets still part of Action Targets as you described back in 2012?
Yes.
Prior to coming in and testifying today, have you had an opportunity to familiarize yourself with an invoice that was dated from June 2012, specifically an order date of June 18th, 2012?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, please, how Law Enforcement Target maintains their invoices and records associated with customer purchases?
We employ a specialized e-commerce system that has a database of customer records. When people come to the store, they need to enter information, obviously, so the items can be delivered to their destination properly, they can be paid for properly. These transactions are maintained and kept in a CRM, a customer record management system, not unlike any other online e-commerce operation.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
For the record, I've previously shown counsel this, Your Honor. Sir, I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 370. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
I believe it's a 4-page document. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
What is that document?
This is a record of sale for paper targets, for paper target stickers, and for a couple of stands that hold paper targets, a record placed online.
That particular exhibit, does that appear to be an original or a duplicate copy of an invoice from June of 2012?
This appears to be a copy.
Despite the fact that it is a copy, does People's Exhibit 370 fairly and accurately depict an invoice of sale from invoice date of June 20th, 2012?
Yes, it does.
To the best of your knowledge, fair to say you're a custodian of records for Law Enforcement Targets, is that correct?
That would be accurate.
In your capacity as a custodian of records for Law Enforcement Targets, does it appear this invoice is a fair and accurate copy of an invoice, again, from June 20th, 2012?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 370.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-370 is admitted.
Judge, with permission to publish.
You may.
Sir, we've got a very large screen right over off your shoulder there. I'm going to try and publish these one at a time. We'll see if we can try and get it larger. Can you just describe for the jury, if you would, please, and I will tell you up front, we've got a large kind of a stick right there, if you need to point that out. But just some of the information for the jury, specifically orient us with this invoice and who the sale was made to.
Upper left corner indicates the logo and the legal name and address and contact information of law enforcement targets. Upper right-hand corner gives information like the invoice number, the due date of the invoice that you have referred to, the order number and order date, and the customer number as he exists in the computer system that I previously mentioned. Back to the upper left corner, below that is the sold to information, and that is the name and address information of the person who placed the order. Continuing to the right, you see the ship to. That would be the address to which these items ordered was delivered.
And for the record, Judge, this is page 1 of the 4 pages within 370.
All right, thank you.
Just for record purposes, what was the order date, please?
The order date was June 18 of 2012.
And the invoice date?
June 20 of 2012.
Based on your knowledge of law enforcement targets, when would that order have shipped, or roughly, do you know?
Right around the 20th, the same as the invoice due date, barring something being back ordered, but in this case there was not.
Okay. Scroll down. We've scrolled down again on the first page of People's Exhibit 370. Can you just tell the jury, explain for them what the order consisted of within 370?
Would you like me to describe each of the line items a little bit?
Please.
Okay. The top line item, item number ANT7UT, shows that 25 were ordered. That would be 25 paper targets, and it is a target depicting a human form, an individual in an aggressive stance, an aggressive appearance.
Okay. The next item?
The next two items, where it says black pasters and blue pasters, those are small little decals that are used to place over holes that get shot in a paper target to save paper targets. Just cover up the holes and you can use it for additional practice.
Fair to say there was one of each of those ordered, is that correct?
One roll of black and one roll of blue, yes, that is correct.
How many come within a roll?
1,000 per roll.
The next 1, 2, 3, 4 items?
Those next four, where the quantity ordered is 25, were similar to the first line item. They are different types of paper targets that have different depictions of human forms in aggressive stances and threatening poses.
Each of those items, fair to say there were 25 each, is that correct?
That is correct.
I see there, moving down again, it says target paster applicator.
That is a device into which you load the rolls of pasters that we talked about earlier, and it's for rapidly placing those pasters onto the target. It's similar to a pricing device that you would see in a grocery store.
The Range Pro arm, can you describe what we're talking about there, please?
The Range Pro arms that you see, they are steel pieces that form a framework that you set on the ground and you hang the paper targets from. If you go out to a range, you don't necessarily have any place to affix the paper target. These represent those stands to which you affix the paper target.
How many stands were ordered?
I might be seeing something here that you are not. One stand was ordered, I believe, if I'm seeing this correctly, and then two replacement pieces that in case one of the support pieces gets shot, you have something to replace it with.
Fair enough. If we could have page 2 of People's Exhibit 370, please. And that might help explain as well. Just looking at page 2, all the same top information is the same, is that correct?
Yes, it is the same.
So again, scrolling down and continuing with just a few more items purchased, can you describe for the jury, please?
The top line item is that one stand that I referred to, the kit, and then below that would be ordered 100 paper targets that were bullseye targets. Those are circles with concentric circles, not any type of form, just bullseye.
We could scroll to the bottom of the second page of People's Exhibit 370, please. What I'd like to direct your attention to here is, do you see information relating, credit card information related to this transaction?
Yes, the second line that you see under "Thank you for your order" talks about the credit card ending with 2217 that was used to complete the transaction.
And at this portion of People's Exhibit 370, can you indicate what the total sale or the total invoice total was?
Invoice total is $292.70.
Thank you. I won't necessarily publish on the screen, but can you just describe for the jury page 3 and page 4 of People's Exhibit 370, just what is that in general?
Page 3 and page 4 represent confirmation information sent to the person who placed the order, an email saying, this is what you ordered, this is a confirmation of what you ordered, this is a confirmation of the line items, the quantities, the costs, and the address that was used, and the payment that was used.
My apologies, Judge. I would actually request to publish page 3 of 370 if that's acceptable.
Yes.
Again, this is the page you were just describing. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Payment method?
Here shows MasterCard. It does not list the numbers there, but it's the MasterCard that was used to pay for the order.
Okay. And this is a common email that's sent out to confirm purchases. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We could scroll down just a bit more. The kind of the middle box right there talking about the shipping information. Can you describe that for the jury, please?
It tells the method that was used, which would be UPS ground. It lists some of the freight, how much the freight cost to ship it. It lists the ship date. So the ship date was June 17 of 2012.
So thus the grand total of the order is a bit more than what you just described in the invoice. Is that correct?
Actually, the 289 is less than the 292 I saw before.
Okay. So based on your review of People's Exhibit 370, what was the grand total for this particular order?
$289.23.
If we could just scroll to the bottom of page 3 here. Again, these items are all copies of what you previously described to, is that correct?
Yes, those are the same items that we reviewed previously.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Judge, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Brady, do you have any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
All right. The jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May he be released from his subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection, Ms. Brady?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Edson, call your next witness, or Ms. Pearson.
Your Honor, could we publish these exhibits to the jury?
Do you want to publish all of them or some of them?
I would like for the jury to be able to look at whatever they'd like to be able to look at, so I guess all of them.
Okay. And are you asking that my staff just pass the items around?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you have any objection, Ms. Brady? Okay, that request is granted. So Ms. Gerlings and Ms. Zagel, if you would pass those around, please.
Your Honor, and some of these items are heavier, and the bags are stapled together at the top, so I would just ask that people be cognizant that they need to support the weight of some of these items and try to keep the bags in one piece. And then I would remind everyone that the helmet is in fact not sealed currently, and to keep it in the bag, and if they wish to handle it, we do have gloves.
All right, why don't we place a box of gloves in case somebody wants to wear gloves. Place a box of gloves maybe on the bar in front of the jury box. Miss Gerling, I think they're done with that item.
As you're watching this live stream of the Aurora Theater shooting trial, day number 8, what's happening right now, off to the side there, you can see that pile of evidence that was put on top of the table in front of the court reporter. The jury is now being given the chance to go through all of those pieces of evidence. This court staff is handing out those bags to the jurors where they can view everything that was described. Essentially, this is everything we looked at photographs of in the first witness testimony, and then the second witness talked about, yes, these are the actual items. This is everything found on the defendant and behind the theater during the investigation immediately after the shooting. So this will probably take us all the way to lunch, as you heard the judge ask the prosecution to call their next witness, but then Karen Pearson asked if they could publish all of these documents to the jury, which means taking all of those plastic bags, which has the evidence inside, and handing them to all 24 jurors, one by one, passing it down the 3 different rows of jurors, so they'll have a chance to look at this stuff in person. So this will take some time, but we'll let you watch how it happens. And we'll jump back on in a little bit if this continues to take quite some time, but you're watching live coverage of day 8 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial.
Miss Caroline, you can set them on the floor if you want to.
So as the jury continues to look at this evidence in front of them, we're going to keep the audio of the courtroom up, and we're just going to show you a slideshow right now of some of the things that they are seeing in person. But we'll get you back to the court as soon as you hear the judge. You're going to hear everything that happens in court. So when you start hearing the judge talk, we'll definitely take it live. But this is photos of the vehicle and what was collected inside. Which is what the jury is looking at right now. And included in that, in this pocket of the door here, right here, was a handgun found inside the passenger side map pocket. And that is among the evidence being passed around to the jury right now. You can hear the rustling of some of that evidence right now. They also found duffel bags. They found a couple rifle cases. Those were the first things that were submitted into evidence. This iPod is also included in there. This was in the back pocket of one of the pants pockets of the defendant. And again, we heard during opening statements, District Attorney George Brockler saying that this is that the defendant was listening to loud techno music through Bluetooth headphones, and this is likely what those headphones were connected to. Is this 8-gig iPod that they found in a back pocket of the defendant's pants. Here's a boot that was found, taken off of the defendant as well. This is inside a tactical belt. These are 2 shotgun shells inside the belt that was taken off the defendant. And again, that rustling you hear in the background, John, let's take that shot live again real quick, just to let you know, you're not missing anything in the courtroom. This is the jury being handed that table full of evidence so that all 24 jurors can physically hold it, look at it, pass it around. This will probably take quite some time and take us to the lunch hour, but what we're doing is showing you some of the photos that were shown in court of these items right now. So again, going back to the tactical belt, we have these 2 shotgun shells that were found inside that tactical belt. This metal clip is one of the clips that was described as being used to keep the emergency exit door open. It was covered also in a light greenish blue or bluish green tape. The reason that that's going to be important later on, from previous court hearings more than a year ago, we have heard testimony that this same color tape was found inside the apartment at 1690 Paris Street. So the prosecution will make that connection, if it's not obvious already, that the tape that you see here was tape from the apartment, which means the defendant is the person that taped this up, and here's where that source of that tape is. This is one of 2 knives found on the defendant, and one of 2 knives put into evidence. And we can hear the judge talking right now just to his court staff. John,
Mr. Pearson, are you asking to publish 538?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay.
And 538, I believe, was one of the first pieces of evidence, was the cell phone. John Stone, producer, technical director right now, telling me that was the cell phone that was on the stand behind the where the witness sits.
Your Honor, at the noon hour, may we reseal the helmet?
Yes.
Karen Pearson referring to the helmet that was the only piece of evidence taken out of the plastic bag, and the purpose for that was to put it under a projector and to show the jury 3 or 4 strands of orange hair that was found inside that helmet, again trying to connect that the helmet that looked nothing like an Aurora police helmet that was taken off the defendant is the defendant's, and because he was caught with bright orange hair that morning, they're trying to make that connection that this was the helmet he was wearing. That's the only piece of evidence that was taken outside of the plastic bag, and all these pieces of evidence being shown to the jury. But you heard that evidence number 538. That again was the cell phone that was not on the table, but behind on the countertop there, behind where the witness sits. That cell phone was found in between the seats of the vehicle. I'm trying to see if I have an image of that. This is as close of an image that I've saved right now. John, let's take that real quick. Yeah, that shot there. What we have is the shot of the driver's side of the vehicle. The cell phone was found in the compartment area between the driver's side and the passenger side, below the emergency brake and behind the gear shift. Let's go back live to court, and I'll flip through some more of these photos to set something up. But what that cell phone was described as is having a cassette case style look to it. And as we know from the first witness testimony, the photographer from the FBI, the crime scene photographer, took photographic evidence of everything around the vehicle and inside the vehicle, then sealed the vehicle with some tape, put her name and initials on it, indicating that vehicle was sealed and no one should enter it. Then later on in the day, she was summoned back by the Aurora police because they needed to collect the cell phone from inside. So she broke the seal, opened up the door, collected the evidence, and handed it over to Aurora police. But apparently, because the appearance of that cell phone it looked like a cassette tape, that's likely why it was not taken out of the vehicle before it was sealed. And this was all dealt with in court back in October of 2013. The defense did not want that cell phone to be used as evidence because the car was sealed and then opened up again. So there was a hearing on that basically by taking that cell phone, the prosecution then got other evidence to create new search warrants that would lead to more evidence. And the defense did not want that as part of this case, but the judge ruled that was okay, and there was quite a lengthy hearing on that. Again, the defense saying fruit of the poisonous tree, that without that fruit, without that cell phone, you wouldn't be led to all this other evidence. And I believe some of the ruling by the judge is that there was other evidence elsewhere that would have led prosecutors there anyways, so that it was a moot point about the cell phone evidence. Again, the jury getting a first-hand look at all of these pieces of evidence that pile on top of that table here. And we're going to let you listen just to the ambient sound, and I assume as soon as the jury's done with this, they will be sent to their 90-minute lunch, but we will both find out together, and we'll let you just listen to the ambient sound for a while.
All right, the record should reflect that Exhibit P-TR-538 and all of the exhibits admitted through Special Agent Nick Vanicelli have now been published to the jury by passing each item from one juror to the next. Folks, it's a little bit afternoon, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Let's plan to take our usual 1 hour and a half, and so let's plan to have you back at about 1:40 or so. Please keep all my admonishments in mind during the break. All of them continue to apply. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back here in an hour and a half. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. Do we need to talk about anything, Ms. Pearson? Oh, Mr. Edson, do you have something?
Very briefly, Judge. I just want to make a quick record, not asking for anything at this time. Carol Crow is a witness from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. She may testify this afternoon. When I came in this morning, and met with her briefly, she informed me that she had sent me an email this morning, and without getting into great detail, she had some additional information. I had an investigator talk with her. That investigator made a report, and I've turned everything over to Mr. King related to that, so I just wanted to put that on the record. I'm not sure if it's going to affect whether the defense will be objecting to her testifying today or not, but I just want to put that on the record.
All right, thank you. Is there anything we need to talk about on behalf of the defense? No, Your Honor. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Please rise.
They're quick with that trigger there again with the slate. We're at lunch now at about 12:13, but the jurors were told to come back about 1:40, so another hour and a half lunch. That last 30 minutes a bit quiet because the jurors were hand-given the evidence that was laid out on the table throughout the morning session. Again, we started the day with photographs from the FBI crime scene photographer of everything she photographed behind the theater and inside the vehicle. That was followed up with the actual evidence being presented in court to another FBI agent who testified to the different items and what they were and where they were found, and then they were laid out on top of a table in front of the jury. The only piece of evidence that was taken outside of its plastic sleeve was the helmet that was found that was meant to look like apparently a police helmet, but no one really mistook it for that. And actually, John, let's take this picture full. This is the helmet that was being talked about and shown and taken out of the evidence sleeve, and it was put on a projector so that the FBI agent could show the jury where he found 3 or 4 strands of hair, orange-colored hair, that connects the evidence to the defendant because, as we all know, when he was arrested, he had bright orange-colored hair. So I'm going to backtrack through some of these photos. This is one of the pieces of evidence that was among the dozens presented to the jury. This was one of 2 knives that was testified about found. Again, this is all evidence that was either on the defendant and then taken off of him as he was being inspected and looked at and investigated and stripped of his clothes so that they could make sure that there was nothing else on him. And there's also evidence from inside the vehicle itself. This, again, is a metal clip that I've referred to a couple of times. It was keeping the emergency exit door open at the theater, and it was wrapped in a lightish blue-green or green-blue tape. And as I tell you, you haven't heard it in court yet, but in previous hearings, the reason this is important is because there was the same colored tape found inside the apartment. So that's a connection the prosecution will make that if it isn't already clear, this tape that wrapped up this clip that kept the emergency exit open Same tape that was found inside the defendant's apartment, which was rigged to explode through a booby trap system. This is a close-up look inside the tactical belt. 2 shotgun shells. Those are the 2 circular items that are shotgun shells found inside that tactical belt that I'm circling here with the arrow. This is one of the boots that was taken off the defendant as well. Here is something we didn't know about until today. This is an 8-gig iPod that was found in a back pocket of the defendant's pants. Again, during the opening statements, the district attorney let us know that during the shooting, the defendant was wearing Bluetooth headphones that were blaring loud techno music, and this is likely what that was connected to, playing the music. This is a shot of the passenger side door, the map pocket. This is where, if I can get my arrow up here, this is where another handgun, one of 2 handguns with the car was found. This was number 2. The other handgun was found on the roof of the car with the hands of the defendant near that gun when he was arrested. They found that there, and this just gets you back to orient ourselves of where the vehicle was outside the theater. 7 News legal analyst David Beller joining us now for this lunch break. And David, the first question, we saw that stack of evidence in the plastic bags being presented and placed on top of the table. Have you been involved in a case, or can you give any kind of perspective of what that means to the jury when they just see evidence upon evidence upon evidence stacked on this table staring at them right there?
It can be overwhelming, without question, Marshall. It's very easy to sort of look at the evidence and think of it conceptually as being evidence in a crime. But when it's in front of you in a bag, when you see the sounds and the smells, unfortunately the smells of some of this evidence, it can be quite powerful and quite difficult to witness. Unfortunately, it's also part of your duty as a juror to look at all of this.
So we didn't see it off camera, but for the last 30 minutes, the prosecution had asked to publish all of those pieces of evidence to the jury, and so the court staff picked up these plastic items and handed them to each of the jurors, and I assume they would hand them down one by one through the 3 different rows. Do these jurors only get to look at them in the plastic, or could they take it out, or at any point can they take it out?
It's probably just going to be left in the plastic, at least for now. If there was a reason for it to be opened, in theory, the prosecution can have it opened, and oftentimes a witness will be called to the stand, a detective will be called to the stand in order to open the items and physically remove them. So it depends on what the evidence is as to whether or not it's going to be coming out of the bag.
And the only piece of evidence that was taken out of the bag was done so by the prosecution and the witness. It was the ballistic helmet that was being worn by the defendant, and the reason they took it out was to place it underneath a projector to show where 3 or 4 pieces of orange hair were found inside that helmet. David, the first witness that took the stand was the FBI crime scene photographer, and she testified to all of these photos that were shown on the screen of all the items that she captured by photograph. And then the second witness was the FBI agent who identified each physical piece of evidence in the courtroom. Why did we need to see the photos taken by the photographer and then see the physical pieces of evidence laid in front of the jury? Why did both have to be done?
Well, I'm not sure that both necessarily had to be done. Sometimes lawyers tend to get caught up in going through particular pieces of evidence, and they lose the fact that much of the presentation becomes dry, it becomes repetitive, and it becomes boring. With that said, at the same time, if jurors want to view evidence, or if jurors want to actually be able to picture and conceptualize where that evidence was in relation to either another piece of evidence or a measuring stick, or even they don't want to physically pull out the item, they just want to look at the photo, they can. And so there are reasons for the duplications, but oftentimes it's just lawyers getting caught up in being lawyers and not remembering that they're speaking to lay witnesses.
There's one question that we have on Scribble Live that I want to pass along to you. This last witness that took the stand before all these pieces of evidence were given to the jury was an expert with one of the online companies that the defendant purchased items from. And the question from Scribble is, does a credit card company have any right to notify law enforcement if it notices a large number of questionable purchases, perhaps of large quantities of ammo or certain weapons or certain targets? Do they have any right, almost like the question we have with a psychiatrist, at what point do they have a right? But does a credit card company, do they monitor, or can they monitor your purchases and alert law enforcement of any concerns they might have?
It's contractual, actually. It depends on that privacy policy. And the privacy policy that I think every person simply scrolls through and clicks, I accept, whether or not the credit card company has a right to disclose certain purchases is contained in that contract between the credit card company and the user. Same thing with a phone company or with a website, for example. So if the credit card company can notify law enforcement, it's because you gave permission when you clicked I agree or yes.
So I want to wrap up with this one question that we touched on Tuesday, and it's going to require playing a bit of sound from the defense attorney, Catherine Spangler. So I'm going to play this piece of sound from earlier today with the FBI photographer. The prosecution had laid out all the pieces of evidence that she photographed from the vehicle. This is Catherine Spangler now asking questions about what was not found near the vehicle.
You weren't asked to photograph, and there's no tent or camping gear contained within that pile of belongings.
Could you say that?
Sure. You weren't asked to photograph, and there's no tent in that pile of belongings?
No.
No sleeping bag?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Besides that orange blanket in the back, no additional blankets?
I didn't search the vehicle, so I'm not aware of any other blankets.
And you didn't photograph any other blankets? No. Okay. Same thing, you didn't photograph any cash, a passport coming out of that car?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that shirt is the only piece of clothing that you were asked to photograph that came out of that vehicle, correct?
There were other items of clothing from the suspect that I also photographed.
The ones we saw earlier by the dumpster?
Yes.
Okay, but in terms of coming out of the vehicle, that's the only shirt that you photographed?
Yes.
Okay.
David, first let me make sure that you could hear that testimony, that questioning. Could you hear that?
I could, thank you.
So now, before I have you answer that, let's go back to Tuesday, and this is the same piece of sound that we talked about on Tuesday. This was with FBI Special Agent Garrett Gumbitter on the stand. He was testifying about being near the vehicle in his bomb suit, and this is again Catherine Spangler, the defense attorney, asking a similar line of question. This is from Tuesday.
You had the opportunity to look inside the car to see some of the contents of the car while you were working on the car in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And you didn't see any sleeping bags or tents in that car, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't see a big quantity of food or any coolers in that car?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't see a passport in that car?
No,
You didn't see any cash in that car?
not to my recollection.
So again, David, what am I missing? And I know I'm not the only one making this connection. The defense is likely going down this path of you have a guy who is geared up with all the stuff that you've taken off of him, that if he were to be engaged in a gun battle, he would be protected across all of his body. But he had no escape plan, essentially, is what I'm gathering from this line of questioning. So if he got through this plan, if his apartment would have exploded, he had no escape plan. That can't be a mentally sane person. What am I missing there? How come I'm not hearing that?
Well, I think potentially that we are reading too much into it too early on. I think this is going to be a long trial, and that the defense is going to continue to develop this issue. And it may be that another witness, perhaps a psychologist or psychiatrist, is going to be tying up some of these loose ends. But clearly what the defense is getting at is what Mr. Holmes' state of mind was as he was preparing for the offense, and perhaps the fact that he wasn't envisioning himself or his conduct after the actual shooting. But I think it's so much guessing at this point that I think we need to be careful that we're listening to the defense and not drawing too much conclusions over these lines of questions. Remember that the jurors are being advised that they should not be deliberating. At this point, they are simply absorbing all of this information, and then both the prosecution and the defense will start connecting the dots later down the road.
And I know I have about a bit of a disadvantage from having sit in through most of these hearings and have this going through my head of what we already know ahead of time, which jurors are supposed to put aside and not know. But that little bit that I know is that at a previous hearing, there was testimony that 2 passports were found inside his apartment, which was supposed to explode. And I know she keeps making the point of asking, did you find a passport inside the vehicle? So I guess I'm just waiting for that connection to be made. David Beller, thanks again for taking time out of your lunch break as we fill the lunch break by the jurors. They're expected back in about 75 minutes or less. The beginning of the testimony today dealt with these photos and images that we've been showing you from the FBI crime scene photographer, and we've walked you through some of these images. Basically, the first witness was Tony Payne, who was walking the jury through all of the pictures she took. They put these photos on the screen. She told the jurors what the photo was up from and the vantage point. And then the second witness to take the stand was also from the FBI, and he's the one that physically held the evidence in the plastic bags, describing what they were, where they were found, and then they were placed on the table in front of the jury. So we're going to take you back to this long testimony from the first witness today, the FBI agent, Tony Payne, who is going to walk us through every photo that she took and where she took that photo from and what was captured in that photo. Again, we're on lunch break, expecting court to resume around 1:40, so we're going to take you back to recorded testimony from this morning from FBI agent Tony Payne.
Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
Tony Payne, Tony, T-O-N-I, Tony, T-O-N-I, last name Payne, P-A-Y-N-E.
Please make sure the microphone is right in front of your mouth. You can move the microphone, and you can also move the chair a little bit. Make sure you speak right into the microphone so that everyone can hear you, okay? All right. Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Ms. Payne, who do you work for?
FBI.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
Since approximately 2005.
What do you do for them?
I'm an intelligence analyst and a member of the evidence response team.
What does the evidence response team do?
And they're actually the FBI's arm crime scene investigation team.
What is your position generally on the evidence response team?
I'm a crime scene photographer.
Did the evidence response team respond to the Century 16 Theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And did you respond as part of that team?
Yes, I did.
What was your job in relationship to the response to the theater that night?
I was the crime scene photographer.
Did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
In what general areas did you take photographs?
I took photographs in the rear, the back rear parking lot outside theater number 9.
What were you asked to photograph back there?
The suspect's vehicle and all items of evidence within that area in the back parking lot, all the way through the northeast corner of the parking lot.
I'm going to hand you some photographs marked as People's Exhibits 38, 33, 38, 38, 38, 39, 38, 44. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I actually took them.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 3833, 3838, 3839, 3844.
Is there any objection to Exhibits P-TR- 3833, 3838, 3839, and 3844.
No.
All right, without objection, they're all admitted and may be published.
Could I have first Exhibit 3833? Could you explain to us what we are seeing in this photograph?
This is the rear parking lot of Century 16 outside Theater Number 9. In the photograph as well is the suspect's vehicle, the white vehicle.
Could you, there should be a wireless microphone next to you there, which will need to be turned on, and then there is a pointer that is behind you on the ledge there. If you could point out where the defendant's vehicle is.
Actually, so this is the suspect's vehicle.
Right there, okay. Could I have 3838, please? And what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the northeast corner of Century 16. Appears to be blood spatter on the pavement and various gloves and clothing.
3839.
Close up of the same.
3844.
Also a close up, just a different vantage point, blood spatter, gloves, and various items of clothing.
Now, as you head towards the top of that photograph, does that go towards Theater 9?
Yes, it goes towards Theater 9, towards the suspect's vehicle.
Next, I'm going to, and you can put that back down up there so you don't have to hold that. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I did take them.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I move for admission of People's Exhibits 3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136.
Any objection, Ms. Spangler?
No objection.
Without objection, Exhibits P-TR-3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136 are admitted.
Could I have People's Exhibit 3853 first, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the rear of the parking lot. The white vehicle is the suspect's vehicle, and then various blood spatter on the pavement.
3856, please.
Just a different vantage point, same suspect's vehicle and blood spatter.
3858.
And another vantage point. This is blood spatter coming from Theater 9. The suspect's vehicle is the white vehicle, and a sun shield on the pavement.
2136, please.
A close-up of the sun shield, and behind the sun shield is a can of law enforcement grade Clear Out.
What is Clear Out?
Also referred to as tear gas.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 3857,
2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Could you repeat those, please? 3857?
3857, 2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took the photographs.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of People's Exhibits 3857, 2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection?
Object to 3857 is cumulative to the other photographs we've seen this morning.
Okay, can I see those, please? Could counsel please approach? All right, the objection to P-TR-3857 is sustained under Rule 403. Exhibits P-TR-2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192 are admitted without objection.
Could I have 2188, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the rear exit of theater number 9.
Could I have 2191?
Also, the rear exit of theater number 9, a rifle and 2 pink flip-flops and a metal clip on the door with light bluish green tape.
2190, please.
A close-up of the rifle, flip-flops, and blood spatter outside theater number 9.
Is there a magazine in the rifle?
Yes.
2192, please.
Also a close-up of the rifle, magazine, pink flip-flop outside theater number 9.
You can take that down, thank you. I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280. Do you recognize what is depicted in People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, exhibits P-TR-2198, 2279, and 2280 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2198, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
A rifle outside theater number 9 and the entryway into that exit.
2279, please.
A different vantage point, but the outside door, the exit door to theater number 9, the rifle, 2 pink flip-flops, and also the metal bracket with bluish green tape on it, on the door.
Could I have 2280, please?
This is a close-up of the metal clip covered in greenish blue tape.
Thank you. You can take that down. Now, did you also take photographs of items of evidence that were laying on the ground outside in the back parking lot of Theater 9?
Yes, we did.
I'm first going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2170. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I took the photograph.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 2170.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-2170 is admitted and may be published.
May I have 2170, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
On the ground, there is a air tank and mask. To the left is a suspect's vehicle. In the background are various items of clothing, shoes, and other various items.
You can take that down. I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 2199, 2201, 2213, and 2202. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took the photographs.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2199, 2201, 2213, and 2202.
Any objection?
Objection to those photos?
Without objection, P-TR-2199, 2201, 2213, and 2202 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2199, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is actually, so in the very far area is an orange, what appears to be an orange blanket, and then 2 rifle cases, various duffel bags, clothing items, a red 10-gallon gas container, and other various, I believe what's possibly a belt of some sort.
Is there a shirt on the right side of the photograph?
Yes, there is.
A light-colored item?
Yes, there is.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2201, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
Close-up of 2 rifle cases, duffel bag, 10-gallon gas container. I believe the shirt's in the very foreground there.
2213, please.
Close-up of the rifle, 2 rifle cases and duffel bag, and in the background is the 10-gallon gas container.
And 2202.
From another vantage point, the shirt on the left side, duffel bags, towel, 10-gallon gas can container, duffel bag in the foreground, batteries in front of the duffel bag, and then to the right, rifle cases.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2203, 2204, 2205, and 2206. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are those photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2203, 2204, 2205, and 2206.
Any objection? Without objection, exhibits P-TR-2203, 2204, 2205, and 2206 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2203, please? And are we again seeing the items that were behind the theater, including the orange blanket?
Yes.
2204? What are we seeing in this photograph?
So this is a close-up of what appears to be a tactical belt with 2 shotgun shells, also a flashlight, possibly even a pair of chaps or tactical type belt, and then a duffel bag in the background.
2205?
This is a close-up in the belt of 2 shotgun shells.
Could I have 2206, please?
Also another close-up of the 12-gauge Winchester shotgun shell.
Is this the same part of the belt or a different part of the belt than 2205?
It's a different part of the belt.
So there were 5 shotgun shells that you observed then on this belt?
Yes.
I'm going to now hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2212. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that one you took?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you observed on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 2212.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2212 is admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2212, please? What are these?
Batteries of different sizes, Energizer. One was 357, one's a lithium photo, one's regular ultimate lithium, and then a smaller 2025 batteries. All.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2225, 2229, 2231, and 2232. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2225, 2229, 2231, and 2232.
Any objection? Without objection, P-TR-2225, 2229, 2231, and 2232 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have first People's Exhibit 2225? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the exit of theater number 9 in front of the dumpster. You have various items of clothing to include pants, body armor, helmet, what appears to be other parts of body armor. In the foreground, you've got an IV case.
Could I have 2223, please, or 2231, please? What is this a photograph of?
Personal body armor.
And could I have 2232, please? Is this the label that is on the body armor?
Yes, it is. It's the label with the date of manufacture of July 9th of 2012.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2229, please?
Also, a photograph of the pants, a belt, and the body armor in the background.
I am now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2230, 2276, 2277, and 2278.
Judge, I have no objection to these exhibits.
Are you moving their admission?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, P-TR-2230, 2276, 2277, and 2278 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2230, please? And what are we looking at here?
Pants and a belt, size medium.
2276?
There are pants, a belt, in the back, what appears to be the back right pocket. There's an iPod, and then in the background, the body armor.
2277, please?
A close-up of the iPod in the back pocket.
2278?
Another close-up of the 8 gig iPod.
Thank you. Let me take those down. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2220, 2221, 2258, and 2257. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2220, 2221, 2258, and 2257.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection to these other.
All right, thank you. Without objection, P-TR-2220, 2221, 2258, and 2257 are admitted and may be published.
May I have 2220, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
A boot, a metal clip covered in light blue or bluish green tape, and a guard dog taser.
2221, please?
A close-up of the boot, the guard dog taser, and the metal clip with covered in blue tape.
2258?
A close-up of the guard dog taser.
And although it looks like a cell phone, it is not a cell phone?
Correct.
2257?
A metal clip covered by light blue or bluish greenish tape.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2229, 2240, 2241, 2242, 2243, and 2244.
I don't object to these exhibits.
You don't object? I don't. Okay, thank you. You're moving the admission, right, Ms. Pearson?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, P-TR-2229, 2240, 2241, 2242, 2243, and 2244 are admitted and may be published.
May I have 2239, please? Uh, 2239. What do we see in this photograph?
A knife.
2240.
A close-up photograph of a knife.
Could I have 2244, please?
Also a close-up photograph of the knife.
Is that a different knife than we saw in 2240?
No, it seems to be the same knife.
Could you look again, please, at 2244 and 2240?
You are correct. It is a different knife.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2241, please? What do we see depicted in that photograph?
On the left is a loaded magazine. In the middle, body armor, upper arm protection, and to the right is one of the knives.
2243.
This is the inside tag for the body protection or upper arm protection.
Thank you. You can take that down.
Can I see that last set of pictures, please? Thank you. Ms. Pearson, I think when you asked to approach, you referred to 2229. It's 2239. And so I want the record to be clear that what was admitted was 2239 just now, not 2229. It's P-TR-2239.
I apologize.
That's all right.
I am now going to approach with what is marked as People's Exhibits 2249, 2250, 2234, 2247, and 2248. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2249, 2250, 2234, 2247, and 2248.
Any objection?
Your Honor.
It is 2234, not 2244, right, Ms. Pearson?
It is 2234.
34, okay. Without objection, P-TR-2249, 2250, 2234, 2247, and 2248 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2249, please? What is that a photograph of?
Appears to be a black puffy jacket and a size 11 boot.
2250?
A close-up of the boot.
2234?
Appears to be a black tactical vest.
2247?
A black tactical helmet.
2248?
The inside tag to the tactical helmet.
Now, you had said previously you were also asked to take photographs of the suspect's car behind the theater?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to hand you first of all, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 2179. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
And does it fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I publish this photograph?
Are you moving its admission?
I am, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Sorry.
Okay, without objection, it is admitted and may be published. That's P-TR-2179.
Could I have 2179, please? You may take that down. And now could I have a 2176, which was a photograph that was previously admitted? And if we could, within this photograph, although we can't see it very well here, the photograph we just saw, 2179, are the handcuffs in this photograph?
Yes, they are.
Can we zoom into this photograph in the area between the magazine in the foreground and the one? Not yet. Are they in there? Are they in there now?
Yes, they are.
Okay. They're very hard to see. Can you take the pointer and point them out? Okay. Thank you. I am now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2145, 2162, 2164, and 2163.
Thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2145, 2162, 2164, and 2163.
Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2145, 2162, 2164, and 2163 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2145, please? And what do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is a suspect's vehicle outside theater number 9, as we found it when we arrived on scene. Outside the vehicle are several magazines.
2162, please.
The interior driver's side of the vehicle. In the driver's side, there are what appear to be metal spikes. In the center console, there is a magazine and what appears to be a cassette tape in the center console, as well as is covering an iPhone.
Could I have 2164, please?
This is a close-up of the center console. The magazine is in the center console, and also the iPhone with what appears to be a cassette cover for the iPhone.
So what looks like a cassette tape is actually a phone?
Correct.
And could you point out where the magazine is in this photograph?
Yes.
Thank you. And 2163, please.
This is what appears to be metal spikes and also a pair of sunglasses.
And where are these sitting?
These are in the driver's seat of the suspect's vehicle.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2146, 2147, 2153, and 2154. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took on the morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2146, 2147, 2153, and 2154.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to 2147, if we may approach briefly.
Yes. Can I see those photos? All right. The objection to what number is that one?
It's 2147, Your Honor.
The objection to P-TR-2147 is overruled, and so that exhibit is admitted. And then P-TR-2146, 2153, and 2154 are admitted without objection. All of them may be published. Here you go.
May I have People's Exhibit 2146, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is the front of the suspect's vehicle.
2147, please.
This is the front passenger side vehicle. In the seat is broken glass, what appears to be a tactical glove, a vehicle registration card.
2153, please.
A close-up of the vehicle registration card, the tactical glove, and the registration vehicle. The vehicle registration card is for James Eagan Holmes.
And is there a shotgun shell in the on the side, the right side of the passenger seat?
Yes, there is.
2154, please.
Also a close-up of the vehicle registration card for James Eagan Holmes.
Thank you. I am now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2148 and 2149. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I move to admit People's Exhibit 2148 and 2149?
You may move to admit. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, they're admitted and they may be published. That's P-TR-2148 and 2149.
May I first have 2148, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the front passenger side door. On the left side, you'll see the shotgun shell next to the seat, and in the passenger door pocket is a handgun.
2149, please.
This is a close-up photograph of the handgun inside the pocket on the passenger front side door.
I am next, you can take that down, thank you. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2143, 2155, and 2156. Are these photographs that you took on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2143, 2155, and 2156.
Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2143, 2155, and 2156 are admitted and may be published.
May I have 2143, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the passenger side suspect's vehicle. On the ground in front of the vehicle, or I'm sorry, on the side of the vehicle, is a gas mask, a piece of body armor, what appears to be some sort of bag.
Could I have 2155, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
A handgun on top of the suspect's vehicle.
And 2156, please?
A close-up of the handgun.
Thank you. We'll take that down. I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2139, 2140, 2141, and 2142. Do you recognize these photographs as ones that you took on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2139, 2140, 2141, and 2142.
Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2139, 2140, 2141, and 2142 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2139, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the suspect's vehicle, the passenger side, next to the passenger side rear tire is a gas mask. In front of that is body armor, and then beside that is what appears to be a gun cleaning kit or a kit of some sort.
Could I have 2140, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is a close-up of the gas mask, the body armor in front of that, and also the there's a tactical glove next to what appears to be a cleaning kit.
2141, please.
This is a close-up of the gun cleaning kit and a tactical glove.
2142, please.
This is a close-up of the graphite lubricant that was found in the gun cleaning kit.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2137, 2138, 2144, and 2160. Are these photographs that you took on the morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2139. Wait a minute, sorry. I would strike that. I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2137, 2138, 2144, and 2160.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objections?
No objection to those exhibits.
All right, without objection, P-TR-2137, 2138, 2144, and 2160 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2137, please? What do we see in this photograph?
It's the passenger side of the suspect's vehicle. On the ground is a law enforcement grade can of aerosol clear out, and in front of that is a sun shield.
2138, please.
This is an up-close photograph of the law enforcement grade clear out.
Now, do you know, is this a spent can of clear out or a full can of clear out?
It appears to be a full can of clear out.
2144, please.
This is a photograph of the rear of the suspect's vehicle. To the right of the vehicle is the gas mask, body armor. Underneath the vehicle appears to be a backboard, and to the left of the vehicle are magazines.
And 2160, please.
This is the driver's side rear of the suspect's vehicle. There's one black tactical glove.
Thank you. You can take that down. Now, were you asked at some point to retrieve an item from the car?
Yes, I was.
And what was the item that you were asked to retrieve?
The iPhone.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 538. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is an iPhone with a cover that appears to look like a cassette tape.
Did you retrieve that from the car on the afternoon of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And did you put it in wrapping that has your signature or your information on it?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 538.
Any additional objection? All right, based on my previous ruling, P-TR-538 is admitted without further objection and may be published.
And this, I don't think. Your Honor, I'm not going to ask to publish it at this time.
All right.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions for you.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any cross-examination?
Just a people.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We could see people's 2146, please. Thank you. This was a photograph that you took of Mr. Holmes' car?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see the license plate clearly visible on the car, and that license plate registers back to Mr. Holmes. Is that right?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. There was no effort made to disguise that license plate. That was how you found that license plate when you photographed it, correct?
Yes.
And same thing with the back license plate.
Yes.
If we could please see people's 2163. These spikes in the front seat, you weren't asked to photograph any other spikes. No other spikes were found in the car, correct?
I wasn't asked to search the vehicle, only to photograph what was in plain view.
And you were never asked to photograph any other spikes?
No.
And people's 2199, please. It's your understanding that this pile of clothing or bags, one piece of clothing, came from the car?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't asked to photograph, and there's no tent or camping gear contained within that pile of belongings?
Could you say that?
Sure. You weren't asked to photograph, and there's no tent in that pile of belongings?
No.
No sleeping bag?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Besides that orange blanket in the back, no additional blankets?
I didn't search the vehicle, so I'm not aware of any other blankets.
And you didn't photograph any other blankets? No. Okay. Same thing, you didn't photograph any cash, a passport coming out of that car?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that shirt is the only piece of clothing that you were asked to photograph that came out of that vehicle, correct?
There were other items of clothing from the suspect that I also photographed.
The ones we saw earlier by the dumpster?
Yes.
Okay, but in terms of coming out of the vehicle, that's the only shirt that you photographed?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
You're watching recorded testimony from this morning in day 8 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial. I'm Marshall Zellinger, back in the 7 newsroom with producers John Stone and Anika Padilla talking with you live on Scribble. We expect court to begin around 1:40, as you can see on the bottom of the screen there. What you just watched was FBI crime scene photographer Tony Payne. She was the person from the FBI taking photographs of the scene outside the theater. Everything behind the vehicle, behind the theater, by the emergency exit, inside the vehicle. And she testified to all of the photos that were presented in court today, dozens upon dozens of photos, explaining where she took them from, the vantage point, what was contained in those photos. And then immediately after her testimony was done, we saw someone else from the FBI take the stand, and then those actual physical pieces of evidence were brought into the courtroom one by one in those large plastic Ziploc type sleeves, and then described to the jury. And as we asked David Beller, 7 News legal analyst, earlier in this lunch break, what was the point of showing the photos and then bringing the evidence into the courtroom? Why do both? And he told us that it may not have been necessary to do both, that you could have done one or the other. Clearly seeing the evidence in front of the jury is a bit more powerful, and then actually having the jury get to touch those pieces of evidence. After a third witness took the stand, the third witness was someone from an online website where the defendant was told to, or at least it was presented in court, that he purchased some targets, shooting targets from that website. After that witness took the stand, the judge asked the prosecution to call its next witness, and as it was about to, it stopped and said, actually, can we publish these pieces of evidence to the jury, meaning could the jury then handle those pieces of evidence? So we watched off camera just a little bit. We saw the court staff pick up those evidence exhibits from the table and hand them one by one to the court jury. all 3 rows. You know, it's got 3 rows of 8 people in each row dealing with those pieces of evidence, seeing them firsthand. So I want to show you a little of that video again that you just watched, and I'll talk over what photos you're looking at, and then we've created a time lapse of what it was like as those pieces of evidence were put on that table. So John, if you want to play that video, I'll just talk over it. Again, this was Tony Payne showing the evidence on that screen, what she saw in the car. First, one of 2 weapons that she saw on top of the car, and then she found a second handgun close up there in the passenger side map pocket. She also took a photograph of what looked like a cell phone, but it's really a taser. And then these are the rifle cases that were found and taken out of the vehicle by the bomb squad robot and then photographed by the FBI. And then this is that helmet that was then shown to the jury that had 3 or 4 pieces of orange hair in it. Then all of these pieces of evidence were physically brought into the courtroom and displayed to the jury. And here's that time lapse of that table with the court reporter behind it, filling up with piece upon piece of evidence, almost covering the court reporter. And that's what happened in the majority of the morning testimony, was surrounded by this evidence. And then we'll be able to show you a closer look again at some of what was described. We want to do 2 things. One, I'll show you some more close-ups of the screen of what everybody in the courtroom and you watching at home were able to see on the screen. And then we'll talk a little bit more about what started court today. At the start of court today, the judge went back to yesterday about that juror, number 737, who said that he knew one of the witnesses that was taking the stand, one of the survivors. And then there was, this morning, the judge just wanted to make the record clear and say that even after the testimony of the survivor that he knew, he never went back to the juror and asked, are you still certain that you can be impartial? But he didn't think that was going to be a problem and just wanted both parties on both sides, the attorneys, to be able to say if they wanted him to re-question that juror, but that never happened. First, I want to take you through, well, let's start with that. Let's start with the juror and what that was like yesterday when the juror notified the judge that he knew the witness that was about to take the stand, and the back and forth between the judge and the juror to find out if he could really continue on as a juror in this case.
The record should reflect that juror number 737 is back in the courtroom. Some additional questions for you, sir, and I very much appreciate your patience with me. Do you feel any sympathy for the Espinosas that you would not have if you had not met them?
Sympathy? I don't think so, no.
Okay. Any kind of sense of loyalty to them that you think you feel that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this trial?
I don't feel like that's, like I said, we're new friends, so yeah, my commitment to being impartial to the trial itself is certainly even has more of a, I have more experience with that than with them, so.
Okay. And do you have any concerns about seeing the Espinosas after the trial and having to explain to them or justify to them your verdict or how you may have viewed this case?
I hadn't thought of that. I don't honestly know. I don't think I can answer that question.
All right. Do you want a little bit of time to think about it?
if it would be all right, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. It's important. And, we want complete honesty. This case is too important for me not to insist on complete honesty. So
Absolutely.
I can give you a little break if that helps.
Yeah.
And then maybe after the break, if you think you're comfortable answering the question, we'll proceed. I want to make sure that if you end up staying as a juror, that you're not going to be concerned or influenced in any way about thoughts of having to justify or explain a particular verdict to either of the Espinosas. That type of influence should not enter any juror's mind, and if that's going to be the case with you, I need to know about it, okay?
Okay.
All right, so how about if we take a 10-minute break? Does that help?
Yeah, I think that's more than enough time.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
We'll take a 5 or 10-minute break, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, in the meantime, before you go, please do not discuss any of this with the other jurors.
Of course.
I'm assuming you haven't mentioned any of this to any of the other jurors.
No, sir.
Okay. Do not discuss your knowledge of the Espinosas, the business transactions you've conducted with them, or the conversation or any part of the discussion that we've had here today with you alone.
Okay.
All right, will you promise me that you will follow that instruction?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be on break for 10 minutes, and, you know, if you want to be on your own, then find a place where you can have some private time. We'll be on break for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll resume on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ultimately, the question that juror 737 had to consider was, did he ever think about, would he have to justify his verdict to the witnesses that he knew, the survivors that he knew, the Espinosas, and only the husband took the stand, not the wife of the husband and wife that he knows. So there was about a 10-minute break or so, and then the judge asked the juror some more questions about, did he think he would need to justify his verdict, and would that impact his thinking for the rest of this trial?
Did you have enough time to think about the question?
I think so.
Okay, so what do you think?
I think it'd be dishonest to say it wouldn't emotionally affect me at all, my relationship with he and his wife. I do believe I could be impartial in rendering a verdict, but I can't say that there'd be no amount of emotional connection to him.
What do you mean when you say emotional connection, and at the same time say that you can be impartial, you will be impartial?
I think it would be naive to say that, you know, especially hearing his testimony, would feel the same as any of these folks who I don't know personally. I think that's silly. But I do feel like I could still render an impartial verdict, and that my relationship with them wouldn't affect my ability to do that.
In terms of assessing their credibility, and when I say their credibility, I'm referring to the credibility of Mr. Espinosa and his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you'd be able to do that pursuant to my instructions?
I believe so.
And do you think you'd be able to do that the same way that you would assess the credibility of any other witness?
I believe so.
As you sit here, are you confident in your ability to do those things?
I am.
And then the question I had asked you, I think, before the break was whether you had any concerns that at some point in the future, if you ran into Mr. Espinosa and or his wife after the trial, you'd have to justify or explain how you viewed the case or your verdict. Is that going to be something that is going to be influencing you or affecting you in any way throughout the trial, or as you make any decisions?
I don't believe so. I don't feel like I would need to justify anything to anyone, to be honest, including them.
And are you confident in that answer?
I am.
When you say that you're going to be, that you would be lying if you didn't admit that there would be more emotion with respect to the testimony of Mr. Espinosa and his wife, are you referring to the fact that you know them and that you've recently become friends with them?
Yes. I mean, if you're hearing about some of the things that I'm sure I'll hear about, I can't pretend that wouldn't affect me differently than any of the other witnesses we've seen.
And are you going to allow that to affect how you assess their credibility or consider their testimony?
I don't think so, no.
No. And is that going to in any way affect your ability and willingness to be fair and impartial?
No.
No? Okay. And again, you're confident in all those your answers?
I feel confident.
Okay. Let me have you wait outside
Okay.
again. Thank you.
Sure.
And ultimately, juror number 737 was allowed to stay on the jury, and actually neither side, both the prosecution and the defense, asked for him to be removed. The judge did ask, are there any more questions either side wants me to ask him? Or is there any request that either side is making of me? And neither side asked for that juror to be removed. So again, back to this morning's testimony, there was plenty of evidence that we've seen before, at least in the preliminary hearing and throughout the process, that hasn't been made public until now. We've seen sketches of these, but never the actual photographs and the actual evidence that we saw today. And we've got a slideshow on the denverchannel.com, and you can access it on the 7 News app, and you can follow along live with me. But right now, I'll just take you through what we have on the slideshow right now. And it starts with this ballistic helmet that has been described multiple times to us. And remember, this is the helmet that the officers say the defendant was wearing when they approached the back of the theater when they were arriving to an active shooter situation. And what gave it away that this was a suspect and not an officer who was already on scene, one, the movements, that he wasn't moving very fast or swiftly or trying to make entry into the theater, and two, this helmet and other things he was wearing were not consistent with the type of gear that the Aurora Police Department and their SWAT team have. Another photograph by the FBI crime scene photographer. Again, the defendant was stripped down from his clothes as he was searched behind the theater, and this is one of the boots that he was wearing. Fast forward to this knife. He had two knives found on him. This was one of the knives that was found on him, laid on the ground, and it was photographed as it remained on the ground. There was another switchblade also that was shown. This one I've talked about through the morning. It is a clip this is the type of clip that was used to help keep the emergency exit open. And the reason they keep showing this, and they're going to make this connection at some point during the case, is that it's wrapped in this greenish blue or bluish green tape. And I know from previous hearings in the court that there is greenish blue or bluish green tape that was found inside the apartment. So again, that link will eventually be made that, hey, if there's any doubt, the tape that was found on the clip that was holding the emergency exit door open is the same color and kind of tape that we found in the Aurora apartment of the guy we arrested. This next photo is the iPod that we weren't really aware of until now recently. The iPod is an 8 gig iPod that was found in the back pants pocket of the defendant. And during the opening statements last Monday, we heard from District Attorney George Brockler that the defendant was listening to loud techno music through headphones, Bluetooth headphones that were found inside that ballistic helmet that we showed first. And so this is the iPod that was likely playing that music. Another photo we have, and this one's probably the most blurry of the zoomed in images that we have, is inside this photo you see what was inside the vehicle that was taken out by the bomb squad robot. It includes an orange blanket, a gas canister that I think the canister is this right here. There are also duffel bags and containers that were taken out of the vehicle, as well as 2 rifle cases, and this, where I'm moving the arrow, is one of those rifle cases right there. This is a side view of the vehicle as it was parked behind the theater. Again, the theater itself is right here. This is the wall of Theater 9. The emergency exit would be right in this area where I'm waving the arrow. That is where a rifle was found on the ground, and they have kept referencing some flip-flops that were found on the ground as well. There's one weapon that was discovered on top of the vehicle here where the arrow is moving. Again, this is just a photograph taken by the FBI crime scene photographer who was charged with documenting the screen. Again, this slideshow is something you can view also as you wish on thedenverchannel.com. This next photo shows the side passenger door, and why it's open is because in this map pocket right here, we have a second handgun that was discovered here, and I don't know if it's next on the slideshow or not, the close-up version of that. It is not, so let me go back to this real quick here. Again, a second handgun was found inside the vehicle, inside this map pocket. So 2 guns found within the vehicle, and that 1 rifle found near the emergency exit. This is another photograph. I believe it showed, I can't remember if this was part of the gas mask or not. I believe this is the duffel bag that was found inside the vehicle and then taken outside of the vehicle also. Scrolling through more of these images, again, a slideshow that we have put together, a close-up of the screen and the images that were on the screen. This one is, it looks like a cell phone. This is the digital display of what would be the cell phone. But this is not a cell phone. It's actually a specific brand taser. They've been calling it the Guard Dog Taser. And so that is what this image shows. And then clear out gas canister. This is one of the 2 gas canisters that the defendant was said to have had as he went inside the theater, except one of the canisters was dropped and went below the vehicle, we've heard in previous testimony. This is what all the survivors are describing as hearing that whizzing sound, that poof sound. This is what was thrown inside the theater, but this is the gas canister that was found outside along with the vehicle, something that had fallen off of the defendant and rolled out of the way. Testimony has been presented earlier that he was supposedly trying to throw 2 gas canisters inside, but that one got away from him. I'm going to see what else we have in here. This is the tactical belt that he was wearing, and these represent 2 shotgun shells inside one of the pockets of the tactical belt. And I think that does it for the slideshow after that last photo. Now, I know we told you court was going to resume around 1:40. As with a lot of things, there's a lot of cords and cables and electronics getting us that feed from the courtroom, and we know there was some maintenance being done over the lunch hour with some of the equipment outside of the courtroom. So as soon as we get the signal back up, we will bring you whatever's happening in the courtroom live. But for now, we're going to replay for you again that testimony from this morning, that lengthy question and answer about the photographs and the stuff that we've just gone through. And as soon as we get the feed back from the courtroom, we will be sure to interrupt that and take the feed live inside live testimony in the afternoon of day 8 of the Aurora theater shooting.
Tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Tony Payne, Tony, T-O-N-I, last Tony, T-O-N-I, last name Payne, P-A-Y-N-E.
Please make sure the microphone is right in front of your mouth. You can move the microphone, and you can also move the chair a little bit. Make sure you speak right into the microphone so that everyone can hear you, okay? All right. Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Ms. Payne, who do you work for?
FBI.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
Since approximately 2005.
What do you do for them?
I'm an intelligence analyst and a member of the evidence response team.
What does the evidence response team do?
And they're actually the FBI's arm crime scene investigation team.
What is your position generally on the evidence response team?
I'm a crime scene photographer.
Did the evidence response team respond to the Century 16 Theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And did you respond as part of that team?
Yes, I did.
What was your job in relationship to the response to the theater that night?
I was the crime scene photographer.
Did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
In what general areas did you take photographs?
I took photographs in the rear, the back rear parking lot outside theater number 9.
What were you asked to photograph back there?
The suspect's vehicle and all items of evidence within that area in the back parking lot, all the way through the northeast corner of the parking lot.
I'm going to hand you some photographs marked as People's Exhibits 38, 33, 38, 38, 38, 39, 38, 44. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I actually took them.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 3833, 3838, 3839, 3844.
Is there any objection to exhibits P-TR- 3833, 3838, 3839, and 3844?
No.
All right, without objection, they're all admitted and may be published.
Could I have first Exhibit 3833? Could you explain to us what we are seeing in this photograph?
This is the rear parking lot of Century 16 outside theater number 9. In the photograph as well is the suspect's vehicle, the white vehicle.
There should be a wireless microphone next to you there, which will need to be turned on. And then there is a pointer that is behind you on the ledge there. If you could point out where the defendant's vehicle is.
Actually, so this is the suspect's vehicle.
Right there, okay. Could I have 3838, please? And what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the northeast corner of Century 16. Appears to be blood spatter on the pavement and various gloves and clothing.
3839.
Close up of the same.
3844.
Also a close-up, just a different vantage point, blood spatter, gloves, and various items of clothing.
Now, as you head towards the top of that photograph, does that go towards Theater 9?
Yes, it goes towards Theater 9, towards the suspect's vehicle.
Next, I'm going to, and you can put that back down up there so you don't have to hold that. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I did take them.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I move for admission of People's Exhibits 3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136.
Any objection, Ms. Spangler?
No objection.
Without objection, exhibits P-TR-3853, 3856, 3858, and 2136 are admitted.
Could I have People's Exhibit 3853 first, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the rear of the parking lot. The white vehicle is the suspect's vehicle, and then various blood spatter on the pavement.
3856, please.
Just a different vantage point, same suspect's vehicle and blood spatter.
3858.
And another vantage point. This is blood spatter coming from Theater 9. The suspect's vehicle is the white vehicle, and a sun shield on the pavement.
2136, please.
A close-up of the sun shield, and behind the sun shield is a can of law enforcement grade clear out.
What is clear out?
Also referred to as tear gas.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 3857, 2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Could you repeat those, please? 3857?
3857, 2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took the photographs.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of People's Exhibits 3857, 2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection?
Object to 3857 is cumulative to the other photographs we've seen this morning.
Okay, can I see those, please? Could counsel please approach? All right, the objection to P-TR-3857 is sustained under Rule 403. Exhibits P-TR-2188, 2191, 2190, and 2192 are admitted without objection.
Could I have 2188, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the rear exit of theater number 9.
Could I have 2191?
Also, the rear exit of theater number 9, a rifle and 2 pink flip-flops and a metal clip on the door with light bluish green tape.
2190, please.
A close-up of the rifle, flip-flops, and blood spatter outside theater number 9.
Is there a magazine in the rifle?
Yes.
2192, please.
Also a close-up of the rifle, magazine, pink flip-flop outside theater number 9.
You can take that down, thank you. I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280. Do you recognize what is depicted in People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed behind the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibits 2198, 2279, and 2280.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, exhibits P-TR-2198, 2279, and 2280 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2198, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
A rifle outside theater number 9 and the entryway into that exit.
2279, please.
A different vantage point, but the outside door, the exit door to theater number 9, the rifle, 2 pink flip-flops, and also the metal bracket with bluish green tape on it on the door.
Could I have 2280, please?
This is a close-up of the metal clip with covered in greenish blue tape.
Thank you. You can take that down. Now, did you also take photographs of items of evidence that were laying on the ground outside in the back parking lot of Theater 9?
Yes, we did.
I'm first going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2170.
Craig, why did you know something was really wrong when you looked at Craig?
Because his face was It was covered in blood, and I could tell that Alex had been hit in the head because of what else was on his face.
And what else was on Craig's face?
It was sorry.
Okay, take a moment.
The flesh of Alex. I don't know how else.
So after you see Craig and you see that, what do you do?
I didn't want to leave. Craig was reaching his hand out to me and telling me to go, and the people behind me were telling me to go too, and I didn't want to leave him there.
So what'd you do?
I told Craig no at first, and he said, no, we have to go. We have to go. And so I grabbed Craig's hand, but I grabbed Alex's hand too. I wanted to take him. I wanted to try and take him with me.
Were you able to take him with you?
No. I had to run out with Craig holding his hand, and I had to drop Alex's hand.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 2653.
Yes.
And object under 401 and 403.
Oh, at this time, she's just asking to approach, so you can approach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right. Ms. Teves, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Who is that a photograph of?
It's Alex.
Is that the person that you went to the movie theater with on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask the court to publish People's Exhibit 2653.
And you object?
Yes, sir.
All right, the objection is overruled, but publish it briefly.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could have 2653. Ms. Teves, did you ever see Alex Teves alive again after July 20th of 2012?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
It looks like the jury may have a question for you, so please give us a moment, okay?
Okay.
Would counsel please approach? The jury has submitted a question that I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, is appropriate. The question is, can you please tell us again what your relationship was to Alex Teves?
He's my boyfriend.
Okay. Any follow-up questions, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Yes, Your Honor. Did you legally change your name to Amanda Teves? And please just answer yes or no.
Yes.
Any follow-up questions from you, Ms. Brady? All right. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you need these?
Call your next witness, please.
The people called Craig Enland.
Good afternoon. Can I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Craig Enland, C-R-A-I-G. Last name is E-N-L-U-N-D.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, you may proceed.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
I was.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th, 2012?
Yes.
Why were you going to the movies that day?
We loved the Batman movies. Alex was a huge superhero fan. I loved all of the Marvel movies. Had gone to a few of them for the midnight showings. So we were really excited about seeing it.
Who did you go to the movies with that day?
Alex Teves, Amanda Teves Lindgren, and Caitlin Petticord.
How did you know those people?
From graduate school at University of Denver. We were in the counseling psychology program together.
What time did you end up going to the movies that night?
It was I believe the 12:05 showing of Batman. I think maybe we got there about 11:30 or so.
What did you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
We just kind of sat around, played games on our phone. Yeah, that was it.
At some point in time, did your movie begin that night?
It did.
What happened during your movie?
I don't know how long in, but I saw something fly across the room. Seemed like everybody kind of leaned over to look at what it was. I never really figured out what it was at the time. And then from the corner, thought I heard like firecrackers, and figured that somebody was playing a prank. Everyone was excited. It was a big show. I figured someone was being stupid and playing a prank, and fairly quickly realized that it was gunfire. I could see flashes coming from the guns, like we've all seen on TV, and we hit the ground.
What do you remember after you hit the ground?
I remember laying on my right side, pulling Caitlin down. She was kind of towards my feet, and I was laying next to Alex, trying to look out from between the seats to kind of see what was happening. And at some point, there was a loud and like forceful something that hit nearby. It felt like something hit the seat really, really hard. And I saw Alex slump to the ground. Amanda started screaming his name and shaking him. It was about then that obviously I realized what was going on at that point, that there's gunfire, and I don't know whether consciously or subconsciously I knew that Alex was dead and that we had to get out of there. I grabbed Amanda and said, "We need to get out of here." And we ran out.
Now, had you recognized at that point in time if you had been injured?
No, I didn't.
So while you were outside of the theater, did someone alert you to the fact that maybe you had some injuries?
Yes, while we were out in the parking lot, I kind of had sat Caitlin and Amanda down on a curb somewhere, and I kept going out to try to find someone who could kind of tell me what was going on. See if I could find a police officer or EMS person to find out where Alex might be being taken, or how we could find out how he was. And I kept having people say, you're injured, you need help. And I didn't think that I was, so I would tell them, no, I'm fine, I'm just trying to find out information. Eventually, when they started kind of separating us out to transport people, somebody finally grabbed me and said, hey, you have shrapnel in you, you need to get help. And I think at that point, because they were ready to take, someone else would take Amanda and Caitlin, I finally realized, okay, I can let someone take me.
Were you transported in an ambulance?
I was.
What do you remember about that ambulance ride?
The paramedic in the ambulance was cleaning me off a little bit, wiping some of the blood and stuff from my face. I remember at one point kind of turning to my right, and there was a panel of medical equipment with kind of a glass or plastic case, and I could see my reflection in it, and I could see bits of something on my head, on my face, and I thought it was Alex's brain. And I asked the paramedic what it was, and she said that it probably wasn't that it was pieces of fat. But either way, it was pieces of Alex.
What hospital were you transported to?
Parker Adventist.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
They took me in there and started checking me out for injuries. The detective came in and interviewed me, and they, after doing some x-rays, removed a small metal fragment from below my left eye.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2967, 2968, 2969, 2970, 2971, and 1122.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Edlund, do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes, it's me.
Does that fairly and accurately represent your injuries on July 20th of 2012?
For the most part, yes. I had been cleaned up a little bit in the ambulance on the way to the hospital prior to these being taken. I had more blood and pieces of plastic, especially on my face.
All right, if you could turn to the next exhibit, and first please tell us what exhibit number it is.
I'm sorry?
You could look at the next photograph and then tell us what the number on it is.
2971.
And what does that photograph depict?
The left side of my face.
Does that fairly and accurately depict your injuries on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, other than being cleaned up, like I mentioned.
If you could turn to the next photograph, please. And what does that photograph depict?
My left arm.
All right, and what number is that?
2969.
And does that picture fairly and accurately represent the injuries to your arm on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
You could please turn to the next exhibit and tell us what number it is.
2968,
And what does that photograph depict?
my left shoulder.
And does that picture fairly and accurately represent your injuries on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And if you could turn to the next photograph, please. And could you tell us that number, please?
2970.
And does that photograph fairly and accurately represent your injuries on July 20th of 2012?
It does, yes.
And if you could turn to one more picture or just the diagram?
Diagram.
Okay. And do you recognize that diagram?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall making some notations on that diagram yourself?
Yes, I listed the numbers where the four of us were seated.
All right. And does that fairly and accurately represent, to the best of your memory, where you were seated on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2967, 2968, 2969, 2970, 2971, and 1122.
Any objection? No. All right, without objection, P-TR 2967, 2968, 2969, 2970, 2971, and 1122 are admitted and may be published.
If I could please have 2967. All right, if you could tell the jury what this represents.
Me?
All right. And could you point out some injuries on yourself at that point? Could you see any?
Yes, on the left side of my face, you can still, I think, see some plastic in there. You can see some scrapes on my left shoulder.
All right, if I could have 2968. Great, describe for the jury what you're seeing there.
My left shoulder and some kind of wound on my left shoulder. I never was able to figure out exactly how I got that.
I could have 2969. Great, what does that describe?
My left arm with pieces of plastic and cuts and scrapes on it.
2970. 2971. All right, so what is represented here in 2970?
My left hand and a scrape on my middle finger.
I could have 2971. And what does this represent?
The left side of my face. You can see some of the bits of plastic still around my ear and jawline and on my cheek.
If I could please have 1122. All right. And if you could describe for the jury where you notated on that where you were seated.
A couple rows from the back of the theater towards the right side as we're facing the screen.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness, what's already been admitted as 2653.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
I do.
Who is that person?
Alex Teves.
Is that the person you were with at the theater on July 20th of 2012?
It is.
Have you seen Mr. Teves alive since that date?
No, I have not.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any cross-examination, Mr. King? No, thank you. There may be a question from the jury, so give us a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted some questions that I have found are appropriate under the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. The first question is, was Alex's head above the seat backs or below that level when hit? And answer it only if you know.
It was below the level of the seat back.
The next question is, did you observe anything in the theater, such as where the gunman moved through the theater after the gunshot started? Only if you know.
I did not.
The next question is, do you have any idea of how long the shooting lasted? Again, only if you know.
No, I do not.
And lastly, did you see the gunman exit the theater? Again, only if you know.
I did not.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Tish-McGuire?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King? No, Your Honor. May this witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Call your next witness, please.
Jeanette Guscott.
Mr. Renaud, do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Jeanette K. Dove Guscott, Guscott.
And how do you spell your first and middle names?
Janette Kay, and Dove, Dove.
Thank you. Ms. Pearson?
Ms. Guscott, where do you work?
I work for the Aurora Police Department Crime Laboratory.
What do you do for them?
I am a senior criminalist.
What does that mean that you do in your daily work?
My assignment is as a question document examiner, and I am also the Crime Lab's quality manager.
How long have you worked for the Aurora Police Department?
Almost 27 years.
As part of your duties, were you asked to work on certain things related to the shooting that occurred at the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
What did your duties consist of in relationship to what occurred at the theater?
I was asked early in the morning to process the subject, and which includes collecting GSR and photography, and then later in the day, I also collected evidence from the FBI.
Let's start first with your interactions with the defendant on July 20th. What time did you come into contact with the defendant?
At 7:55 a.m.
Where was that?
It was in the third-story interview room.
At
headquarters at Aurora Police.
It is at the building that's on Alameda, not very far from the theater?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you describe the person you saw, what he looked like at that time?
When I walked into the room, there was a male subject sitting on the left-hand side of the table with his back to me, and the first thing I noticed was bright orange hair. He did not have on a shirt, and he had on navy blue shorts and one sock on his left foot.
At that time, were his hands covered in paper bags?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Would you recognize the person if you saw him again?
Yes, I do.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you identify him, please, by where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He is seated at the defendant's table, and he's wearing a light blue shirt. He no longer has the orange hair, and he has a beard.
Your Honor, would you let the record reflect identification subject to cross?
The record will so reflect.
Now, what did you do with him when you met him at about 7:55 in the morning on July 20th?
I approached him and explained to him that I would be collecting a gunshot residue kit and what that entails, and that I would also be taking photographs.
Did he interact with you?
Yes, ma'am, he did. Part of the gunshot residue kit requires the name and his date of birth on the front of the envelope, and he spelled his name for me.
Did he give you his date of birth?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that. I do remember him spelling his last name.
When he talked to you, did he look at you?
Yes.
Did he seem to have any difficulty understanding what you were asking of him?
None at all.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 1095 for demonstrative purposes. Do you know what that item is?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is it?
It is the gunshot residue collection kit that we use at the police department.
Now, is that a new, unused, sealed one?
It is. It is a prepackaged and sealed kit.
If you could hold it up and explain to the jury what we're looking at.
Okay, this is the kit. We receive it sealed from the company, and it contains directions. It contains an information sheet, a set of gloves, 4 tabs, and it contains evidence seal.
I'm going to ask you to open that and explain what the contents are and explain how you collect GSR.
This is the piece of paper that contains the directions on how to use the contents of the envelope.
They can't, some jurors are having a difficult time seeing. Can you stand up, ma'am?
Absolutely.
Is that better?
Oh, I'll hold each one of them up. This is the direction sheet.
And if you can make sure that you speak into the microphone somehow too. And there's a handheld one there as well, though maybe that's not particularly helpful to hold these up with. But
I know that. This is the information sheet, which contains the collecting agency, the name, the date and time that the shooting occurred, the type of firearm, the subject's information of whom we collected it from.
do you fill all of that out?
I do.
When you collect GSR?
As much information as I have at the time that I'm collecting it. And then there are 4 tabs. There is one for the right hand, one for the left hand, one for the face, and one is a control. And each one of these is sealed, and it's just a little tab that you press against the skin to collect the gunshot residue from the skin.
Is each one of those labeled with right hand, left hand, face?
It is. It says right hand on this one, left hand, face, and the control is sealed.
And what is the control?
The control is what the examiner at CBI would use to make sure that there's no contamination of the tabs.
Should there be anything in the control?
No, nothing.
So it shouldn't test for any GSR?
Right.
And that would tell you that your kit started out as clean?
Yes, ma'am. And before you do the collection, gloves. So they
So
include the
all of
gloves.
those things are in the kit?
Yes, ma'am. And then the evidence seal that we put on, once everything is collected, it's placed back in the bag and sealed with the evidence.
Okay, thank you. Do you explain the process of how you collect GSR to a person that you're collecting GSR from?
Yes, I do, because I want them to be more comfortable with the process and to know that there's nothing on the tabs that is going to hurt them.
Did you do that with the defendant in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did he appear to understand what you were talking about?
Yes,
Did he respond appropriately to you?
he did.
Did you in fact collect GSR from him?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 383. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
Exhibit 383 is the gunshot residue kit that I collected from James E. Holmes on the morning of July 20th.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 383.
Is there any objection, Mr. King?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-383 is admitted.
Now, is this the same kind of kit as what we've just looked at?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
In order to collect the GSR, did you have to take the paper bags off of his hands?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibit 382 and 381. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What are they?
The exhibit marked 382 is the paper bag that was taped to the right hand of Mr. Holmes.
And 381?
Is the paper bag that was taped to the left hand of Mr. Holmes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 381 and 382.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Without objection, P-TR-381 and 382 are admitted.
So you took the paper bags off of his hands, and then you collected the GSR. Is that the order you did things in?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do next?
I took photographs.
I'm going to approach you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2110 and 2111. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are two of the photographs that I took of Mr. Holmes on the morning of 7/20.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2110 and 2111.
Any objection? No. Without objection, P-TR-2110 and 2111 are admitted and may be published.
And could I have 2110, please? And 2111. Thank you. Now, you indicated these were some of the photographs that you took. Did you take more photographs than this?
Yes, ma'am, I took a total of 12.
What is the purpose of taking photographs?
To document how the person appears at the time of processing and to document any injuries that they might present.
Did you observe any injuries on the defendant?
No, and I asked him if he had any, and he said no.
Once you took photographs, did you also collect his clothing?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 384, 305, and 385. Starting first with Exhibit 384, which
Okay.
is this an item that you collected from the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, I would move for admittance of People's Exhibit 384.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-384 is admitted.
What is Exhibit 384?
384 is a pair of white socks.
Now, you indicated when you first saw him that he had one white sock on?
Yes, and then I left the room, and when I came back, he had the other one on.
And both of those socks are in that package?
Yes, ma'am.
Turning next to People's Exhibit 385. Is that an item that you collected on July 20th from the defendant?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it was on a chair in the interview room. He was not actually wearing it.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 385.
Any objection? No. Without objection, P-TR-385 is admitted.
What is Exhibit 385?
It is a gray T-shirt with a Nike emblem on it.
And Exhibit 305? Is that another item that you collected from the defendant on July 20th?
Yes, ma'am. This is a pair of navy blue shorts.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 305.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Without objection, P-TR-305 is admitted.
Now, where were these collected?
The shirt and socks were collected from the interview room, and the shorts were collected by an officer over at the jail and given to me.
Were you standing outside of the jail cell at the time?
Yes, I was.
I'll take all of those from you. Now, among the items that you collected were bags, just paper bags.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why the police would put paper bags on a person's hands?
The paper bags are put over the hands to protect the gunshot residue. It's a very volatile, minute piece of evidence, so we tape the paper bags over the hands to contain the evidence.
How long did you spend with the defendant?
Less than 15 minutes.
Have you collected evidence from other defendants over the years of being a criminalist?
Yes, ma'am.
Relevance.
Have you?
Hold on, there's an objection. What's the relevance? Here, why don't counsel approve? Okay, the objection is sustained in part and overruled in part. Go ahead, Ms. Pearson.
Ms. Guscott, have you dealt with other defendants over your 26 and a half years with APD where you had to take photographs or collect GSR?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
In your experience with the defendant on July 20th of 2012, was there anything about his behavior that was different or unusual compared to your experiences with other defendants?
No, not at all.
Now, you also indicated that as part of your duties, you were involved in processing evidence that had been collected from the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 708. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is it?
It is an iPod, and I incorrectly called it a cell phone on my property list.
But it's an iPod?
Yes.
Is that an iPod that you collected on the afternoon of July 20th of 2012 from an item that was brought to the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 708.
Is there any objection, Mr. King?
No.
All right, without objection, P-TR-708 is admitted.
Now, where did you find this iPod?
The iPod was found in the front pocket of the tactical trousers.
Were those trousers that had been brought by the FBI collected from the back of the theater?
Yes.
In addition, were you, among the items that you were brought a clear-out canister from the back of the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to look at it and determine whether it was a full or spent canister of tear gas?
I believe it was a full, but I honestly don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. King?
Yes, please, briefly. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good, sir.
I just have a few questions for you here. And I want to start very briefly with your contact with the person you've identified here as Mr. Holmes on the morning of July 20th, 2012.
Okay.
And you indicated that was at the Aurora Police Department, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was in an interview room that was located on the third floor in the detectives' major crimes unit. Is that right?
It's not actually in the major crimes unit. It's at the other end of the hall.
Were you aware when you entered that room, and you went there around 8 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware how long Mr. Holmes had been in that room when you encountered him there?
No idea.
And you described how he appeared when he appeared there before you, and you indicated that he had those paper bags on his hands that were People's Exhibits 382 and 381, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long he'd had those paper bags on his hands at that point?
No, sir, I do not.
You indicated that from what you were able to observe, and you were with him for a fairly brief period of time. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you went there with a specific purpose, which is to gather this evidence. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're a crime scene technician, or you're operating in that capacity when you went there that morning. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're not a psychiatrist.
No, sir.
You're not a psychologist, are you?
No, sir.
You have no specific training in dealing with people who have psychotic illnesses like schizophrenia, do you?
No, I do not.
You indicated that the appearance and behavior from what you had to do was normal. And I wanted to ask you one question about that. Can I have People's Exhibit 2111, please? This is one of the photographs that you took of Mr. Holmes that morning around 8 o'clock a.m., is that correct?
It is, sir.
And does this fairly and accurately depicts the way his face and head area looked during that period of time?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, ma'am. Do you recall his eyes being that dilated, his pupils being that dilated during the period of time that you were with him?
I can say that this accurately reflects how it appeared to me.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. You collected from him gunshot residue. Gunshot residue is a residue that forms on surfaces that may be in the area or proximity to where a firearm is fired, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And I understand you may not be an expert in gunshot residue itself, but you do have enough training to know what you need to know to accurately collect it. Is that right?
I do.
And you're aware that gunshot residue, when it falls on a surface, can easily be transferred from one surface to another, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the purpose for putting the bags on someone's hands.
It
correct?
is.
And if someone has clothing on, it may settle on clothing, for example.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware whether Mr. Holmes had gloves on, or did you collect any gloves from him that night?
I did not collect any.
Okay. And you sampled his hands and his face for gunshot residue, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, the purpose for that would be to determine whether or not he was in the vicinity of the discharge of a firearm.
Yes, sir.
When you also processed some evidence that was collected by the FBI in the back of the theater building, is that correct?
At the exterior of the theater building, yes, sir.
Correct. Thank you for correcting me. In the back exterior of the theater building, and just so that you know, we heard testimony from an FBI agent this morning about that collection. The purpose for you repackaging those items is that the Aurora Police Department was going to maintain the custody of those items, and so that you wanted to repackage them pursuant to your own protocol. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
In the course of strike that. Judge, may I approach the evidence table here real briefly?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit, hold on, I'm old, 687. Can you take that for me, please?
Okay.
A live round of 5.56 millimeter rifle ammunition that was recovered outside the rear of the theater, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the condition that you encountered that piece of evidence in when you repackaged it in the packaging it's in now, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you see on that exhibit there that there's a dent in the shell casing on the side of the bullet?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall that from when you processed the evidence or not?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. May I approach the evidence again?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you what has been admitted as People's Exhibit 693. Exhibit 693, ma'am, and just confirm on your paperwork if you need to, or on the evidence envelope.
Yes, sir.
Was a 30-round rifle magazine recovered from the outside rear of the theater, correct?
Yes, sir.
Also contained in that exhibit are 31 rounds of 5.56 millimeter ammunition, which were located inside the 30-round magazine, correct?
It would appear so.
Thank you. I have no other questions, and I'm happy to collect those items of evidence from you now.
Any redirect, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
It looks like the jury has some questions for you. Give us a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Okay, the jury has submitted some questions. I have found that at least some of the questions submitted are appropriate under the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. And so I am going to ask you these questions now. The first question is, were the defendant's pupils dilated and or his eyes bloodshot, if you know?
The pupils were dilated. I don't recall that the eyes were bloodshot.
The next question is, do you know where the other sock was the first time that you were in the room?
I do. It was on the floor next to the chair where he was seated.
The next question is, did the defendant at any time appear confused and or unaware of what was happening?
No, he did not. He was very, I'm sorry, the word went right out of my head. He talked normally to me.
The next question is, can you have the witness spell her whole name again? Could you please spell your whole name again?
The first name is Jeanette, Janette. Middle name Kay, and my maiden name was Dove, Dove, and my married name is Gus Scott, Guscott.
Now, can you spell it backwards? No, I'm just kidding. The next question is, do you check to see if detained persons have contacts or contact lenses in their eyes when you take their personal belongings?
No, I do not.
The next question is, did the defendant have contacts in when you processed him, if you know?
I do not know.
And the last question, did you find any eyeglasses in the defendant's possession?
Nothing that I collected or processed that day.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King?
Two, please. Ma'am, you were asked about the sock by one of the jurors, and I think that you testified on direct examination that when you first encountered Mr. Holmes, he had only one sock on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you left the room, and when you came back, he had both socks on.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether he had to be told to put the sock on?
I do not.
Next question is about, in speaking to Mr. Holmes, you said that he spoke normally to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you spoke to him about the information you needed to get for the GSR form, right?
Yes, sir.
Which would be his name,
Yes.
date of birth,
Yes.
address?
No.
And that was really all you spoke to him about, wasn't it?
Yes, he was very cooperative with me.
Thank you. No other questions.
All right, may this witness be released from our subpoena?
No, Your Honor, we would continue to hold her on subpoena for the
Okay.
future, possibly.
So she's subject to recall then?
She is.
All right. Okay, ma'am, you may be called again by the people. I don't know whether you're under the defense's subpoena, but
I am.
you're free to go for now, but you may be back at some point. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Would counsel approach to discuss a scheduling matter, please? Jury, it's about 3 o'clock, so let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please remember that all my advisements apply during this break. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes.
I'll just
The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything that we need to talk about before we go on break from the people? No?
No, Your Honor.
From behalf of the defense?
No, Judge.
Okay, enjoy the break. I'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Please rise.
So the afternoon lunch, or the afternoon recess, that is, for the theater shooting trial in day number 8 underway. We're back here in the 7 newsroom at 3 o'clock, so probably about 3:20 we'll be back in court. Marshal Zellinger here, and want to apologize again for getting back to the afternoon session just a bit late. We had some technical issues with the feed coming from the courtroom. You missed the very beginning of the testimony of Amanda Teves, who was Amanda Lindgren at the time of the shooting. She was the girlfriend of victim Alex Teves, one of the 12 killed in the shooting. And as you saw at the end of her testimony, the one juror question was what was her relationship to Alex Teves, because she was referenced as a girlfriend but had the same last name. So the juror asked the relationship and she said girlfriend, and then to follow up, the prosecution asked her if she legally changed her name to Teves after the shooting, which she did. So Amanda Teves taking the stand first. Then we heard from Craig Enlund, who was also at the movie with both Amanda and Alex Teves, and Caitlin, who we heard from yesterday, Caitlin Petticord. We also played her sound for you at the start of our coverage today. So we want to take you back to the parts of Amanda that we did have, and Craig describing what they heard inside the theater and the shootings. And again, they went to the movies and they talked about being big Batman fans. And one part of the testimony that happens right before what you're about to see is Amanda Teves testified that she knew that Alex was not going to be affectionate during the movie because he was really into Batman. So she asked him for one last kiss. And then this is the following testimony from Amanda and then their friend Craig.
But I looked at Craig and I knew something was really wrong when I looked at Craig.
Why did you know something was really wrong when you looked at Craig?
Because his face was, it was covered in blood, and I could tell that Alex had been hit in the head because of what else was on his face.
And what else was on Craig's face?
It was sorry.
Okay, take a moment.
The flesh of Alex. I don't know how else.
So after you see Craig and you see that, what do?
I didn't want to leave. Craig was reaching his hand out to me and telling me to go, and the people behind me were telling me to go too, and I didn't want to leave him there.
So what'd you do?
I told Craig no at first, and he said, no, we have to go. You have to go. And so I grabbed Craig's hand, but I grabbed Alex's hand too. I wanted to take him. I wanted to try and take him with me.
Were you able to take him with you?
No. I had to run out with Craig holding his hand, and I had to drop Alex's hand.
At some point, there was a loud and forceful something that hit nearby. It felt like something hit the seat really, really hard. And I saw Alex slump to the ground. Amanda started screaming his name and shaking him. It was about then that obviously I realized what was going on at that point, that there's gunfire, and I don't know whether consciously or subconsciously I knew that Alex was dead and that we had to get out of there. I grabbed Amanda and said, we need to get out of here, and we ran out.
You're watching recorded testimony from just a short time ago of Amanda Teves, the girlfriend of Alex Teves, and their friend Craig Enland. I was just looking at our YouTube stream and I could see some comments being made. Someone was asking why you can't see the defendant in this video. And I'll tell you, we zoomed in the video for the replay here so that you can get a better look at the witness on the stand. Because when it's that static shot, it's a little difficult to see. So when we're playing back some of these clips, you've seen us zoom in on the monitor, and as well we're zooming in so that you can get a better look at who is talking on the witness stand. But when we go back to the live feed, you'll be able to see everything that the camera can see. So Craig Enland testified second, and you heard Amanda Teves talk about how Craig grabbed her hand and she grabbed Alex Teves' hand and tried to pull him out of the theater, but he had already been shot, and Craig told her to leave, and she testified that, you know, she was still holding his hand and had to drop the hand of her boyfriend Alex. Craig did not realize he was also injured as he was getting Amanda out of the theater. Here is more of Craig's testimony from about a little less than an hour ago of his experience taking her out of the theater and seeing his friend Alex shot and killed.
So while you were outside of the theater, did someone alert you to the fact that maybe you had some injuries?
Yes, while we were out in the parking lot, I kind of had sat Caitlin and Amanda down on a curb somewhere, and I kept going out to try to find someone who could kind of tell me what was going on. See if I could find a police officer or EMS person to find out where Alex might be being taken, or how we could find out how he was. And I kept having people say, you're injured, you need help. And I didn't think that I was, so I would tell them, no, I'm fine, I'm just trying to find out information. Eventually, when they started kind of separating us out to transport people, somebody finally grabbed me and said, hey, you have shrapnel in you, you need to get help. And I think at that point, because they were ready to take, someone else would take Amanda and Caitlin, I finally realized, okay, I can let someone take me.
Were you transported in an ambulance?
I was.
What do you remember about that ambulance ride?
The paramedic in the ambulance was cleaning me off a little bit, wiping some of the blood and stuff from my face. I remember at one point kind of turning to my right, and there was a panel of medical equipment with kind of a glass or plastic case, and I could see my reflection in it, and I could see bits of something on my head, on my face, and I thought it was Alex's brain. And I asked the paramedic what it was, and she said that it probably wasn't that it was pieces of fat. But either way, it was pieces of Alex.
What hospital were you transported to?
Parker Adventist.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
They took me in there and started checking me out for injuries. The detective came in and interviewed me, and they, after doing some x-rays, removed a small metal fragment from below my left eye.
All right, if you could tell the jury what this represents.
Me.
All right. And could you point out some injuries on yourself at that point? Could you see any?
Yes, on the left side of my face, you can still, I think, see some plastic in there. And you can see some scrapes on my left shoulder.
All right, if I could have 2968. Great, describe for the jury what you're seeing there.
My left shoulder and some kind of wound on my left shoulder. I never was able to figure out exactly how I got that.
I could have 2969. Great, what does that describe?
My left arm with pieces of plastic and cuts and scrapes on it.
2970. 2971. Right, so and what is represented here in 2970?
My left hand and a scrape on my middle finger.
I could have 2971. And what does this represent?
The left side of my face. You can see some of the bits of plastic still around my ear and jawline and on my cheek.
If I could please have 1122. All right. And if you could describe for the jury where you notated on that where you were seated.
A couple rows from the back of the theater towards the right side as we're facing the screen.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness, what's already been admitted as 2653.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
I do.
Who is that person?
Alex Teves.
Is that the person you were with at the theater on July 20th of 2012?
It is.
Have you seen Mr. Teves alive since that date?
No, I have not.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
That was the testimony of Craig Enland, who is the friend of Alex Teves, at the theater with Alex Teves, his girlfriend Amanda Teves, who was on the stand just before Craig, and also Caitlin Petticord, who took the stand yesterday. And we played back some of her testimony this morning when we got the coverage underway a little after 8:30. Right now we're a little after 3:13 in Denver, Colorado, with court getting back into session around 3:20, we expect. The third person to take the stand this afternoon was a gunshot residue, essentially analyst and expert evidence collection person with the Aurora Police Department. Jeanette Guscott just finished testifying to what she did to collect gunshot residue from the defendant and also take photos of the defendant. She met him about 7:55 on the morning of July 20th, so a little more than 7 hours after the shooting, after he had been interviewed at the Aurora Police Department. And as part of what she did and what she testified to today, there were two photos that were shown that she took of the defendant. And they showcase a different look of what we were used to seeing when he first appeared in court 3 days later on July 23rd with the bright orange hair. We had seen very limited images of that, but we're going to share this with our web audience right now. This is one photograph that she took a picture of showing him. She described him with the orange hair. She described him shirtless with blue shorts on. And when she took this photograph, he only had one sock on. But as they went through evidence in court later on, they talked about how there were two socks in one of the gunshot residue collection bags. And the question was, when did he get this second sock? And she said that even though it was not on him when she saw him and took this photo, that she saw it was elsewhere in the room. So just a little background to that photo. But again, this is just part of her evidence collection. Again, this is right after he had the bags taken off of his hands, which were put on his hands to protect any kind of gunshot residue that this representative of the Aurora Police Department would then collect. The second photo they showed, and I want you to see on the bottom left of the screen, right next to where it says theater shooting trial, and this is recorded video that you're looking at, you'll see that it appears the defendant is looking up at this photo of himself, similar to the mugshot, similar to what he looked like when he took court in July 23rd, when he appeared in court for the first time, with the orange hair. He's got the chin beard, and he's still shirtless in this photo. But someone from the jury asked about his eyes, because in this photograph, it appears that it's difficult to see what's going on with the pupils of his eyes. And so one of the questions was, were his eyes dilated or did they look bloodshot? And according to the testimony of the expert from the Aurora Police Department who took these photographs, she described his eyes as dilated, but she did not remember if they were bloodshot. They also asked if he communicated with her normally, which she said yes, but she also had testified that she only got his name read to her from him, because when she had to fill out the forms that go along with all of the evidence collection that she has to do. She asked him his name, and he spelled his name for her. So these are the two new images, and again, you can see the deputy who sits below the television looking off to his left because there's another monitor where he's probably looking at to the right of the judge. You can see Daniel King, the defense attorney, looking up at the monitor, and what appears to be the defendant's gaze also looking at the photo of himself. And John, if you want to show the other photo one more time, again, two photos taken of him when the representative from Aurora Police Department's evidence collection was collecting this gunshot residue from him. So this is after he was stripped down, and I assume given these shorts, because they said he was in boxer shorts, and I think these are actual shorts in this photo, but again, shirtless, wearing shorts with the bright orange hair. This is all just part of evidence collection to test for gunshot residue. We've still got about 2.5 minutes to go before court gets back underway, and I'm looking at the slate on the side here, so we do have the feed coming through, and we promise to get you out there as soon as court is back in session. A recap of what we've heard today. This morning was a bit of, it was interesting visuals, but a bit of dry testimony as we heard from two FBI specialists. One was a photographer who took all of the crime scene photos. We went through dozens of photos and showed them to you, and John can actually pull up some of this as we talk about them. But some of the photos that were displayed on the screen were taken by this FBI crime scene photographer. Photographs of things that were behind the theater or in the defendant's car. Again, you can see here with the hatchback open, the gun that was found on the top of the car, the side pocket, the map pocket, that close-up there is where a second handgun was found. This cell phone looking item is actually something called a guard dog taser. It's meant to look like a cell phone. These are the rifle cases and the gas can, that's that red object, but the rifle case that was discovered, 2 rifle cases in the car, and the ballistic helmet that was found outside by the car near the entrance of the theater. And then all these items were physically brought into court and explained by another FBI agent, and one by one they were laid on top of the table next to the court reporter. We've put this in a time lapse to show you just how many items were brought to court and how quickly they piled up on that table. And then the jury got a chance to put their hands on these items, not physically the item themselves, but the plastic bag they're in. The plastic bags were handed out to the members of the jury, all 24 members. They sit in 3 rows of 8. It actually took about half an hour to get all those pieces of items down one row to the next row and back again, probably a snake-like fashion. But every juror had the opportunity to put their hands on those plastic bags and inspect the evidence as they wish. And I believe these are also items, and we'll check with David Beller if we can afterwards, our 7 News legal analyst, if these are items that they will be able to get their hands on during deliberations if they want to look at them some more. I'm going to keep looking to the right just to see if the slate of the Colorado courts goes away, because once that goes away, we know we're back live in session. And I look to my left here to see what time it is. We're approaching just seconds away from 3:20 Mountain Time, which is about the time we expect court to get back underway. One of the last things before the recess, the judge asked attorneys from both sides to come to the bench to deal with a scheduling issue. I don't know if that has anything to do with the remainder of today's schedule, but tomorrow the judge has already warned that we will end early at about 4:30 tomorrow because of the tooth issue with one of the jurors from earlier this week on Monday. They are likely going back to the dentist and need to get out of court early at 4:30. One more look to the side, and we're just waiting for the Colorado court slate to go away. Again, today has been a good chunk of the day about the evidence discovered outside the theater. We haven't touched on the apartment, which is what we talked about yesterday, the explosives inside the apartment and what was seen inside, and then we got the transcript of the audio recording. That was all yesterday. Now today we've moved back outside the theater, and the prosecution is sprinkling in different parts, starting with the evidence from outside the theater and then bringing in a victim. And right now we hear the judge taking his seat on the bench again. We'll get you back out to the courtroom.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. The jury is outside the courtroom at this time. What do you want to do for purposes of making a record as to the demonstrative exhibit P-TR-1095. Are you asking to take any action with respect to that?
No, Your Honor, I was not. If the court feels it's better, we can admit it. I took it back, but.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to admit it. I'm just asking whether you wanted us to make a record of it. Does the defense want us to keep that, or do you care? It was not admitted. It was used as a demonstrative exhibit.
I think it's probably safer to keep it for the court record, Judge.
Okay. All right, let's mark it as a court trial exhibit, okay? So we're up to what, 11? 12? Okay, number 12. Let's mark it as court trial exhibit number 12, C-TR-12. All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Here, away from the other stuff.
The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Edson, please call your next witness.
People call Carol Crow. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer a note? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
My name is Carol Crow, C-A-R-O-L-C-R-O-W-E.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you. Ms. Crow, if I could just have you kind of put that microphone up a little bit.
Sure.
There you go. Can you tell us your occupation, please?
I'm a forensic scientist, laboratory agent with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, Forensic Services Division in our Denver laboratory.
Can you tell the jury about your background, specifically your educational background, please?
I graduated in 1995 from Metropolitan State College of Denver with a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics. Criminalistics is another term for forensic science.
The Colorado Bureau of Investigation, is that sometimes also called CBI?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what exactly are your duties with the Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
I'm assigned to the laboratory, and at the current time I conduct analysis on evidence items from fire scenes for ignitable liquid residues, and I also analyze evidence for gunshot residue.
And I'm going to be asking you some questions related to gunshot residue analysis. First of all, have you received any specific training in your current position related to gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
Can you tell that for the jury, please?
I received training in the analysis of gunshot residue at the CBI laboratory from other agents who have been performing that type of analysis. I've also received training from the manufacturer of the instruments that we use, which is a scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive spectrometer. They've trained me on the operation and maintenance of those instruments. I have attended scanning, which is a conference for microanalysis, and at both of those times that I participated, I also attended a short course, a one-day short course regarding the use of the scanning electron microscope in forensic science. I've attended the Federal Bureau of Investigation Gunshot Residue Symposium in 2005. prior to beginning casework and on a routine basis, I am proficiency tested to demonstrate that I am still proficient to do that type of analysis.
Is that an ongoing type of testing?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain for the jury about that as far as when you were last went through training and things of that sort?
In regards to the proficiency testing, it has been nearly every year when they have been available. The last time I conducted and successfully completed a proficiency test in gunshot residue was in 2014. The trainings have been throughout my time at CBI, initially with those agents at the CBI laboratory, and then in 2003 and 2007, I attended the scanning conference, and the FBI symposium was in 2005.
Are you a member of or otherwise participate in any sort of professional affiliation groups associated specifically with gunshot residue analysis?
Yes, I'm a member of the International Association of Microanalysis. I'm recently a member of the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners, and I have been a member of the International Scientific Working Group for Gunshot Residue since 2006. And the Scientific Working Group is a gathering of gunshot residue experts from around the world, and we have been working towards standardization of gunshot residue analysis.
How long have you been with CBI?
Just over 19 years.
How many of those 19 years have you been involved in gunshot residue analysis as part of your duties?
Just over 18 years.
Have you previously testified in any courts here in the state of Colorado specific to gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
How many times as a ballpark?
Just over 140 times.
Okay. Does that include counties such as Arapahoe County that you're sitting here today?
Yes, those have all been district courts in the state of Colorado.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in gunshot residue analysis for any court testimony?
Yes.
Do you have approximate how many times?
I kind of lump them all together in the over 140 times that I have testified regarding gunshot residue.
Over your career, again, this is another ballpark type of question. How many pieces of evidence have you been requested to analyze related to gunshot residue?
I estimate that I have analyzed approximately 7,000 samples for gunshot residue.
Judge, at this time, I would move for this witness to be qualified as an expert in the area and field of gunshot residue analysis pursuant to Colorado Rule of Evidence 702.
Any additional objection?
No additional objection, Judge.
All right, based on my previous ruling, the court accepts Ms. Kroll as an expert witness in the field of gunshot residue analysis. That's pursuant to Rule 702 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and the decision in People v. Schreck, SHRECK 22 Pacific 3rd 68, Colorado 2001. Members of the jury, remember the, can you get that, please? Thank you. Remember the instruction, the limiting instruction, or not limiting, but the instruction I gave you earlier about expert witnesses. I'll read it to you again. You are not bound by the testimony of a witness who testifies as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it or none of it. The weight that you give the testimony is entirely your decision. All right, Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. What is gunshot residue?
The term gunshot residue, or sometimes abbreviated GSR, can be a very general term referring to any residues that result from a firearm discharge. I'm looking for particles that arise specifically from the primer component of the ammunition. At the base of a cartridge of ammunition is a circle, and that's the primer cup, and housed in that primer cup is an explosive material primer. When the firing pin of the gun strikes that primer cup, it causes the primer to explode, and it's that explosion of the primer that sets off the burning of the gunpowder. The burning of the gunpowder creates a great volume of gases and pressure. That's what pushes the bullet out of the gun. Most primers, but not all primers, but most primers that are used in ammunition in the United States have in its ingredients the elements of lead, barium, and antimony. With that discharge of that firearm, those elements are released around that gun. And they may be in a gaseous form in the cloud of gases generated from that firearm discharge. As those gases start to cool, those elements, which include lead, barium, and antimony, may coalesce together, much like raindrops out of a rain cloud, and form discrete particles. These are microscopic particles, and the particles that we are most interested in looking for are particles that would contain all three of those elements of lead, barium, and antimony. That meets the criteria that we've established at CBI as a particle characteristic of gunshot residue.
Do you actually analyze pieces of evidence that are submitted to you by law enforcement agencies for potential gunshot residue?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, how do you generally do that?
Well, we receive evidence that may be the gunshot residue collection kit, which are samples that have been taken from an individual person. We can also receive inanimate objects that are requested to be analyzed for gunshot residue. I'll start with the gunshot residue kit that's used to sample an individual. These kits are assembled by an outside company, and they contain collection devices. These collection devices are in a plastic container, and they kind of look like an overgrown thumbtack with a sticky adhesive surface on the top, the flat part of that device. I sometimes refer to those as a stub or collection device. The collection is simply done just by opening that plastic cap and then dabbing that sticky surface onto the person that is being sampled. I use that same type of collection device in the laboratory when I'm sampling an inanimate object as well.
What do you mean by that?
I have a supply of those collection devices at the laboratory, and when there's a request to analyze an inanimate object for gunshot residue, I will use one of those collection devices and just dab on the surfaces of that inanimate object, and then it's that collection device that I'm analyzing.
I'm going to read a rather lengthy scientific statement here, and you tell me if you recognize it. What is a scanning electron microscope with energy dispersive spectrometer? Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, tell me what that is.
Those are actually two instruments that are hooked in tandem. The first part, the scanning electron microscope, is a high-powered electronic microscope capable of magnifying to a much greater degree than the light microscope you might be familiar with from high school biology. I can readily magnify the surface of these collection devices or anything, magnify easily 10,000x, whereas a light microscope, 400 to 500 times magnification is pretty good. So that's the first part of the instrument that I'm using. And that microscope is used to search the surface of that collection device for particles that meet a certain criteria that I've entered into the software. The second instrument, the energy dispersive spectrometer, is an instrument that can provide elemental information about what I'm looking at under the microscope. So in the analysis for gunshot residue, the scanning electron microscope searches back and forth across that surface of the stub. When it finds a particle that meets a certain criteria that I've entered into the software, it'll pause and the energy dispersive spectrometer will turn on, obtain information about the elements that are present in that particle. It'll save all that information, snap a picture of certain types of particles, and save all that into a database, and then move on and continue its search.
Is both the microscope, as you just described, and that spectrometer, are they both scientific instruments?
Yes.
Do they work in tandem with one another?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January of 2013. My first question is, were you working with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in January 2013?
Yes.
Were you still working in the lab, one of your jobs being the analysis of gunshot residue from law enforcement items that are sent in?
Yes.
Just kind of a background question. CBI, do they accept, including yourself, do you accept items from various law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Colorado
Yes, we do.
for different types of analysis?
Yes.
So roughly January 16th, 2013, did you receive any type of items from the Aurora Police Department specific to the events of July 20th, 2012 relating to the shooting at the Aurora Century 16 Theater?
Yes, I did.
What did you receive in your lab?
I received for gunshot residue analysis 3 items. One was a gunshot residue kit that was sampled from an individual, and I also received 2 inanimate objects. One was described as a gas mask, and the other was gloves.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ma'am, I've placed before you 3 different items. First, I'd like to ask you about, all 3 of these have already been admitted into evidence. The first is People's Exhibit 383. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that from your perspective?
This is the gunshot residue collection kit from James Holmes that I analyzed.
How do you know that's the one you analyzed?
It bears the markings on all the layers, including the kit itself. It has the CBI case number, the item number, the date, and my initials where I marked it. The seal that I made to reseal it after I finished analysis also bears my initials and the date. The outer packaging, in addition to bearing the handwritten CBI case number, item number, date, and initials on the seal, also has a CBI tag on it with the barcode.
So I want to talk colors here for a moment. I see both red tape and blue tape. Do you know what the difference are between those two?
I know that the blue tape is from the CBI laboratory system because it's printed with CBI laboratory on it.
Is it common for CBI to use a blue tape to kind of differentiate itself from other tapes used in evidence?
It is. That is the tape that we are supplied and that we use within the laboratory.
That particular GSR kit, again, we've heard some testimony already, but who does that refer to?
This refers, it was indicated that it was used to sample James Holmes.
Okay. So when you receive that particular item in for sampling, what do you do with it?
First I open it, and as I open it, I'm examining the seals and making notations regarding the packaging and the condition of the seals. When I open the inner kit, the inner envelope, then I remove those sampling devices in their little plastic containers, and eventually I remove the collection device itself from that plastic container and place it into the scanning electron microscope so that I can analyze it.
In fact, did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Were you able, based on your expert opinion and analysis, to come up with any sort of results related to gunshot residue?
Yes.
What were those results?
Analysis of this gunshot residue kit disclosed the presence of particles characteristic of gunshot residue.
What does that mean?
It means that this individual may have discharged a firearm, may have been in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged, or may have come in contact with something that had gunshot residue on it. I cannot tell which one of those 3 explanations is the actual reason or is the more likely or more probable. All I can say is that it's one of those 3.
I've also placed behind you now 2 additional items of evidence. Let's start with the larger of the 2. It should be People's Exhibit 669.
Yes,
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
First of all, fair to say it's in a different set of packaging than when you initially received it?
Yes.
Okay. Aside from the different set of packaging, how do you recognize People's Exhibit 669?
When I examined this item, I I added this zip tie, this blue zip tie, and that's where I wrote my identifying marks. So it has the CBI case number, the CBI item number, the date, and my initials attached directly to the item.
Why do you use a zip tie like that?
In this case, it was easier to mark it that way. Oftentimes, I'll just use a Sharpie and we'll be able to mark directly on the item. In this case, I felt that the zip tie was a better choice.
And just so we're all on the same page, generally, what does this piece of evidence appear to be?
A gas mask.
In fact, did you conduct analysis of this particular piece of evidence for gunshot residue?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any sort of results or opinions related to that?
I did.
Explain for the jury, please.
The sampling that I took from this disclosed the presence of particles characteristic of gunshot residue.
Again, what does that mean?
It means that this item, this gas mask, was either in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged or it came in contact with something that had gunshot residue on it.
The third item there behind you should be People's Exhibits 671.
Yes.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that exhibit?
This is a pair of gloves.
Did you have any sort of contact with those gloves as far as gunshot residue analysis?
I did. I sampled them for gunshot residue analysis.
You talked about this earlier, but describe how you sampled the gloves.
The gloves, I also took one of those gunshot residue or scanning electron microscope collection devices from our supply, and I just simply dabbed the surfaces on both gloves using one of those sampling devices. And I sampled the backs of the gloves as well as the palms.
And were you able to discern any sort of results or opinion related to gunshot residue for People's Exhibit 671, which are the gloves?
Yes.
Explain that for the jury, please.
Analysis of the sampling of these gloves disclosed the presence of particles characteristic of gunshot residue.
And what does that mean?
These gloves were either in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged, or they came in contact with something that had gunshot residue on them.
When did you actually conduct your analysis of these items?
I started by opening the packaging on January 16th of 2013. I finished the analysis on, I believe it was January 28th of 2013, and the report was finalized and issued on January 30th of 2013.
So what I'd like to ask you now is describe for the jury, if you would please, some of the controls you put in place at your lab to make sure that these items didn't come in contact with something else you may have looked at the day before and transferred any GSR. Describe that for the jury.
First of all, we use what can be termed a negative control or a blank. And this is a stub or a collection device that has not been used to sample anything. It is carried through the same process that the sampling devices from the evidence goes through. And with the gunshot residue kit, there is a control stub that is included in that. So on the run that I had prepared on the scanning electron microscope for the kit from Mr. Holmes, that blank from within the kit was also analyzed alongside. And that blank allows me to provide information about my environment in the laboratory. If the analysis of the samples from the individual show that there is gunshot residue particles present, but the blank does not, I have confidence that my environment did not provide those gunshot residue particles that are on the subject's samples. I did the same thing with the samples that I took from the glove and the gas mask. I just used one of the sampling devices from our supply at the laboratory. That's one of the controls that we use. Another control is a positive control. And in the course of setting up the instrument, I will set the instrument so that it'll start, the very first in the sequence will be a known gunshot residue area. And the last sample that is analyzed in that sequence will be a known gunshot residue area. That provides me with confidence that if the instrument can find gunshot residue at the start and it can still find it at the end, then I'm confident it can find it in the middle. And that primarily serves for those instances where my analysis does not disclose the presence of any particles characteristic of gunshot residue. I can be assured that this instrument setting was capable of finding gunshot residue particles. The third control that we use is the analysis of a known material, and we use copper. So before the first analysis in the sequence and after every sample that is analyzed in that sequence, the instrument will drive to a copper standard, and it will acquire information on that copper. And it is to demonstrate that it is capable and stable of finding and properly identifying the element that is present in that analysis.
Did you follow those procedures in this case related to these particular 3 items of evidence?
Yes.
Judge, can I have 1 moment, please?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. King.
Good afternoon.
I don't have a lot for you, ma'am. I just have a few questions about the nature of gunshot residue itself or particles associated with that. And then I have just a couple questions about the testing in this case and the import of that testing in this case, if I may. You said that gunshot residue, that there are 3 conclusions you're able to draw as an analyst are that the one that a person was in the vicinity of a firearm that was discharged, right?
That's correct. That's one of the 3 explanations. I really view it as one conclusion that has 3 parts to it, because I cannot say which one of those 3 is the most likely.
Right. And so what you do is you can find the gunshot residue part or particles consistent with gunshot residue. You just can't exactly attribute where the gunshot residue came from, and that's why you have those 3 categories. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And the 3 categories, again, are that the person either discharged a firearm themselves, right?
That's correct.
That they were in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged, correct?
Yes.
Or that they touched a firearm that had gunshot residue on it or some other object that had gunshot residue on it.
Yes.
And that would be what's called transfer. Fair to say?
Yes.
And as you said, gunshot residue is formed initially in a gaseous form. Is that right?
It is.
And it's caused due to the pressure and the heat of the gunpowder in a cartridge exploding, essentially, right?
That's part of the mechanism. Including the primer is also a pretty high heat explosion as well and can contribute to that vaporization.
It's very high heat, correct?
Yes, and I cannot tell you exactly how high, but it is hot.
And so, as you said, what happens is the firing pin or the hammer strikes the primer, which ignites, and that ignites the rest of the gunpowder in the cartridge, which then propels the bullet out of the muzzle of the gun, correct?
Yes.
And in the course of doing that, there's this gaseous cloud that's created, for want of a better word.
Yes.
Not necessarily something you can see, but it forms a cloud in an area around it. Some of it comes out the rear of the firearm, fair to say?
Yes.
Some of it can come out the side of the firearm if there's an ejection port on the side.
Yes.
And so if anything that's within a 3, maybe even as much as a 6-foot radius, when that gas cloud cools, the barium, antimony, and lead elements form individual particles. They congeal into individual particles that form on different surfaces. Fair to say?
They may. They're probably more likely forming in that cloud of gases and settling out.
Settling down like a snowflake or something like that.
Yes.
And when that happens, that can easily be transferred. Like you said, it can be wiped off from one substance to another. It doesn't stick necessarily to the surface, correct?
That's correct.
Also, in addition, there's a great deal of that residue which can come out the muzzle of the gun, accompanying the bullet and whatever else is projected out the front of the weapon, correct?
Yes.
And that can continue downrange for some distance, maybe as much as 60 feet or so.
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that if a firearm was discharged out of doors, for example, where there was wind, there may be less of a chance of gunpowder residue particles forming. They may get blown away, or maybe less likely that they form.
Yes, we don't really know whether it would be a reduced formation or if they're just dissipated further with environmental factors such as wind.
When you're in an enclosed space, there's more of a likelihood that those particles would form, correct?
Yes.
Or that they would be
With some-
depositive.
Both, I think. Yes, I think you're right.
Now, at the CBI, what you do is you have this high-tech gizmo. That's what I'm going to call it because I can't pronounce it. A scanning electron microscope that automatically scans the surface that you program it to scan, correct?
That's correct.
And it identifies certain particles that it believes are consistent with the three elements of barium, antimony, and lead.
Yes, it will actually categorize whatever particles that it has obtained elemental composition on. It will categorize each of those and provide me with a table of all the particles that it has classified.
Now, you don't rely entirely on that instrument in order to form your conclusions, do you?
I do, in the sense that that's the only instrument that I'm using is the scanning electron microscope with the energy dispersive spectrometer. However, I do not rely solely on the automated function of that. I will return and confirm particles in a relocation process before I will report a particle characteristic as gunshot residue. I think that might have been what you were getting at.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. Thank you. And you do that with the other instrument you use to do that are your two eyeballs, right? And you actually look at the particles yourself through the microscope and see what you think they are.
Yes, that is part of it. Visually, I can take a look at that particle and obtain more information on it. But also, I have the opportunity when I relocate it manually to dwell on that particle for a longer period of time. The automated analysis is set up to try to be as efficient as possible, and it is a very brief amount of time that acquisition occurs on that particle. And so in relocation, I can sit on that particle and obtain the elemental composition, obtain the data that provides that information for a much longer period.
And as a practical matter, you don't go back and manually confirm every single potentially identified particle, correct? You just do one or two?
That's correct. If the instrument has classified particles as containing lead, barium, and antimony, I will relocate particles until I have one or two that are confirmed as containing lead, barium, and antimony.
So my point here is, and I'm not trying to be obtuse, but my point is that you at the CBI don't conduct a quantitative analysis of gunshot residue particles. In other words, you don't say, well, this piece of evidence has 1,000 and this piece of evidence has 2, and so this one was closer, or you're not able to draw any of those kinds of conclusions, are you?
That is correct. We do a qualitative analysis, so I can determine whether or not there's particles detected that contain lead, barium, and antimony. But I do not do a true quantitative. Although my instrument will provide me with the number of particles that it classified as containing lead, barium, and antimony in combination, I do not draw any conclusions based on the number of particles that are characteristic of gunshot residue. And so we do not go back and relocate every particle that the instrument has classified as lead, barium, and antimony.
Great. And I just have a few more questions. And the purpose of these questions is to try to, this is all fascinating stuff, but I want to try to relate how the significance of your findings to this case, okay? There are a number of things, well, gunshot residue, as you said, you can tell it's either there or it's not, right?
That's correct.
And if it's there, you draw one of the 3 conclusions that we mentioned before.
I report the composite of those 3.
And really, you're not able to draw any other conclusions from that, are you?
That's correct.
You can't determine how many rounds were fired.
That is correct.
You can't determine the proximity of the weapon to the victim or to the item that you discovered gunshot residue on, correct?
That is correct.
You can't determine the type of weapon that was used or if more than one weapon was used.
That is correct.
You can't determine the trajectory of the rounds that were used, correct?
That is correct.
You can't determine who pulled the trigger.
That is correct.
Nor can you determine what the intentionality or thought process of the person who pulled the trigger was, correct?
That is correct.
May I have one moment, Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, ma'am.
Mr. Edson, do you have any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
It looks like the jury has some questions for you, so please give us a moment. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Okay, the jury has submitted some questions, and I have found that all of them are appropriate under the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. The first question, and I should tell you that a couple of these are similar. I'm going to ask them the way they've been submitted. If you feel like you've already answered the question, then you can just tell me that, okay? The first question is, how long does GSR last or stay on items?
On inanimate objects, just like on people, the particles characteristic of gunshot residue will be on there until they're removed. With people, we know that most people's activities of daily living, including hand washing and showering, can readily remove those particles. Washing of inanimate objects can also remove most, if not all, particles present on them. However, if they're not washed, those particles, once they're on there, are there until they are removed.
You may have answered the next question already, but I'll ask it and then you tell me if you've answered it or not. How long does GSR last or stay on hands/skin?
Again, that goes back to it's there until it's removed. With people, we are usually washing and other activities of daily living that would provide friction and a source of removal of those particles. So on people, there's kind of a general consensus that those particles are being removed readily within a few hours. However, if the activity is not vigorous, certainly if the activity does not include hand washing or showering, those particles may stay on there for much longer than 4 to 5 hours, maybe much longer than that.
I think you've answered this question, but you tell me if you disagree. How long does GSR remain on a person/inanimate objects? You've answered it.
I think I've answered that, yes.
Right. The next question is, would simply handling a rifle cartridge/bullet or shotgun shell unfired leave gunshot residue?
If it's been, I'll start with the ammunition. If those have not been discharged, then they would only have gunshot residue on them from their proximity is, say, a firing range. So if they were someplace where they were near a firearm discharge, they could get gunshot residue on them, then handling them could transfer that. Firearm, most firearms have been fired. Even in the factory, they are fired as a test before they are shipped out and sold. And so those guns may have gunshot residue particles on them from the very manufacturing location. Did that answer the question?
I believe you did.
Okay.
I think you've answered the next one too. How long does residue last on an object?
Yes.
The next question is, can the results of a GSR test be affected by the length of time from when the item or person was around gunshot residue to the time it was tested?
Yes, depending again on the activity, the actions that item or person were subjected to could reduce the particles to a point where I would not be able to detect them.
The next question is, can gunshot residue get onto a person's skin through clothing, gloves, mask, etc.?
Yes, that's what we would put into that last group. Somebody could be positive because they handled something with gunshot residue on it. So if it is an item such as a garment or a mask or any item that has gunshot residue on it, those particles may transfer onto that individual from that action.
And the last question, did the GSR test done on James Holmes come back with testing positive on all 3 samples, both hands and face, or just on 1 or 2 of the samples?
I can answer that with caution. The 3 samples that were analyzed, the 2 hand samples were positive for particles characteristic of gunshot residue. The face did not. I caution you against drawing any conclusions about the location that particles are found. I don't draw any conclusions because of the transferability of particles. Some gunshot residue particles that may start on my right hand because I swiped it across the surface that has gunshot residue on it, those particles may readily transfer to my left hand because I wring my hands, or to my face because I rub my face. And so I I view a kit from an individual in its entirety, and I will report based on that kit and draw no further conclusions based on the location that those particles are found.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. Edson?
Just briefly, I understand the washing hands, soap and water. What if an individual were just to rub hands together without soap or water? How does that affect transferability, detection, things like that?
I don't have any studies that are specific to just that action. We do know that that transfer can happen back and forth. However, I think it's more of a removal. If I'm also rubbing my hands on my pants or putting my hands in my pockets, though that is a true removal. The hands just back and forth together, it almost seems like I'm just transferring it back and forth, back and forth. There may be some loss just from gravity. That action may dislodge particles and they float off in a way. Like I said, I don't have a specific study to cite regarding that action.
Regarding what you just stated about wiping your hands on clothing, I think you said that was a true removal process. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it can. That can be sufficient action to remove gunshot residue particles.
Okay, let me ask it in the reverse. Individual that does that wipes their hands on clothing or on themselves. Maybe they have shorts on and they wipe it on their legs or something. Does that mean automatically that it's going to dissipate the gunshot residue on their hands?
I don't think I can answer that. I don't know that it would.
So you still may find gunshot residue on an individual's hands even with that type of movement?
That's correct.
Last question that I have is, what about hair? If you're testing hands and they somehow are playing with their hair or what have you, does that affect it at all?
It can. Hair can be a place where gunshot residue may be entrapped as well. And there are some labs around the world that will sample the hair follicles for gunshot residue particles. So if the hair is positive and the hands go in the hair, the hands may become positive and vice versa. The hair may be a removing action.
Judge, one moment, please.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. King, do you have any follow-up questions?
You know, ma'am, when 4 jurors ask the same question, it may be a teaching moment for the lawyers. How long does GSR last when it's deposited on the surface? No, withdraw that question. You were asked about unfired cartridges. Could unfired cartridges have gunshot residue on them? And this, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the answer to that is they could. It wouldn't come from that cartridge, but it may have been transferred from some other surface.
That is correct. That's what I was trying to get across.
So, for example, if I had a gun with a magazine of bullets in it, and I fired one of the bullets out of the magazine, it's possible that the other bullets that are still in the magazine, though unfired, may then have gunshot residue on them.
It may be possible. I don't know how probable that scenario would be.
But the point is that gunshot residue is very readily transferable from one surface to another. Is that right?
If there's contact made, yes.
In fact, you at one point did a study of police cars, and you found gunshot residue in the back seats of about half of the police cars you tested, right?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about gunshot residue being deposited on skin underneath clothing, and I wanted to make sure I understood your answer about that. Are you saying that if someone is wearing a shirt and they're exposed to in the proximity of where a firearm is fired, that it may deposit the gunshot residue under the shirt on the skin, or would that only happen by transfer?
I missed that question, apparently. And I did not intend for that conclusion to be made that the gunshot residue particles could work their way under. If there was contact, if there was some transferability, they could come underneath that clothing item. But generally, clothing is going to stop the GSR particles, and they'll be on that clothing. Now, if that clothing is removed, those particles may dislodge and end up on the surfaces that were underneath them.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions.
May this witness be released from our subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. King?
Without objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Emily Gibson, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
You can put these bags back there behind you. There you go. Or that bag, I should say. All right. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
Emily Sullivan Gibson, EMILYGIBSON.
And can you spell the middle name, Sullivan?
SULLIVAN.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please tell us what you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a senior professional research assistant over at the University of Colorado in Mark Delacroix's lab. It's fancy for lab tech.
Okay.
Sorry.
We heard from a Mark Delacroix here yesterday that talked about a lab involving about 8 people out at the Anschutz Center. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for Professor Dr. Delacroix?
Almost 12 years.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone closer to your mouth so we can all hear you. Make sure it's right up close to your mouth. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Almost 12 years.
There you go.
What did you do before that?
I was a research technician in a lab back in Georgia.
How long did you do that?
That job was at least 2 years, 3 years.
Tell us a little bit about what it takes to become a lab tech, where you ended up finding yourself in Mark Delacroix's lab here in 2011, 2012.
Kind of from the beginning.
You don't have to start with 6th grade or anything like that.
We don't have to start with the elementary school. I went to Georgia State University. I got a bachelor's in biology, did all my coursework there, chemistry, biology, and then applied for a job at the VA, actually, back in Atlanta, Georgia. And acquired most of my technical skills through all of my jobs.
In the 12 years that you've been with Professor Delacroix out at CU, tell us what your duties have been.
They've changed a little bit over time. I am a support role for a lot of the people in the lab, for our graduate students, for our postdocs. I help Dr. Delacroix take care of certain protocols that need to be reviewed, things like that. I help train people in the lab, rotation students, graduate students, new postdocs when they come in, take care of administrative things, order all of our supplies, our animals, kind of make sure that the lab is running in compliance with all the university rules and regulations, and every once in a while I do a little science.
You know, in light of that, I guess I should have asked, what does Professor Delacroix do? Is there anything left?
He writes the grants and gives us all of our ideas so that we can go forth and...
I think we get it. Over the course of time that you've been there at CU with Professor Delacroix, you talked about graduate students, and I want to ask you about that in a moment, but just in case someone doesn't know what this term means, when you say postdoc, what does that mean?
Postdoc is a person that has already received their PhD. So our grad students that are there, that is what they are working towards. They are working towards getting their PhD. Once they do that, they generally will leave the lab and they will go work somewhere else for a few years, and it's called a postdoctoral position.
Now, over the course of that 12 years, how many graduate students do you think you've worked with in Professor Delacroix's labs?
In his lab, 4 to 6 off the top of my head, because they're there for several years.
How many, other than grad students?
Sorry, go ahead.
You were going to make me sound smarter by trying to figure out what I was really asking, right?
There's
There's something other than a grad student that you supervise or work with. Who is that?
There's the grad students that are with us permanently that are going to do their thesis work there. We have our grad students that are the rotation students, and they're only there for a short period of time. I apologize. There is a difference.
No, don't you apologize. That was me. All right, so the grad students that are there for the longer period of time, this is that 4 to 5 year period where they're getting their PhD, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You also have the rotational grad students. How many of them have you worked with over that same 12-year period?
It could easily be between 20 and 30.
All right. Was one of those students back in 2011, 2012, this guy at the table right over here in this, I think it's a light blue shirt?
Yes.
And what do you know is his name?
James Holmes.
When did you meet him?
I met him years ago when he started in our rotation. That rotation generally, I think, runs from the Thanksgiving time to maybe February. So it was Thanksgiving back in that year-ish. Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to come up with the year.
2011?
2011. Yes.
Okay. Judge, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit 8 up onto the monitor here if we could.
Go ahead. That's D-TR-8.
Can you do me a favor, ma'am, and do that voodoo where you make the thing get bigger there? For the one that says Mark Delacqua. No. Close. Good. Is this the lab that we're talking about that you worked in?
Yes.
And this is that second of the 3 lab rotations that you know that these entry-level graduate students go through?
Yes.
There's one other name on here that we haven't met this person yet, Jonathan Murphy. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Tell us who that is.
Jonathan Murphy at the time was one of the long haul grad students in the lab. He sat right next to me, and he also worked with me and James to help him with his projects.
Is he a doctor now?
He is now a doctor.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. After you meet with your graduate rotational student, and I should ask you this, do you have more than one at a time, or is it usually just one at a time?
It's generally one at a time.
And was that the case when you had the defendant in your lab?
Yes.
Tell me about your interactions with the defendant in terms of the duties that he was going to have to fulfill in the lab and how you helped him accomplish those duties.
I was going to be the person that made the cells for him, whether they were rat cells or mouse cells, brain cells. So I do that. The rotation students aren't allowed to do that. Teach him whatever techniques he was going to need to learn in order to conduct his experiments. That was going to be my main role for him.
Now, you use the term technique. Can you describe for us what you mean by that?
Techniques are just different things that we do in the lab that goes along with certain experiments. We have a technique where we stain cells with antibodies so that we can visualize them under a microscope, or we have a technique where we have to put DNA into the cells so that they will express these particular proteins that we're interested in. There's just different things to help you accomplish the end goal of getting your experiment or answering your question through the experiment.
Is the technique pretty specific? I mean, if you don't do it the right way, you're going to screw it up, that kind of thing?
It can be, yes. There's a little leeway for some of them and little tricks here and there, but for the most part, they're pretty structured, pretty rigid
Now, in your
techniques, if you will.
I'm so sorry to
I'm
step on-
sorry.
That's my fault. You don't have to apologize. In your time in this lab, have you come to sort of figure out the kind of rotational grad student that the lab is looking for to be productive for the lab, a possible good fit for the
Sure.
future long-haul graduate student?
Of course.
What is that?
We tend to like students that are a little bit more self-motivated, if you will, don't necessarily need their hand held throughout the entire time, that they're genuinely interested in, what we're doing. They want to learn more. They, are inquisitive. They ask the right questions. They, come and talk to us and just, overall seem to be very interested in what they're doing.
Now, I want to ask you with specific reference to the defendant, what was his affect and demeanor and presentation like when you first met him?
Very quiet, quiet, perhaps laid back is a good word, but just overall very quiet.
Engaging in conversation with you?
Not very much, no. I mean, we would speak about what we needed to talk about, this is the project that you're going to do, or, this is when you need to do it, kind of more giving instructions, and that was kind of it. Does that make sense?
It does. Did you expect that demeanor, that presentation to change over the course of the lab?
I did. A lot of times, even if they're very quiet or shy in the beginning, usually after a few weeks, they get very comfortable or more comfortable, open up a little bit, kind of engage with us a little bit more. So yes, I did, generally expect that would probably change over time.
And did it?
No, it did not.
So that we're clear too, in your exposure to science through this lab and the other stuff that you've described that you've done, I mean, are scientists generally the life of the party?
No, sir, we
Okay.
generally are not.
Okay.
Some more than others. Depends on how high your degree is, too.
Okay. All right. So over the course of this lab, which you had described running from approximately Thanksgiving-ish up through, did you say the end of February?
I think it's the beginning to mid-February.
Okay.
I think mid-February is when they finally give their rotation talk.
You did not detect any change in demeanor, affect, or presentation in the defendant?
No, sir.
Now, how did that impact the way he got along in the lab?
Can you rephrase that? Or
Yeah, you talked about what you're looking for in
Sure.
a potential good fit. You've talked about sort of the demeanor, this unchanging demeanor that the defendant had. How did that impact his ability, or what you perceive to be his ability to succeed in the experiments and all the other labs and the lab duties and stuff?
it just seemed as though he wasn't interested, because it just didn't really change over time, if that makes sense. There wasn't really a lot of inquisitiveness, a lot of questions, so over time, you just kind of felt that maybe he wasn't interested, which may not necessarily be unusual for grad students. That's why they do several rotations. They may get into a rotation and figure out, this wasn't really as interesting as I thought it was going to be. But we don't want someone in the lab that obviously isn't going to be interested in our stuff.
Or maybe sometimes it's just a personality fit, doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Right. Did you make efforts to try to get him motivated and excited about the lab?
I think so. We try, but at the end of the day, if I realize that someone doesn't want to engage that much, then, we just kind of leave them alone and move on. So, but we tried, or, just normal chit chat. How's your day? Good.
So describe for us, if you would, if he is not engaging you or engaging Professor Delacqua or Jonathan Murphy on, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I needed. If he's not doing that, what do you see him doing in the lab?
Mostly sitting at his desk, headphones on, looking at his laptop.
Now, are there opportunities throughout this period of time in this rotation to get together in a lab setting to discuss the experiments that are being done?
Yes, we have weekly, or every other week we have lab meeting. So that's where the whole group gets together in one room, and we call it a round table. We go around the table and everybody talks about what they're doing, what they have going on, any problems they have. And so it's just a good chance to see what everybody else is doing and get some input.
Was the defendant able to do that?
Yes.
Was your sense from that he understood what he was doing and being expected to do?
Yes.
Now I want to take us back into the lab then and out of these meetings. In the lab, you said you initially showed him how to do experiments. Did you have to show him more than once how to do the experiments?
I did. I had to show him more than once.
And is that unusual?
It's not out of the range of what you're trying to do when you teach someone. After a certain number of times, you kind of expect them to want to go forth and do it on their own, or be able to do it on their own, and that didn't quite happen.
Now, with his, what were his facial expressions, if any, when you were showing him, this is how you do this, and again, I don't know what it is, so when you put this thing on the slide and the microscope and stuff, I mean, what was his expression with you?
It was kind of hard to read. Sometimes I just felt like he looked a little confused, or a little blank, if you will. Like I wasn't sure if he was paying attention, if he was interested. That was kind of the general idea that I had. Or
so you couldn't tell from what he was doing in the lab whether he understood it or whether he just didn't care about it?
It was hard to tell.
Okay, and was that, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, I'm done.
Was that constant throughout the time in the lab?
Yes.
Towards the end of the lab, Was there a different level of effort or output that you detected on the part of the defendant?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
That's not necessarily unusual either. They usually do, a final push at the end of the rotation to get some data so they can put together their talk. They have to put together a talk and present it to the department. So yeah, I think that there was a push at the end. He had some experiments that he could look at on the microscope and put all of his information together for his talk.
Now, did you see or remember seeing his final rotational talk?
I did not see his final talk, no.
Were there practice talks in advance of that to help him get ready for that?
Yes.
And what's your perception of how he did on those?
It was a little rough, but it happens. So it's a lot of information to try to take in over an 8 to 10 week period. Sometimes it's not put together very well, and they're still pretty new at doing this, so it can be a little rough around the edges, if you will.
And was that the case here with the defendant?
Yes.
A couple other things. He was never not nice. Is that
Never
fair?
not. Yes, that's fair.
How would you describe him otherwise? I mean, was he polite?
He was polite. I mean, he wasn't rude. Wasn't, just, it's the best way I could put it. He wasn't not nice. If she said hi, he said hi back, Good morning, how was your day? Good.
Anything stick out in your mind about his dress or his hygiene or anything that was different than any of the other grad students?
No, it's pretty standard.
When the rotation ends, how does it end between you guys?
For the most part, they do their talk, and I think they get their grade a day or two later, and then it's just kind of done. They move on. So we usually say bye, good luck. That's it.
I'm sorry, was that the case here?
I don't remember saying goodbye or I watched him walk out of the lab and that was that. Because they generally start their next rotation right after the previous one is done. So I don't remember, honestly.
At any time during the lab, did you perceive that the defendant had a passion or enthusiasm for what he was doing?
No.
And I think this question is coming, but during the time that you were with him in that lab, did you ever believe that he was detached from reality?
No, sir.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Ms. Hicks?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is that on? Can you hear me fine?
I can.
Excellent. I just have a few questions for you, and then you will be done.
Okay.
You indicated when you were looking at the defense exhibit, that chart, that Jonathan Murphy was also in the lab.
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of the other of you working more with Mr. Holmes, or both working with him, or?
We were both working with him. I think John had a little bit more to do with him than I did. I think the project that John was helping him with was more involved than what I was helping him with.
Okay. I want to just unpack and have you describe a little bit more about your interaction with Mr. Holmes in the lab, so that's what I'm going to start with.
Okay.
All right. I know you've said he was very quiet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it fair to say you can't even really remember many conversations you even had with him?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. And it seemed to you that he didn't really want to interact with people much. Is that fair?
That's fair, correct.
Okay. I also understand that you've had a number of students in the many years you've been in the lab.
Yes.
And that many students will come in and they do kind of tend to talk about their projects. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. They want to talk about the details of their work.
Yes.
They kind of sometimes even want to just tell you everything that they know.
Oh, yes, they do.
Okay. Now, Mr. Holmes was not like that at all.
No, ma'am.
In fact, kind of really the opposite of that. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Okay. And I think that you've also sort of described that he was really not able to engage. Is that fair?
I'm not necessarily sure that he wasn't able. More, it was my impression he just didn't want to.
Okay. And so you bring up a very good point, because what you were able to see was sort of his behavior in the lab, but you never really asked him why he was behaving a certain way.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And he never expressed to you things verbally like, I'm not interested in this lab or anything like that.
No, he did not. So
your characterizations of his behavior were really what you inferred from that behavior. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. I recognize that you said that you helped Mr. Holmes with some of the preparation work and some of the techniques in the lab, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say, though, that really over that whole period of time, it wasn't a lot of interaction with you directly with Mr. Holmes.
Not a lot. I mean, there were daily interactions because he was in the lab every day.
And you were in the lab every day.
And I was in the lab every day. So there would be a portion of the day, be it small. Sometimes, you have this going on, or these cells are this particular age, this needs to be done today. And then I would move on and go do some of the other things I had to take care of.
All of that interaction really focused on stuff that was going on as far as work in the lab. Is that right?
Yes.
You did not have conversations with him really about his life outside of the lab?
No.
No interactions with him on any sort of social level?
No.
Okay. I also understand that on the occasions that you did talk to him, it was very common for him to respond with short one-word, yep, nope.
Yes, ma'am.
answers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think other words you would use to describe him would be shy. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Introverted, fair?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I'm just checking my notes to make sure I'm not missing anything, so be a little bit patient with me. I appreciate it.
No problem.
You were asked on direct. I'm sorry, I get a little thirsty. About how Mr. Holmes presented. It's fair to say that he presented, a way to describe that would be flat.
Flat.
Okay. That he did not have a lot of eye contact with you, correct?
Correct.
That I think you said normally in other people you've interacted with, they'll have facial expressions when they're speaking, but with Mr. Holmes, there was really not much of that.
That's correct.
You talked a little bit about the end of lab presentation. Now, when students, first-year rotation students, are coming into a lab and sort of getting to the end of the lab and having to prepare that presentation, am I correct that other people in the lab will assist the first-year rotation students in doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you help prepare that presentation?
No, I did not.
And that wouldn't be something normally within your multitude of job duties?
That is not on my list of things to do. No, I never give these kinds of presentations, so I don't help out with that. The other grad students and postdocs and Mark, Dr. Delacqua, in the lab, they help out with that.
Okay. So help kind of put together the presentations, pick the slides.
Pick the slides, arrange the data so that it makes a nice story, if you will.
Okay. You talked about, well, you could tell from your interactions with James Holmes that he was not dumb, right?
Correct. Oh, correct.
He was a smart student.
I thought so. Yes, I think so.
Okay. But yet, you felt that there were things in the lab that you thought he should get, but he didn't really get.
It didn't seem to me as though he was getting it.
Okay. And I think that you've indicated you've had to explain to him some things more than once Fair to say?
Fair to say.
More times than you thought you maybe should have had to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And some of those things were kind of basic stuff at that point, is that right?
Yes.
I think you've said with some of the kind of the hands-on experiments, that when you would kind of explain things again, sometimes it was like he was doing it for the very first time.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about getting together at these end of the week, or I think maybe bi-weekly lab meetings?
Weekly lab meetings or every other week, yes.
In those meetings, he was able to discuss the techniques, but it was just the implementation on a physical level that was part of the dilemma. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay.
More discussing what the project was or what needed to be done or what he was hoping to find out of it, yes.
I just have, I think, a couple more questions for you. Let me just make sure I'm getting everything, so let me flip through my notes. Oh, right. You said scientists are not always the life of the party.
Not so much.
Okay. So it didn't surprise you to have a student rotate through your lab that was quiet. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah, that's fair. No, that didn't surprise me at all.
Okay. But it did surprise you a little bit with Mr. Holmes that quiet, sort of introverted, introversion, I guess is better, didn't change over time.
That did surprise me a little bit, yes.
Like you didn't ever get to know him better.
Correct.
Okay. Now, last, I understand that you saw some photos of Mr. Holmes in the paper a couple days after the shootings.
Yes, ma'am.
When he was in court?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's Defense Exhibit 8?
I think it's 7.
7? Sorry, we're learning. Well, let me ask you this, Ms. Gibson.
Sure.
You recall seeing those photos of Mr. Holmes in court, and it was just a couple days after the shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw that, I think a way that you described his eyes is kind of bug-eyed.
Yes.
Is that an expression that you see up here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's an expression I think that you had seen occasionally with Mr. Holmes while he's in the lab. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's an expression that you saw with him when he appeared confused.
I thought so, yes.
Okay. Let me check with my colleagues, and maybe I'm done.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions. We can take that down. Thank you.
Mr. Bruckler, do you have any redirect? Okay. Make sure you turn your mic on.
Ma'am, were these the pictures that you referred to when you had mentioned in the past that you had seen him looking somewhat confused like that in the lab? Were these those pictures or different pictures?
Oh, I think it was probably these or whatever they had put up,
Based
on TV or in the paper.
Yeah.
Keep doing that, I'm sorry.
No, it's me. I'm sorry. Can you look up here and see if there's one that's closest to the one that you would say when you explain something to him and you attribute that to confusion? Which one of those?
Maybe the second from the left. I'm sorry.
Second from the left is great. I won't even make you use the stick because I think we
Okay.
can see that. Second from left. And that's the look that you saw in the lab when he seemed to not get what was going on?
Something similar to it, yes, I thought.
You're not
Yeah.
referring to the other ones, you're referring to that one.
To that one.
Thank you. You said you had daily interactions with him, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Higgs asked you about the fact that this was not the first person that you'd had in the lab who was shy or even introverted.
Correct.
Is he the kind of person that if you told him what to do, and as you described previously, held his hand to get something done, he could do it?
He would do it.
If it was something that was left to his own motivation or initiative, would he get it done?
No, I don't think so. It's hard to remember, I am sorry, but it was more of having to hold his hand or remind him that this needed to be done so that the work could get done.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
All right, it looks like the jury has some questions for you, so give us a moment, please.
Of course.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Actually, counsel, approach again on that scheduling issue, please. All right, Ms. Gibson, the jury has submitted some questions that they would like me to ask you. I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, that most of these questions are appropriate. The first question is, do you know what he was looking at on his laptop?
No, I did not.
The next question is, when you refer to unengaging, are you referring to not feeling that he was wanting to engage others in the lab, or just not really engaging toward the lab work, like not showing an interest in project details, like not interested toward the work itself, if you know? And if you want me to repeat it, I can repeat it.
I felt as though he didn't want to engage with us, in general, or the work.
The next question is, can you explain the defendant's facial features and hand gestures?
In reference to what, sir?
Now, let me read the next question, and perhaps this gives you context. Did he ever make odd gestures that didn't match his conversation?
Not that I remember.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Mr. Brockler?
No, sir, thank you.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Higgs?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
You may, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
There is not.
Okay. All right, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, it's close to 5, and so what I'm going to do is adjourn a little early today. I'm sure none of you objects to that. One of you specifically saying no objection. I've been told that you're now asking for specific types of snacks, and so I can tell you're getting very comfortable. All right, let me give you the advisements before you go home today, since we have a few minutes. Number 1, please do not discuss any aspect of the case with each other through any means. You're free to talk to each other, but not about the case. Number 2, in addition to not being able to discuss the case with each other, you may not communicate about the case with anyone else through any means. That includes your spouse or significant other. All you can tell people is that you're on a jury in a trial in Arapahoe County that is expected to end in August or September. Number 3, please do not talk with any witnesses, parties, or attorneys about anything, whether related to the case or not. Number 4, to make sure that witnesses, parties, and attorneys do not talk to you, it is imperative that you wear your juror badge whenever you're on the courthouse premises, and that it is visible to everyone around you. Your juror badge will also reduce the risk that people will talk about the case in your presence. If you hear anyone talking about the case, please remove yourself from that location immediately. In the event that despite your best efforts, you hear something about the case, please let my staff know that you need to talk to me. And all you have to do, and all you should do, is just say that you want to talk to me. You should not indicate what it is about. Number 5, please do not talk to any members of the media about anything until the case is completed. Number 6, you must not read, view, or listen to any news or media reports that may refer to the case. Because there's media coverage of this trial, please be particularly vigilant while listening to the radio, watching TV, reading the newspaper, and using the internet or any other electronic device, You cannot visit, number 7, you cannot visit any locations mentioned in the case or conduct your own investigation outside the courtroom. That includes consulting outside references such as scientific books or legal books or religious books. Number 8, you cannot start forming any opinions about the case until I tell you that you can start deliberating. You must keep an open mind throughout the trial. Number 9, neither sympathy nor prejudice for the prosecution or the defendant may affect any of your decisions in this case. All of those advisements are mandatory and they apply to each and every one of you. One housekeeping matter. Tomorrow we're going to stop at 4:30 because Juror 872 has an appointment to get the final work done on her tooth. And so you can plan accordingly. So tomorrow you can plan on getting an early start on the weekend, about 30 minutes worth of an early start. It's not a whole lot, but it's a little bit, all right? Okay, folks, have a great evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has now exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything that we need to talk about on behalf of the prosecution at this time, Mr. Brockler? Turn on your mic, please. Or go ahead.
Earlier, Your Honor, prior to you taking over this case, Judge Sylvester had entered an order regarding a subpoena duces tecum that we had sought for some records. This is prior to the defendant entering a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. And as part of that order, and I can try to come up with a copy of it that isn't marked up, the court excluded from the records we were able to obtain from CU certain letters of recommendation that have now been referenced with several of the professors that have given testimony. I'd ask the court at this point to revisit that order, and in light of the entry of the plea of NGRI and the conduct of the trial thus far, amend that order to allow us to have those letters of recommendation.
Is the only thing you're interested in the letters of recommendation?
Your Honor, those are the things I know we're absolutely missing. The other things that were excluded in that order, I don't know what they are, but if the court's asking if I had my druthers, I want everything that was previously excluded by the court from us having it for whatever confidential reasons that were placed in there in light of the plea.
And what order is that? Do you know? I don't need a copy of it. I just need to know what order number it is.
It's dated August 27th of 2011, 12.
August 27, 2012, was it labeled as C something?
Your Honor, Ms. Tisha McGuire is going to look that up. I apologize for not having that at my fingertips.
Okay.
If the court would prefer, I can chase down this information I should have available, and first thing tomorrow morning we can bring it up to the court.
Okay, that'd be great. All right, is there anything else on behalf of the people before I turn it to the defense and see if they have anything? All right, anything from the defense or any position that you want to take on the last request?
No, not at this time.
Okay. All right, thank you. The court will be in recess. I'll see you tomorrow.
That last request was about records that the previous judge that was overseeing this case, Judge William Sylvester, had prevented the prosecution from getting, but that was prior to the defendant pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. So District Attorney George Brockler is seeking, what we heard was at least letters of recommendation, if not a little bit more, from the documents from the defendant's school records that previously had not been made available, but again, prior to pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. Just a quick recap on the day this morning, as we've shown you over and over. It started with crime scene photographs from the FBI photographer, and then those pieces of evidence that were photographed were actually brought into the courtroom in those plastic sleeves, and then it was presented to the jury. The jury put their hands on these plastic sleeves. They were able to look at the evidence one by one. That took about half an hour. Then after the lunch break, we again heard from a couple of the survivors inside the theater, including Amanda Teves, who was Amanda Lindgren at the time. Her boyfriend, Alex Teves, is one of the 12 that was killed inside the theater. She legally changed her last name to Teves. The second survivor from inside the theater that we heard from was Craig Enlund. He was with the Teves, and he was also there with Caitlin Petticord, who we heard from yesterday, and replayed some of her sound at the start of our broadcast today. Those were the survivor accounts from inside, and we'll replay some of that on 7 News at 6 o'clock if you're in the Denver area, or if you want to jump on the 7 News app or the denverchannel.com and watch at 6 p.m. And then we wrapped up with very technical testimony from a CBI forensic scientist who sounded like she was reading from a textbook, but she had to sound that way because the prosecution had her endorsed as an expert witness, giving testimony as an expert in the field of gunshot residue. And then we wrapped up with a lab tech with Dr. Mark Delacqua, who worked with the defendant at the neuroscience program in one of the rotations. And throughout the day, again, we've heard these people who worked with the defendant inside the school describe him as not disconnected from reality, just a quiet person. Tomorrow's going to be a shortened day, but only about a half an hour because court's going to end around 4:30. But we'll join us, if you'll join us tomorrow again for day 9 of the Aurora theater shooting trial. We'll get underway around 8:30, and court should get underway at 8:40. So thanks for joining us with all of our help here with John Stone and Nika Padilla on Scribble, Phil Tenser, Manning, everything as executive producer, and Bruce Binns and Barry Edmonds for getting us back on the air after lunch. I'm Marshall Zellinger. We'll see you back here tomorrow.